technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully.
Enemyless. Wired death. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out .1. During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. .2 however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hine reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been, what the future can be, Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the new sphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify the thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clocking, serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. And then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and flights to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole to chorus within constructions, nano-nets, filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw has risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this type of disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. Comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad time. And the best vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. The level hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome, hitting with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Hop in this GT thing with me.
Come on, come on,
We must be right over to the night. Put your head in my lap. Been to Gran Turismo, Fishbowl. Cross the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. Can't get friends on the end zone. Shells from the Mag 10 blow. Hit your glass window. Hit the shots crescendo. 30 clip crescendo. Turn your skin cold. Spit the illest flows and Kenneth Coles with hidden goals. Visions of getting Joes. And my baby's clothes. Wrist is frigid. My thick bitch from Memphis. Pigeon toed. Wrist is frigid. My thick bitch from Memphis. Pigeon toed. This is living. Kicks lizard. Whips 6 figures and bigger. Not your typical nigga. I'm particular. Articulate, I talk in a checky cut. This is considered literature, but niggas never read a book. Tell them, look, we can get them booked. As for the blow, we can push it raw, sell it cooked. Hop in the Porsche 911, all you smell is kush. I just ball in my jealous like I'm 7 foot, baby, look. I know it's time to go. I just want you to roll with me. Come out tonight. Climb, see. I need you to try, see. I just want you to roll with me. Come on, come on. I just want you to roll with me. Come out tonight. I'll bury your fruits and wine for me. Jamaican wine for you, make some time for you. Ride or die for you, do or die for you. Put my pride aside for you, if I say not for you. She's a gone daily massage at the spas while olive oil you ball and spend dollars on you. Put designer on you, Prada, Dolce & Gabbana on you. Live with honor, don't compromise your morals. That kinda like too normal for you. Soccer mom, truck, shorty, dog food. You rather 12 splits and whip a sports coupe. Like my Cuban hoe, she from LA. Came in as a runaway, now it's Humbers and bubbly. Fendi runners, different colorways. Vero Wayne bikinis, pretty summer days. Telling brothers you wasn't gay. Ain't that a motherfucking shame? You said you was with Lorraine, you was clubbing with Puffin Gang. Puffin haze, sniffing grade AA. Out in the open like it's 88. Lady, you claim they changed shady ways, but it's safe to say that you ain't. Shady, baby, wait, baby, wait.
Yo, 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 yo. Yeah, 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 yeah. 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 When I step up in the place, say yo, I step correct. Got you all in check. I got that head nod shit that make you break your neck. I got you all in check. And you know we come through to wreck the discotheque. I got you all in check. Throw your hands up in the air, don't ever disrespect. I got you all in check. Bust the rhymes up in the place. True indeed. Yes, I catch wrecking, that's word on my seed. I'm guaranteed to give you what you need. One blood, everybody like Junior Reed. Wake up every morning, yo, I must succeed. Nationwide rockers make the world stampede. Yo, Willie, make we roll some weed. Man, charge, nigga, now I must proceed. Yo, we about to make moves, set speed. These two baby 5 Q-tip, Ali Shaheed. Watch me knock you out like Apollo Creed. Body blows, busting your shit, making you bleed. Just feed off dynamic flows and take heed. Need more information, homeboy, they just read. Hey, you can read all about the pure breed. Do the vocal dance, man, do the Pepasi. When I step up in the place, then yo, I step correct. I got you on the check. I got that head nod shit that make you break your neck. I got you on the check. And you know we come through to wreck the discotheque. I got you on the check. Throw your hands up in the air and never disrespect. I got you all in check. How dare you ever try to step on my suede shoes? Top gun shut down your friend like Tom Cruise. Please, let me get down and blow a fuse. Acting fools, breaking shit down to molecules. Yo, let me hit you with my ill street blues. Bust the rhymes, always at lines, the street news. Baby girl, don't be confused. Sell my 7 C's and enjoy my own crew. I know you really wanna know who's coming through, leaving blood stains and residues. Sorry, homeboy, but your flow sound used. Got to pay your dues, baby, you know the rules. Whenever I travel the world, I land cruise. If you choose to fuck around, you get bruised. Now I got new gas on super unleaded fuels. Give me room, give me some space, your excuse. When I step up in the place, they go I step correct. I got you all in check. I got that head nod shit that make you break your neck. But I got you all in check. And you know we come through to wreck the discotheque. But I got you all in check. Throw your hands up in the air and never disrespect. But I got you all in check.
You're now rocking with the best. Bust the rhymes coming through from the flip mode squad. Boy Scouts who I be, straight to your door. We coming straight to your door, bringing all you rockers to all you rap motherfuckers. Boy Scouts who I be, flip mode is the squid on. Bust the rhymes, break it down like this.
Yo, which motherfucker stole my dough? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Throw them type of niggas right out my window. Blast your ass, hit you with my direct blow. Coming through like G.I. Joe. Star Wars moving ill like Han Solo. Make you bounce around like this was Calypso. Always shine cause I got the high pro glow. You think that you can hide, you think you can lay low. Roll up on your ass like Hawaii 5-0. Mac out with my joints in my Kango. Forget the moment, nigga, just pass the Cisco. Yo, take a trip down to Mexico. Come back with that shit that might make you psycho. Maximum frequencies through your stereo. Sorry, this is it, but homeboy, I got to go. I step up in the place and you must step correct. Got you all in check. I got that head nod shit that make you break your neck. I got you all in check. And you know we come through to wreck the discotheque. I got you all in check. Throw your hands up in the air and never disrespect. I got you all in check. Boy Scout, roll on the chest. Yo, got you roll on the chest.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we got some pretty exciting, topics for you guys. Really just accumulated over time, and it's just gotten to just a ridiculous level of accuracy. Right, in the various, areas of research, right, that I'm sort of laying out here, right? So much so that, I really don't care if it's like 10 people, 20 people, I don't care who is viewing this at this point, right? Because the research honestly just speaks for itself, so we're going to be having lots of interesting, moments today. We got tons of interactions, right? Most likely, right? And yeah, interactions with the material, right? That is just really just breathtaking, right? I mean, we're really hitting the pay dirt in terms of looking at where the concept of natural law came from, right? And how this notion of the archetypal man was first turned into the concept of universalism, right? And then transformed into the notion of collectivism, right? So I've gotten lots of different ideas that show exactly how that exchange came about, right? And we're talking about the establishment, right, of the philosophy of techno liberalism, right? And obviously, right, humanism leads to transhumanism, right? And I'll briefly explain how the goal of humanism is to go beyond humanity, right? So, in this goal of humanism, right, to go beyond humanity, right? Right, the goal of transhumanism, right, is post-humanism, right? So we have this idea of going beyond the human, right? So when transhumanists try to define humanity's future, right, they're perfectly comfortable defining a future without humanity, right? And when humanists describe their future, right, they're perfectly fine with going beyond the human to describe their particular future, right? And the way they do this is to invent a general conception of man, right, that can function everywhere, right? Now, the most recent iteration of this is the species being, right? But you also have the merging of the male and the female into the androgynous form of Adam Kadmon, right? Which was a huge influence on various sects in Second Temple Judaism, right? This concept that Rabbi Akiva talked about, right, was also talked about by certain groups of Gnostics, such as the Mandaeans, right, who drew on this notion of the archetypal man, right, aka the universal man, right? Right, so you have this notion of the archetypal man. Blessings to all the people in the chat, right? I know there's going to be a little bit less of a viewership today, right? Because of the holiday, right? So I've anticipated that. So I may do most of the show alone. So I've anticipated that most of this show will be maybe a lonely road, right? But I mean, I have so much material, right? I have books, videos, articles, right? Tons of material that, in terms of independent research that we can go through, right? Over the main points that I just presented, right? About this sort of universalizing of man and then collectivizing of man, right? First, he's made into a general form, right? Combining the female and the male into an androgynous form, right? Then he's made as a intermediary between nature and God, right? And this would be some of the religious ideals have contributed to this notion of universalism, right? Right. So whether we like it or not, right, the religious forms, okay, have contributed to a base form of universalism, right? Okay, that has then contributed to liberalism, right? In the form that if God is removed out of nature and taken out of the state, right, and the state is made up of humanity's sort of response to nature, right? So this is what the anarchists said, right? Right? They said God and the state are the end product of man's alienation from nature, right? Yeah, I appreciate you, Caped Crusader. Yeah, blessings, brother. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. I appreciate that sentiment, man. You know what I mean? And yeah, but so as I was touching on yesterday, right, we went through several different notions of this alienation, right, of man from nature, right, and how man sort of invented God and the state to sort of deal with this alienation, right? So the first two things that man invented, right, to deal with the fact that there's more difference between a man than there is between man and the animals, right? And this is because man is a symbol making animal, right? Right. We learned of this definition that man's use of tools is secondary to his use of symbols. Man's use of tools is secondary to his use of symbols. In fact, it's the symbolic capacity of man, his ability to develop language, right? And symbols, right? And of course, language and tools are not particular to man. They're just not. Right? Animals have the capacity to use tools, to create languages, right? So as we learned from Buddha, right? Iconicity and the indexical frame of reference is simply a first phase of the symbolic reference frame. But the complexity of the symbolic reference frame as employed from humans, right, is way more complex, right? And of course, our language has been boiled down, right? Right. See, culture represents a flowering of language and technologies, right, into various forms of cultural expression, right? It mediates the use of tools through the use of symbols, right? And the use of symbols proliferates a much larger expression for the use of tools, right? Because it can catalyze most of society's energy, not for the base level of survival, right? Right. So once you could reprogram man through the cultural symbols, you can create a man who's more reliant on human society, right? This is how they created the great cities of the world, right? It's by the use of symbols that they were able to catalyze the development of larger tools and machines, right? But also the way that they were able to organize humans, right? Through forms of human organization, right? So techniques consist of not just the use of tools and machines, but also the use of human techniques and cultural symbols, right? Or what Mumford calls cultural techniques, right? And as we see, it's the capacity for symbol making, right, that has been sort of hijacked, right? And this is why the most furthest development of technology is in the communications technologies, right? Is because man is a symbol-making animal and not a tool-making animal, right? That we would use our technology to advance our forms of communication. That would be the primary thing it's used for, right? So even today, it rings true that the largest aspect of our capacity, right, is in the form of cultural techniques. The only difference is that cultural techniques is for the first time in history derived by the use of tools and machines rather than through cultural and ethnic forms of division based on language, right? Right. This is the first time that machines are organizing society and not cultural symbols, right? Even though, as I explained, it's the cultural symbols that led us to the use of machines. So we have a view of history, right? Not only in the anthropological, right, in the political domain, right? But we can also trace its development within the philosophical expressions of man, right? Okay, within the philosophical expressions of man, right? Okay, and that would be first the creation of the notion of natural law, right? Then the creation of a universal aspect of man as a mediator between law and nature, right? And his reason, right? Or this concept of the logos, right? Is a mediator between man and the divine, right? And what it represents, as Philo said, right? He said, Logos is the firstborn son of God, right? And by Logos, he means the creative reason, right? That God's first thing that he gave birth to was this idea of creative reason, right? Right? Meaning that, you know, as it said, God said, and then there was, right? God doesn't create based on anything else, right? What God makes, he creates for the first time, right? So God's creation isn't based on a plan of what is to be created, because everything God creates is unique, right? So this notion of the creative reason as being the property of God, right, takes this notion of the creative reason out of nature, right? But it is the also placed within man, because man is made in the image of God, right? So the creative aspect of God and the creative aspect of man merge, right? In order to transcend nature, you have to merge the creative aspect of God with the creative aspect of man, right? If that makes any sense. Right? In order to understand God, one must become like God, as it says in the Hermetic corpus, right? And as it also says, God created the world in order to know himself, right? And then you have man, right? You have the notion that man is the measure of all things. That man is created in the image of God. To understand God is to become God. Right? So there's a bridge between God and man, and the bridge is knowledge, the expression of knowledge, right? So anyways, right? We're looking at nature as a law, right? Sort of created by God, human reason as the intermediary, right? Of this law, right? In order to transcend it, to become like God, right? And you also have the notion, right, from Marx, and these two ideas that I'm comparing is that man is the measure of all things, and that the root of man is man himself, right? That man went from being as above, so below, one in one with in relationship to the cosmos, right? To then becoming subdued, right? So man went from universal to being collectivized, right? Okay, and this is because how we understood the mind as a detached, immaterial, universal mind, right? To then being multiple, scattered minds that come together and form, right? From simple to complex, right? So it's a difference in terms of epistemology and metaphysics, right? In the way we interpret information, right? And the way we think information or knowledge is generated, right? Okay, so you have this notion of the sort of immaterial, right, sort of God that's detached from nature, right? And of course, the mediator between these two is the notion of reason, right? Man's reason, right? Okay, let me take a look at the time here, right? And of course, we're looking at how man created the notion of natural law, right? So he could sort of hack nature to become God, right? Right, because nature has to be made according to God's plan, right? And then man's reason has to be a sort of thing that transcends nature, right? So we went from being one in one with nature, right? Being this idea that man is the measure of all things, to man being contained within himself, right? So we went in from a paradigm of natural law, right, where we thought that our knowledge is limited, right? Because it has to be measured according to nature, right? To a state where our knowledge is limitless, but there's no general direction in which the knowledge is headed. So there's no purpose to the knowledge, right? So knowledge used to be finite, but had a purpose, right? Now it's purposeless and infinite, right? You can have knowledge for the sake of knowledge. No two parts of knowledge are the same now, right? All parts of knowledge are sort of divorced from each other, right? All parts of knowledge used to be self-similar, right? Now knowledge is compartmentalized. Right? You have something called the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? Which is part of this other concept, which is the rule of experts, right? You have the compartmentalization of knowledge and the rule of experts, right? Okay, but you also have, right, at the same time, right, this notion of man's knowledge becoming first abstract and then sort of you know, I guess detached from nature, right? Right, so the sense in which man's knowledge is detached from nature is this notion of empiricism, right? Empiricism, right? Okay, it's you know, this notion of correspondence theory, right? Where a man's mind is sort of imprinting images from the external world, right? And this sort of means that your mind is filtering out these images. Okay, these images are printed on a virtual space that exists within you, right? And this virtual space is sort of like a platonic realm, right? In which like math and ideas and all this stuff exists, right? So they're sort of perpetuating this myth, right? Just as Leibniz and Spinoza and Descartes, right? They were all sort of perpetuating this myth, right? That nature is in a state of becoming, but there's this realm of math, right, that exists beyond the physical world, right? That sort of unifies all the expressions of the physical world, right? You know, and they said that essence, right? Okay, and existence are basically separated, right? Right? This is an actual really subtle but crucial point. Right? Because this points to the separation of truth and reality, right? That eventually becomes spawned, right? Okay? So the separation between essence and existence, right, turns into the separation between truth and reality, right? Right? The separation between reality and its descriptions, in other words, right? Between the word and the thing, right? And this is the thing that has been struggled over, right? Is it words that are sort of creating the reality, right? Or is it mind that creates the words? Right? And are these symbols, you know, part of nature? Right? Are they expressions of nature, or are they unique instruments of the human mind, right? In a capacity to go beyond nature and point to something that is beyond nature, like God, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Isn't that like saying cathedral? Wait, sorry for interrupting. Sorry about that.
Oh no, please go ahead. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for joining. It's getting pretty quiet out here, so yeah, I do appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah, like cathedrals or mosques, are they of nature or are they pointing to God? Basically, right? Like that. Yes. Because symbolism and architecture also kind of blend. So yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, I was just
No, it's all good.
yeah, I was just trying to say that. Yeah.
No, I wasn't going in any particular direction. I'm going off the cuff, so yeah. So it's no worries. I'm simply expanding on some of these concepts as I see them. That we've been sort of cataloging, right? And of course, the primary concept that I'm thinking of is this idea of natural law, right? And how this concept of natural law sort of mediates the realm of symbols, right, through nature, right? But it's a realm that belongs to God and man. Right. So like symbols are part of like the divine realm. They're like beyond nature, so to speak, right? Or this is exactly what the first people said, right? So it's kind of like this idea. It's like, what is primary? Is it nature that's creating the symbols, right? Or are we interpreting nature through the use of symbols, right? So our reason is used to affect nature or go beyond natural law and reach the divine, right? Or is it nature that's molding us and we're simply using it to create these symbols, right? Which is embedded within us as a purpose. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there are many examples one could give, like like cathedrals or mosques. Because they have a lot of symbolic architecture, like the the iconography, the iconography, or the lots of symbolic stuff inside the architecture, and the paintings too. And a good question is that like a part of nature, or is it pointing beyond nature? You see what I mean? Like pointing. Okay. Yeah, that was just an example. There are other examples too. Like poetry or sacred poetry, or sacred poetry. Now I was just thinking about some examples we could draw from, so other people could maybe think about that, and let me think. Symbolic. Let me think. Symbolic poetry, paintings. Architecture. I actually read this book once. It claimed that seeing fractal like designs or architecture is better for one's health. I think I gave a source for that. Even I don't remember. And now the city is all cubicle. Have you? It's all cubicle. Like it's not like the ancient architecture, which is kind of more fractal, or has more symbolic stuff inside of it. Is more the sacred. So there could be like a sacred architecture too, in some ways.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is like usually when we learn about the development of Western society, right? They say, oh, there was this great, Greeks and stuff. So they had this pagan stuff, right? And they had this great architecture, right? Because of pagan gods and stuff, right? And then they had the Romans, and then the Romans became Christians, right? So the Greek society, right, the Greek philosophy and the Greek civilization, because Cicero was one of the top philosophers, right, when the Jews and the Christians started taking over in Rome, right? And Cicero was teaching Plato's Republic, right? So that basically Cicero was like this Greek philosopher, right? So the Greek and the Jewish ideas merge within Rome, right? So then you have this great long period of religion, Right now, how did the religious age lead to the age of the secular? Right? Well, it's pretty simple, right? It's because they started to say that, on the one end, right, nature is created by God, right? But in another end, man is beyond nature. And that's what these buildings represent, right? They represent man going beyond nature, right? Because the God was supposed to be beyond nature, right? So, in this sense, right, when they created this link between man and God in the symbols of man that go beyond nature, right, they started to construct the basic elements for universalism, right? I would think, right? So how did the religious age mediate between the Greeks and the Enlightenment? Right? It's pretty simple, right? They created this notion that man could go beyond nature, right? It's pretty simple. You could say it in one sentence, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So I mean, I agree. I agree. Yeah. It's a big question. Yeah, a big question.
Yeah, that's what I think that Nietzsche did not see, right, when he implicated, right, Plato and and Socrates, right, in the same moral philosophy as the Christians and the liberals. Right? He didn't see that it's this notion of universalism going beyond nature. It's literally a scientific and a metaphysical viewpoint that is the crux of the issue and not the moral philosophy. Right? So he totally dropped the ball, right? I think so, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think Nietzsche has some great aphorisms and other things, but he's not really a systematic philosopher from what I see. Like he's not like
Right,
arguing,
exactly, yeah.
like
Yeah, and I don't think he would ever want to be.
Yeah, right, yeah.
There are different strokes for different people.
I mean, I can see it from both angles. I can see why people want to systematize their way of thinking. But at the same time, it's almost like you put yourself into a box as a result. In some cases, not all cases, of course.
That's a good point. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Schopenhauer was way more systematic, though. Yeah, very systematic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think there's a reason why Heraclitus was chosen over somebody like Plotinus, right? For Plato, for being the starting point of philosophy, right? Because this is why Zeno and Parmenides are seen walking out of the school of Athens, right? It's because once you start to say like, there is no change, right? That nature doesn't change, then you can't observe change or becoming, and you can't really do science. Right? There's no point of philosophy, there's no point of science. Right? If nothing changes, what's the point? Right? So so this is kind of the idea, right? It's like there's no starting point for philosophy, right, or science in terms of Parmenides. Right? It's focused on politics and ethics. And that's more what the philosophy is sort of focused on, getting to the truth. And whereas Heraclitus, he cares less about that, right? He's about sort of a relativistic philosophy where you sort of align yourself with nature, right? He doesn't care about society and what society believes, right? Whereas Parmenides, he was responsible for creating the laws, for his state, right? Whereas Heraclitus, he sort of like rejected society, like, went to nature. So we're looking at the battle between nature and time, right? Between being and becoming, right? As I said, right, essence and existence, right, and how they sort of battle it out in ancient times, right, and how one of them is a starting point for Plato's philosophy and all the subsequent thought, right? As I said, it would merge with the Bible, right, and all that stuff, and all these thinkers that we're talking about that developed the Christian Kabbalah, right? They were students of thinkers like Maimonides who combined, right, Jewish and Greek philosophy, right? So we're trying to put in the most simplest terms possible the matrix of enslavement that exists in our modern world, right, with technology and science, right, sort of condense how they formed this system of universalism, which led to techno-liberalism, right? Universalism, aka liberalism, led to techno-liberalism, right, where the liberal psychology is a psychological effect that's imposed by the technological state, right? So this is what I mean by techno-liberalism, if I were to summarize it in one sentence, right? The term itself, right? Right? It's that the liberal psychology is a secondary effect of the imposed technological environment. So that is part of the struggle, right? And part of it is this idea about whether man can control nature or whether man is beyond nature, right? Whether God is beyond nature, right? And how technology is used to either recreate nature or either God created nature as technology or so on and so forth, right? So there's all of these hidden questions and hidden answers within the various propositions themselves, right? Okay, as you will see, right? You could go to different religions and philosophies and pose these questions, right? Did nature create God? Did man create nature? Can he recreate it? Right? Did he create the concept in his mind? Right? Can man get rid of concepts in his mind and look at nature for what it is? Free his mind of conceptual framing. Right? Is this all possible? Right? Or are certain ideas from our mind always going to impose on nature something that is beyond nature? Right? These are all questions, or just questions. Right?
Yeah. The Zen Buddhists call viewing nature without conception suchness, and I think the Tawhid of Islam is beyond nature, and I think in Christianity the Father is beyond nature, but the Son came within nature. You know what I mean? Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of differences in this manner. There's so many different ways you can approach it. And they have like a pathatic mysticism that approach it in a kind of denial of nature. Schopenhauer was all about denial of the will, which he associated with nature, the vital impulse of nature, the will to live. See what I mean? So, yeah, that's a big question. Yeah, it is a big question. There's no resolution. It's always open to debate. And so, sorry for interrupting. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that.
No, it's fine. No, please feel free to chime in at any point. But yeah, we're kind of dealing with these sort of bigger questions, right? And the way we sort of answer them is we look at history, right? But we also have to look at alternative history. We can't just look at what the experts have said, right? And you have to compare across different experts and different expertise, as it were, right? You got to look at anthropology, sociology, right? Biology, right? All of these different, evolutionary psychology, right? You got to do interdisciplinary research, right? To just look at history itself, right? You could also look at, the philosophical framing of events, right? In that, you have to focus on fringe science, right? You can't just focus on philosophy on its own terms, right? You have to apply philosophy to those problems, you know, on the outer edges of the scientific worldview, right? So you can't just, you know, willy nilly just, you know, do philosophy, right? Just for the fuck of it, right? There has to be a purpose for it, right? There has to be an ethical and moral basis for why you're philosophizing. And then finally, theology. You can't look at theology on its own terms. It's been infiltrated by the occult. You have to look at the occult history and the history of secret societies and how they've infiltrated the religions of the world and all this type of stuff. So you have
And
to,
science.
yeah. So you have to look at a multifaceted view of history, theology, philosophy, and that is
Yeah.
kind of how we, you know, bring the you know, ideas here.
Isn't that the fancy word is interdisciplinary? You have to have an interdisciplinary.
Exactly, my friend. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, I feel like there's another question one can ask is whether or not does nature include contradictions? You know, that's a difficult one too. You know, like I don't know, like like Julius Benson and some other thinkers argue nature includes contradictions. You know, so I don't know about that. But I'm just saying that's another question that's relevant to what you're talking about.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you know, I saw an organization once and they said you know, we promote fringe I mean not fringe, it said it said we promote adult learning. Right. So people were like, so they were explaining what this concept of adult learning is, right? And they're like, we think like after you're done with grade school, like you should keep learning. And I was like, that's brilliant. And they're like, yeah, you know, we collect books, you know, we think like, you know, like all adults should be engaged in like interdisciplinary research and like learn new things and like read books that are not in their field and, you know, and figure out what the fuck's going on. Right. I'm like, wow, that is actually powerful. But it's just the way they said it. Like, we promote adult educate. Like, oh, yes, you know, you're not done learning when you're a kid. You just keep learning when you're a motherfucking adult. Ain't that about, you know, some real shit, right?
And I think the first step to
Especially when
learning
knowledge is infinite.
knowledge
Right.
is yeah, I guess the shoreline problem, like how you can keep zooming into a shoreline, but you can do that like infinitely. Like maybe the border between the shore and the water is not exact. You know, it lacks complete exactitude. But you know, like it's called shoreline problem.
Uncertainty principle, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's connected to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Mandelbrot came up with it, I think. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think the first step to learning is to make people realize the questions you're asking are important. You know, primary education doesn't do that. Like primary education is just indoctrination. Like like they just want to make you a good drone, but they don't like try to engender you with a sense that certain questions are important, or like try to make you interested in asking questions. Like the first step to learning is asking questions, inquiring, and taking such questions seriously.
All right. Well, if you guys caught the show yesterday, you know, we're on Heraclitus and moving to Parmenides. And, you know, I got a bunch of, you know, stuff from the 2nd century that I want to look at with you guys. Right. Including an excerpt from an Elaine Pagel's book on Gnosticism. Right. So we'll try to figure out what's going on there. Right. And, you know, there's a bunch of different chapters from that Pearson and Berger book that I found really fascinating, comparing the Corpus Hermeticum to, you know, Judaism and also the Nag Hammadi Gnostic Library, excerpts from that, right? So past that chapter on Friedlander, on the Alexandrian Jews, there's lots of really interesting reflections in that book. And of course, in the medieval times, right, we're focusing on Maimonides and his sort of, how the rabbis didn't really like Maimonides, right? So I'm trying to figure out what the deal is, why his philosophy was considered heretical by the rabbis, right? So it's a great thing that we could look at in the medieval times, because his philosophy greatly influenced things like the Lurianic Kabbalah, right, which greatly influenced people like Shabbatai Zevi and the Messianic movements that were subsequently formed in Europe, right, which were the basis for futurism, millenarianism, transhumanism, right? This idea that we would have this future, where the kingdom of heaven would come to earth, right? So, the pseudo-eschatology of progress, as I've called it, it actually had a basis in religious fundamentalism, right? But why were those ideas formulated in Europe? Right? And why did the proponents of those ideas also support things like the scientific revolution? Oh my God. It's all very interesting, folks. It's a fascinating story. Right. Anyways, we'll be here way past midnight. And here's a song for you guys. And of course, I just laid out the basic structure of the show. Right now, this is very experimental, but it lets you know what kind of mood I'm in. Very festive mood.
Excellent.
Yeah, this is a song called 9mm. Watch my 9mm go bang. Wa-da-da-dang. Wa-da-da-da-da-dang. If you know the song, you know it. But yeah, this is a very experimental remix. So buckle your seatbelts, and I know a lot of people will just leave. That's cool.
Hold on to your butts.
Yeah, hold on to your butts, your butt sacks, and yeah, we'll be back. And I know a lot of people will just leave, but yeah, blessings.
He kept his sword. Decapitated many heads. Watch my 9mm go. Assassinate many souls. Yeah. Dig, dug, dinosaur bones from out the Diamond District. 93706, be the crime zone. Mixed chemical rap, channel full of history. Pirate ships, the microchips, seller the century. Murder mugs, material, slang experiment. Influenced by the fly shirt niggas who be getting it. Wop holders, bosses, who whack cats in the establishment for flossing. The great gospel is the oath. Take notes, we caking up, taking your post. Nautica boats, melodic approach. My product is dope. Shots of the boy, cops on the beat, walking with heat, kicking in your door, top of the morn, butt naked getaway, trigger spray, espionage, collage, my handguns, menage a trois. Y'all niggas get cuffed and start converting the lard. Speaking in swine, going out the whole 9 yards. Coward, you had power, now you tuck it in your penis. Cause clowns only wanna act hard when it's convenient. Get down to the sound of a genius and watch my 9mm go. And I ain't got nothing to prove. You fucking with who? Your food ain't nothing to chew. Now what it do? My new shit crushing your dudes. So bring your gang and watch my 9mm go. Watch my 9mm go. Watch my 9mm go.
Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
Watch my 9mm go.
Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
Watch my 9mm go.
French fry, fox, for freaks, fuck financially, I monkey dick. Fat holes down, who wanna dance with me? Abusive on the bitch for exclusive kicks. True shit, I'm a loose man, 9 to 5 round producing.
On the grind, line for line, it's wine juices.
Check my distillery, I keep the dimes boosting. My album selling just cause of the cover of it. We thuggin' whole budgets, drug money and luggage. I'm the street's answer. Songs I write, songs you bite. Only write the real nigga anthems. Get this nigga some money before he have a tantrum. I'm cold lamping, 88 mind state, new millennium upgrade. Kept the baby face, chair full of peach fuzz, Hebrew thug. I'm leaving with love, and niggas better leave me alone. An exit in blood, my goons will make you bleed for them stones, chump. Blown up mission, listen back if this is grown up business. Play your part, know your position. I'm back in the kitchen with hard white, cooking up all night. Watch my 9mm go. And I ain't got nothing to prove. You fucking with who? Your food ain't nothing to chew. Now what it do? My new shit crushing you too. So bring your gang and watch my 9mm go. Bang, bang, bang. 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 Watch my 9mm go.
Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
Weird. All right, yeah, let's move to Angie Hobbs. You know, and I pointed out something interesting to one of our friends, Twilight, son of Lilith. You know, I know, sometimes, some of us don't get along that well, right? But yeah, I appreciate, but I still greatly appreciate my friend. All right. Hopefully he comes on today. Here, hold on. Let me send him a link out here. But yeah, I was showing him this shit with this Angie Hobbs. Right. Let me show you guys this real quick. Right. If you go to this, thumbnail, right? Let me show you guys this thumbnail real quick, man. Because it can't be any more weird. Right, and then I'll explain to you guys some shit, right? Because when I look at the thumbnail, I'm like, wait, she's holding fire, and then her hair is fire. You know what I'm talking about, right? Because she's got red hair. You know what I mean, right? So check this shit out. Let me pull this up for you guys, right? This is the thumbnail for this video. Oh, we got Dominator out here too. Here, hold up. Yeah, blessings on me. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, so look how like her hair is fire, and then she's holding her hand out, and it looks like there's the flame, or there's a copper thing, you know? So it's like she's holding the fire, and it's like it's about Heraclitus and the divine fire. You know what I mean, right? So I'm like, hold up. Yeah, so I tell this to Twilight, right? And this is what this dude sends me back. He's like, yo, bro, I just wrote this shit and I'm not even playing with you. This is crazy. He goes, one, Kali's flaming hair, literal iconography. Kali is often depicted with wild, disheveled hair that sometimes appears to be a flame or radiating energy. This is because originally I put Kali as the thumbnail today, but then it got taken out because of the tit, right? You can't put female breasts on the thumbnail, right? So twice we got popped for this. I mean,
Oh, you
so
did it again?
yeah, but this time it was a side boob, so I was like, maybe it'll fly this
No,
time.
no
Yeah.
side boob.
Yeah, no side boob even.
Sad trombone.
So no Kali side boob, right? So it's crazy. So then yeah, but he wrote literally she's depicted with wild disheveled hair as if to have wild fiery energy. And then it says hair in occult symbology represents vital force, consciousness, and unrestrained prana, life energy. In telepstic gnosis, hair is a conduit for psychic current, the bridge between the mundane and higher worlds. Flame is her hair indicate flames in her hair indicate active transformative fire, the cosmic energy of destruction and creation. This isn't mere violence. This is psycho-spiritual purification, a burning away of ignorance, egoic attachments, and false matrices imposed by archontic influence. And he said the fire is planetary tantra energy, a sacrificial flame that consumes false hierarchies. And then he said Kali holding a flame. He said the flame in her hand is equally potent. Esoteric meaning, the flame is illumination, gnosis, and initiatory fire. She is touchbearer of dark gnosis, lighting the path through the shadow, revealing hidden truths. Telepstic reading, holding the flame represents active participation in self-transmutation. So that's wild, you know.
Yeah, it seems like this philosophy overdose channels knows what's up.
I know, right?
Like hint, hint.
I know, right? Like they put a very specific thumbnail there. So yeah. So
and the video crew too, whoever originally taped this, I don't think it was this channel. I think he probably copped it from somewhere else, so they probably knew too. They got the angles right. Holding her hand, she's holding her hand out. Like somebody knows.
Right. It's tripped out, but yeah. So is this thumbnail a reference to Heraclitus? I wonder. Yeah. Section on relativism where we were at, and we'll proceed from there.
Grips with it. Well, there are some themes that I think we can locate within the work. And one of these themes is relativism. We know that at least at one level, and I say that deliberately because we may see later on there are different levels to his thinking, but at least at one level, Heraclitus believes that our take on the cosmos is influenced by all sorts of relative perspectives. So, for instance, your geographical location is very important. He writes, the road up and down is one and the same. If you're at the bottom of the road, it's going to be the road up. If you're starting at the top, it's going to be the road down. But it is, of course, always the same road. Time is also hugely important, your position in time. One of Heraclitus's most famous quotes is, of course, you cannot step into the same river twice. We don't know if he actually said it in those words. That's what we get from a later quote in Plato. We do know that Heraclitus says, you step and you do not step into the same rivers.
So there is how they always start by making a statement about nature, right? And then making a statement about time, right? Now for, for Heraclitus, right, time or becoming is above nature. Right, nature is made of this substance which sort of transcends nature, right? Which is this creative fire, right? So this energetic substance, right, that sort of forms nature, right? Whereas in Parmenides, nature does not change; it is the eternal thing, right? It is the thing that's one, right? So you don't go beyond nature to some creative form. Right. So that's why I think Plato used Heraclitus more than Parmenides. Right. He critiques Parmenides in his, dialogue of the same name called Parmenides. Right.
I would say that you could make a case for them both being right, with Parmenides being correct in the sense that there is a part of nature that never changes, and that part is natural law, right? The principles which the logos has established for itself, and then through time and change within nature, the logos can test itself against its own principles and adherence to natural law, and that's what promotes real and beneficial spiritual evolution.
Yeah, that's why I think that Plato used Pythagoras, or this concept of natural law, to mediate between Parmenides and Heraclitus, right? So he said, well, there's three things that are going on, right? There's the sort of mind, right, or the nous that's sort of stirring all the things, right? And then there's the actual forms themselves, right, which is these natural laws, and then there's the world. So he said, well, there's three things, right? And this is why he was most likely used by the Gnostics and all these different thinkers, right, to explain how being and becoming are sort of two sides of the same coin. So that's something that was came to a different conclusion by the Zen Buddhists as well, right? We were sort of talking about that last time, how the Zen Buddhists sort of came to the same conclusion, that being and becoming, nature and time, are sort of the same thing, but they sort of used a different form of reasoning to get to that. They didn't use correspondence theory, but they used the eliminative ideas, similar to Parmenides, right? They used some ideas of that relations sort of cancel out differences and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a good video on Heraclitus I saw from Gadamer. You know about Gadamer, or not really? Gadamer.
No, I'm not too familiar with them, but
yeah, it's a very good video on Heraclitus. I can read you my notes. I took it a few years ago. Basically, I'll just read it quickly because it's short notes, So logos from Heraclitus. Logos isn't understood by most people. One-sided, taught the flux of all things. Evidence, actually, he taught that the paradox that the constantly different water flowing over the riverbed is one and the same river. Sleeping and waking, awakened to already be oneself, with oneself. Alive, one touches on death and sleep. Death and alive. The enigmatic separation between that which so enigmatically inseparable, waking and sleeping, sleeping and waking, life and death, death and life, inseparable unity. Behind the ever-changing aspects, there always, in the end, emerges a one, and the mystery of life as well, being awake, asleep, and being alive, and the extinguishing of the flame of life, mystery of the one and many. Oneness in the many, and many coming together in a single unity. So that's kind of like what Heraclitus is arguing. So, from my notes on Gadamer's video on Heraclitus, you think that's correct? Like what I read about Heraclitus.
Yes, and if you have this video, I'd like to, maybe we can review it here, right? This would be cool, right?
Yeah, I could. Yeah, just type Gadamer Heraclitus. You'll see it after this one, though, because maybe this one will cover it also. Something tells me it will cover it too.
Yeah, because we can also just look at this video. Gadamer Heraclitus, cool. Yeah, so we'll look at this one next. It says 51 minutes long, and guess what? By the same channel. This is a beast of a channel. Right? Philosophy overdose. These bastards. Right?
It's almost like the meme you have, or the philosopher meme.
Right. Yeah, let me put that up for people. This philosopher meme.
The best meme.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and it's pretty funny what Hyperborean said. He said, he said Elaine Pagels and Angie Hobbs, they look crazy because they studied philosophy. So he said, he said they all get that crazy look after they study philosophy. That shit was funny. I was like, damn, that's harsh.
The idea being that because the waters are always flowing in the river, because the banks of the river are always being eroded, the stones are being smoothed away and moved around, there's going to be slight changes in the course of the river over time. So is it the same river? What allows us to keep calling the Thames the Thames if it's always slightly different from day to day? We're going to be coming back to that question. But so time, enormously important. Also, your psychological state is very critical to how you appreciate the world. He says that sickness makes health seem sweet and good. Hunger, satiety, weariness, rest. You will appreciate your health and a good meal and a good sleep all the more if you were ill or hungry or tired beforehand. So these things, your position in space, your position in time, your psychological state, what species you belong to, all these things are going to be very critical, at least at one level, for how you appreciate the cosmos. Relativism is one key theme in Heraclitus. Another key theme is that of flux, the notion that at least at one level, at least at a surface level, everything is always flowing, changing, moving on. Another famous Heraclitus quote is, "Everything flows," pantarei in the Greek. Now, as the river paradox has already indicated, if you think that everything is flowing, then a relativist perspective on the world is going to stem naturally from that. Because if everything's always moving on, everything's always changing, your perspective on the cosmos.
That kind of sounds cool, doesn't it? Everything changes. Pantarei.
Yeah, but I think she was going to talk about, this is just my prediction. She'll say he's going to reconcile it with a underlying unity, because that's what Heraclitus does. But yeah, that's interesting. That's what he does. I think she will say that though. But there is this one philosopher that I knew about in the past. He did not reconcile the duality, the flowing. You know, he actually, Julius Sponson, he actually had a very paradoxical view on the flow. But that's a tangent. But yeah, I just wanted to. But yeah, Heraclitus will reconcile that flow with the underlying unity.
Yeah, and perhaps this has to do with her greater project, because she outlined and said that her greater project is to assume that Heraclitus is both referring to logos as speech and as the unifying principle, right? So it's like, so she's saying that she's using Heraclitus's definition of the logos, which is albeit a makeshift definition, to cover all the bases of philosophy, right? So
will always be slightly different. So we can see how the themes of relativism and the themes of flux connect up very closely. But flux poses a lot of problems. Firstly, what kind of flux does Heraclitus have in mind? Does he mean that everything is changing all the time? And if so, at what rate? Does he mean that everything is simply changing intermittently with periods of sort of stability in between? Or does he simply mean that everything is subject to change? Again, we're not told. We have to interpret that for ourselves. So that's one big question about flux. And our answer to that question will affect how we answer the next question, which is, what's the relation between this theory of flux and what we would call the issue of personal identity, and how identities are created and destroyed? And it's a really interesting question, because at one level, Heraclitus thinks that flux, that movement, creates identity. So that if the river wasn't moving, wasn't flowing, it wouldn't be a river. It would be a sort of immensely long lake with access to the sea at one end, I suppose. He has another paradox about a barley drink, and this is a drink that usually.
That seems to be a difference that it has with the Zen philosophy, right? Is that instead of flux getting rid of this notion of the self, it sort of strengthens it. Right? So she's saying that flux creates identity, and the nature of the flux, or the nature of change that a thing sort of persists within, right, is sort of definitive of its character, right? And that summation by Heraclitus, sort of means that self is defined by change instead of, taken apart by it, right, so to speak, right? So I retract my former statement in saying that it's similar to the Zen philosophy, right? He does believe in flux, but he also believes in the self, right? So it's interesting.
It has barley in it, of course, but also usually eggs. And to stop it from curdling, the cook had to keep stirring it on the stove, on the fire. And again, this notion that the drink is only created through constant movement. If you stop the movement, it will separate into its different parts. So, in a sense,
like he's kind of like, is he talking about the drink that they made at the Eleusinian Mysteries? Right? It's kind of like, they have to like create the kaikion, right? And it's kind of like this brew, right? So it's kind of weird. Yeah?
Flux, change, movement create identity. But also, we can say, well, yes, but beyond a certain level, change is also going to destroy identity. There's going to be.
By the way, that's not even an inaccurate statement, because where he was at, they actually celebrated the mysteries, right? And he was living in the temple of Diana. The temple of Artemis, right? So,
No, not far stretched at all.
Yeah. So let me actually pull some of this up. Oh yeah, I forgot. We got the Gadamer too. So yeah, let's pull up Gadamer, see what he's got to say. Because Avian's cued us in on this. So we'll work our way through this one. This will be fun. We'll get more resources on Heraclitus here.
Über Heraklit zu sprechen, ist für jeden nachdenklichen Menschen, nicht nur für einen Professor der Philosophie, ein außerordentlich fesselndes Thema. Zwar das Buch des Heraklit ist uns nur in Bruchstücken bekannt, aber Heraklit war schon im Altertum einer der berühmtesten Autoren griechischer Zunge. Er hieß der Dunkle, denn seine Sätze waren von epigrammatischer Kürze. Sie hatten eine sehr seltsame, abgebrochene und doch auch wieder suggestive Tonart.
If you're joining us now, we're looking at a resource of the philosopher Gadamer talking about Heraclitus, who is a pre-Socratic thinker, right? Sort of a mystic and a sage that was referenced by Plato, right? And Aristotle and some of the thinkers, in ancient Greece, right? And yeah, he formulated this concept that the logos steers all things, right? And if you'll read the prologue of John, it says that logos was there with God, right? And he used it to create the world, right? And the translation of the logos that you'll see, right, within the King James version of the Bible, it's called the Word, right, with a capital W, right? Just as in our translation of the book that we're reading on Heraclitus, the notion of the logos is translated as the Word, which is very strange for them to put that, because it's an ancient Greek text. So they're now referencing a concept that was transformed through the King James version and then applying it to a pre-Socratic philosopher, right, within a translation, right? So I wonder why Daniel Graham did that. It is fascinating, right? But the notion of the logos, they weren't really sure what Heraclitus meant by it, yet it's one of the central themes of his philosophy, and we've heard other thinkers of the time, like Aristotle, say that he wasn't really sure what, Heraclitus meant by it either. So we're investigating some of the top thinkers, Angie Hobbs and Gadamer, and thinking and seeing how they reflected on Heraclitus' words, which we've read various renditions of his words, right, in two different translations now, right?
So kam es, dass auch im Altertum schon, vor allem Plato, sich auf Heraklit bezogen hat.
Okay, so he's backing up my statement I just made that Heraclitus was indeed referenced by Plato, right?
Und das insbesondere in der neueren deutschen.
Right. He was also mentioned by Nietzsche. Right?
Kulturentwicklung mit Hegel, mit Nietzsche und mit Heidegger. 3 große Denker in Heraklit, in gewissem Sinne ein wahres Ideal spekulativen Tiefsinns gesehen haben. Von Hegel ist der Satz überliefert: Es gibt keinen Satz bei Heraklit, den ich nicht hätte in meine philosophische Logik aufnehmen können. Umso schwieriger aber wird es, wenn man sich nun in die überlieferten Texte selber vertiefen will, denn es sind alles nur Zitate.
So if we had to really conjecture why Heraclitus would be a central part of philosophy of somebody like Hegel, I mean, look no further than this whole notion that becoming, in terms of nature, right, that there's two sort of this paradox that exists within nature, right? One is the blind link, right, of the chain of necessity, right? And the whole notion of necessity itself, right? And the other is the notion of contingency or change, right? That these two have to go together, right? That there has to be a generating principle that does not change and nature which changes, right? As I explained in the introduction, right? So this fundamental idea between being and becoming, how things formulate and change into reflecting a part of their essential character, right? Revealing more and more of themselves, right? This is a central theme in both Heidegger and Hegel, right? This main concept that I just mentioned, that becoming is a reflection of the essences of things, right? Okay. So this is also part and parcel of the concept that Angie Hobbs just mentioned, right? That becoming is part of a thing defining itself, so on and so forth, right? The way it changes, right? Everything changes, but it's the way it changes that defines it, right?
Keinen zusammenhängenden Text, obwohl wir annehmen müssen, dass es sich um einen zusammenhängenden Text handelte und nicht etwa um Aphorismen, wie man noch etwa am Ende des 19. Jahrhunderts unter dem Einfluss von Nietzsche von Heraklit gedacht hat. Warum sind wir so sicher, dass es nicht einzelne Sentenzen waren, sondern ein zusammenhängender Text? Der Grund ist, wie oft im Leben der Geschichte, ein zufälliger. Aristoteles hat nämlich den ersten Satz dieses Buches wörtlich zitiert. Nicht gerade aus Gründen philosophischer Sympathie, oder gar Affinität zu dem eigenen Tiefsinn Heraklits, sondern vielmehr, weil die Interpunktion dieses ersten Satzes unklar war. Ich will den Satz einmal lesen. Es ist das Fragment 1 in der uns bekannten Sammlung der Vorsokratiker, die noch heute ebenso veraltet wie absolut in allen Händen ist. Das Zitat lautet: Tude logo tude ontos ai axynetoi ginontai anthropoi, kai prosten eacusai, kai accusantes to proton. Von diesem Logos, von diesem Rede, die wir hier haben, das immer ist, zeigen sich die Menschen unverständlich und ohne Verständnis, sowohl bevor sie es gehört haben, als auch nachdem sie es zum ersten Mal gehört haben. Die Frage, die sich Aristoteles stellte, war: Wohin gehört dies immer? Dieser Logos, der immer ist, oder dieser Logos, der immer ist, dem gegenüber zeigen sich die Menschen immer ohne Verständnis. Sie sehen, wie trivial mitunter das Leben der Überlieferung ist, weil dieser Satz so anfängt und sich auch weiter fortsetzt in den späteren Zitaten, wissen wir mit Sicherheit, dass es sich um einen zusammenhängenden Text handelt und nicht um eine Reihe von Kernsprüchen. Nun, die Einleitung ist ja schon seltsam. Natürlich war es im Griechischen üblich, da man bekanntlich keine Titelblätter hatte und keine Drucktechnik, sondern man im Allgemeinen ja doch von dem gesprochenen Wort aus, auch als Zuhörer eines Sprechers, oder indem man sich selber im Lesen eines Papyros den Text vorsprach. Das war ja die Form des antiken Lesens. Wir wissen von dem Bischof Ambrosius in Mailand, wie Augustinus ihn dafür bewundert hat, dass er ohne zu laut zu sprechen, zu lesen verstand.
Yeah, I think St. Augustine said it was St. Ambrose that was the reason that he converted, right? Like he quoted like Romans to him or something like that.
Ich musste das vorausschicken, um zu sagen, warum Aristoteles hier eine unbeantwortbare Frage gestellt hat. Wohin gehört dies Wort immer? Wenn man den Satz so liest, diesem Logos, der immer ist und für den sie immer ohne Verständnis bleiben. Wenn man das auf Griechisch hört, ontos ai axynetoi ginontai. Wohin der ai, also immer, gehört, hört man nicht mehr, wenn man hört. So sehr gehört es zu beidem. Ein ganz seltener Fall, wo man sagen kann, weil Aristoteles schon zu sehr ein Leser war und nicht mehr eigentlich ein Hörer, konnte er schon nach Interpunktion verlangen. Es dürfte vielleicht nicht allgemein bekannt sein, dass Interpunktion, Kommata und Punkte und all so etwas in der griechischen Überlieferung ursprünglich überhaupt nicht existierten. Das ist eine Lesehilfe für solche, die es nötig haben. Und für das lebendige Ohr eines griechischen Zuhörers war es nicht nötig, wenn der Lesende, der Sprechende, ein wirklich guter Sprecher war und verstand, was er sagte.
Okay, I could see that, right? Definitely in a lot of ancient translations, right? There's like zero punctuation if you just look at the way that the words are laid out, right?
No capital letters either.
Yeah, exactly, right.
For the beginning of sentences.
Yeah, and you could see that like in Chinese, in Greek, right? In Sanskrit, right, it's just big letters, right? Also in Arabic and Aramaic and stuff, you know, it's just big letters. So yeah.
Und also, so fängt dieses Buch an. Dieser Logos hier, die meisten Menschen verstehen ihn nicht. Und selbst wenn sie die Botschaft gehört haben, die in diesem Logos dargelegt wird, selbst dann bleiben sie immer wieder ohne Verständnis. Und so will ich sozusagen, so fährt der Text fort, versuchen, auseinanderzusetzen. Hokoion ego die goemai kataphysen die heireon hekaston kai fratson hokos echai. Indem ich erörtere nach seiner Natur ein jegliches zerlegend und erklärend, wie es sich damit verhält. Das verspricht nicht gerade tiefsinnige Sentenzen. Und so sollte man misstrauisch sein, ob dieser Satz wohl wirklich so unschuldig ist, wie er klingt. Denn das kann ja nun jeder zu jedem noch so trivialen Beginn einer Rede sagen. Ich will alles ganz genau sagen und auseinandersetzen, wie es sich verhält. Aber wenn nun etwa dieses Buch, das da folgt, diese Rede, die da kommt, etwas ganz anderes tut, als lauter einzelne Dinge voneinander zu unterscheiden und von ihnen zu sagen, wie es sich damit verhält. Wenn nun aber etwa in dem, was da folgt, im Gegenteil immer gesagt wird, was auch immer ihr da unterscheidet, das ist im Grunde alles eines, alles dasselbe, dann wirft man einen Blick auf den
Right. It's ultimately a paradoxical statement to say that not only does everything change, but that it's all one. Right? Changes from what into what then? Right? So the whole notion itself is paradoxical. So I think he's onto something deeper with that whole, you know, summation. Right? Of thought.
100%.
Yeah,
You know.
what I think it comes down to is the substance of what's changing. It just changes form. So everything in the material universe is just made up of subatomic particles that are working in conjunction with each other to form something. So this is what changes. It's just the essence of the universe becoming a new form of itself, but the building blocks are still there and they're still all the same.
Then the word everything wouldn't be a literal
Right.
It wouldn't be a literal what?
Well, if the building blocks stay the same, then not everything changes.
Right, like I said, the building blocks are there and they remain the same. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they ever change really, but what they're used for and what they're used to create is pretty much infinite in possibilities.
Yeah, so let's see if we could get something you know, popping here from some of his you know, things here. Now, obviously the term
Does mic
the
work?
word-
Mic check.
Yeah, blessings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Who is that?
How's that sound?
Unseen?
Does that sound good?
Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah.
No comment?
Can you hear us? Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah, maybe unseen.
I got some
can
new
hear-
equipment. I'm trying to see if it works.
Yeah, unseen. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Unseen, can you hear us? To put that on the
I can
screen.
hear them. I can't hear him. That's the weird thing. Maybe I gotta change some settings. I don't know.
That's strange.
Yeah, that's weird, damn it. So yeah, we're doing some technical difficulties here, figuring out what's going on. I'd say just go out and come back in. Go out and come back in.
Maybe that worked.
Wait, did you hear me?
No, I gotta go. All right, I'm gonna go figure this out. Sorry.
Yeah, go out and come back in. Yeah, do some
I
shit.
mean, the
like that.
audio sounds pretty clear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
but I
sounds
can't
clear,
hear
but you can't hear-
machine for whatever reason.
Yeah,
and I
that's
don't know if
fucking
it's because I joined from Cyber Caliphate and he's on his other, and I don't know. It's something weird.
Huh. I don't think that would change anything. It's it's the same StreamYard link.
Yeah, that shouldn't be
That
a
shouldn't
problem.
affect. Yeah, that shouldn't affect anything.
But
It's
who knows?
definitely his audio settings. But that is weird. I've never experienced that where I can't hear one person.
I've experienced that on Discord, but not StreamYard.
Yeah, so that's weird that that's happening. But yeah, so see, this is what happens. You know, it's crazy. They're trying to fuck with us. We'll see what happens. But yeah, so it says, so here's the thing. It says, of this word, words being forever, do men prove to be uncomprehending, both before they hear and once they have heard it. For although all things happen in according to this word, they are like the unexperienced, experiencing words and deeds, as I explain when I distinguish each thing according to its nature and show how it is. Other men are unaware of what they do when they are awake, just as they are forgetful of what they do when they are asleep. Okay, so I mean, yeah, I mean, Gadamer. So I deduce from that the logos is sort of, the thing that all things are according to, right? So I got from that it's a unifying general principle that shapes all things, right? And that most people are not aware of it, right? But Gadamer is saying that actually there's a paradox here, because although he says that he's going to distinguish each thing and how it is, it's also all one. So there's no distinguishing between it with anything else, right? Because it's all part of this energetic substance, right? Which is this living fire, pure azun, right? The creative fire, as we said, right?
Yeah. So
And,
the way
yeah.
I interpret that is, we all have the logos flowing through us. So
Right.
I interpret that as we all know natural law in our hearts, because we can just self-reflect and ask ourselves, do we want to get carjacked as we're going down the street? Do we want to have someone inflict harm on us? And most people are at a state where they realize that that's not beneficial to them.
Yeah,
But
I think
the problem,
sorry.
I just want to make one more quick point. Just the problem I think people have is realizing how their actions inflict harm on others, and how others, or inflicting harm on others, is just basically harming the self. And that's where the disconnect comes from. So inherently, we all know the logos, but we fail to see how others are connected in a part of that logos.
That's astute. Gadamer, I want to make this clear. He's saying that behind the ever-changing aspects, there always, in the end, emerges a one. You know, so basically, you know, his Heraclitus' answer, according to Gadamer, about the mystery of the one and many, is that oneness in the many and the many coming together in a single unity. So that's kind of like the ties into the logos also. I think so. So I think that's kind of like what Heraclitus is getting at. You know what I mean? Of course, Parmenides is very different. You know what I mean? Parmenides is very different. And some, there's actually saying that most philosophy is just a footnote to Plato and Aristotle. But sometimes I feel like most mysticism is either Parmenides or Heraclitus. Like a lot of it, like a lot of the esoteric stuff comes down
that's
either
true.
to either Heraclitus or Parmenides. It seems like that.
Yeah, so it's like all mysticism is a footnote to Heraclitus and Parmenides. So it's interesting, right? I definitely like that. Yeah, blessings to Unseen Warfare. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Hopefully he joins back up or figures out what's going on here. But yeah, let me move on here. It says it says that is why one must follow, right? That is the common, right? Although this word or this logos is common, right? The many live as if they had a private understanding. So we read this too, right? This is nothing but an explication of how the whole universe is organized. Right? Heraclitus says there is a single common world for those who are awake, but each sleeper retires into a private world. Right? It says many do not understand such things as they encounter, nor do they learn by their experience, but they think they do. They are at variance with that which they are in most continuous contact, the word, as it directs all things, and the things they encounter daily appear strange to them. Right, and oh shit, dude, I just skipped a bunch of it. My bad. Okay, here it is. Those seeking gold dig much earth and find little. If one does not hope for the unhoped for, one will not discover it, since it is undiscoverable and inaccessible. That's very, like, that sounds very Taoist. One doesn't hope for the unhoped for. Right? It's like find taste in that which has no flavor. Right? The five tastes, ruin the tongue. The five colors blind the eye. You know what I mean?
So it kind of sounds like caring for people who are apathetic in a sense. And it does come back to a sense of interconnectivity, because if there are people who are apathetic and they're in an extremely large number, those people are going to be easy to control. And if they're controlled by some tyrannical dictator, that could seriously influence your life if you're not one of those apathetic people in a negative way. So yeah, I would say, it's just saying help pick those people up and uplift them. It's kind of what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, hope for the unhoped for, like speak for those who don't have a voice, sort of thing. Yeah, Yeah, I see what you're saying. Right? And like one won't discover true joy unless they sort of empty themselves, right, and experience that. Yeah, totally. I get what you're saying. All right. Okay, let's see what else we got here. So I'm not gonna read where those are from. There's just too many. It's quick, fast stuff. I mean, But as I said earlier, they're from different fragments from different writings. Some from Plutarch. Right. It says some here are from Hippolytus. It says there's one from Proclus, one from Clement. Right. So you could tell how many different thinkers were sort of reflecting on these concepts, right? Okay, let's move on to some more of these fragments. I'll read a few more of these, right? And then we'll move on to the 2nd century. Right. And I'm sure that this already took, like, how long did this take? Over 2 hours. So I'm sure that that whole thing will take like 2.5 hours plus the music and all that stuff. So I'm pretty sure that that'll comprise the rest of the show will be, the 2nd century stuff, because I want to get into some of the Pearson and Berger, but also I have the book by Elaine Pagels. Right, so we got 2 sources that we're going to use on the 2nd century right now. Right, and of course, last time we had a very special reading of some of the fragments of Valentinus. Right, so we were able to look at those. I forget who all was here. We had, Hyperborean was here looking at him with us. So that was a special treat. For sure. And so let's check it out. Because obviously he's a very studious fellow as well. So actually he's the one who referenced this book. That's why we're reading it, right? So okay, so let's move on. It says, having heard without comprehension as they are like the deaf. This saying bears witness to them. Present they are absent. Right, so this goes with this sort of misanthropic view that most people don't really understand shit. And I said this view may have definitely influenced people like Nietzsche, people like Plato, right? In their views that the masses will never philosophize, right? And he says they do not know how to hear or speak. A stupid man gets excited at any news. Sounds like the panel verse, right? The most illustrious man knows and maintains illusions. How about that? Knows and maintains illusions.
I could see if you're projecting illusions of yourself onto others, so that way they don't see your shadow self, all your problems in life. That would be a productive way to maintain illusions.
It's like pearls before swine kind of thing. You just use illusions.
Right. Yeah, it says learning many things does not teach understanding. Else it would have taught Hesiod and Pythagoras, as well as Xenophanes and Hecataeus.
Oh.
Yeah, so there he is saying Pythagoras and Xenophanes, bunch of schmucks. They didn't know shit. The 2 top philosophers at the time, by the way. Right, one who taught Plato and the other who taught Parmenides, right? Supposedly. Anyways, it says 19. Fragment 11. The teacher of the multitude is Hesiod. Oh. They believe he has the greatest knowledge, who did not comprehend day and night, for they are one. So he's saying Hesiod, the big dummy. He didn't even understand day and night are one. But people think he's the greatest person who has knowledge of.
He's just clowning on everybody.
Yeah, he's clowning on the masses, the top thinkers. Right. Yeah, he says concerning unlucky days, whether one should recognize them or whether Heraclitus was right in criticizing Hesiod for considering some days good, some bad, because he was ignorant that the nature of every day as being one has been discussed elsewhere. Let me see who's saying this. Plutarch. Okay, so here's another fragment, and then we'll move to some music here. It says, what intelligence or understanding do they have? They follow popular bards and treat the crowd as their instructor, not realizing that the many are base while the few are noble. The many are base and the few are noble. All right. Yeah. Blessings to Ragamuffin Vision. Panelverse presents Daughter of Assassins, Denise. I appreciate you guys. Does anybody have any commentary before we play some music and then move to the 2nd century, as I stated earlier?
Yeah, I was gonna say the base sounds like the Masonic floor you see in the Ark with the pillars and Boaz, representing base consciousness. You know, basically people who don't know much about anything. And meanwhile, the noble people are the people who have ascended up the pillars of representing justice and strength.
Yeah, your audio got super low there. So
Yeah, I'm not sure why that happened.
A lot better. Yeah, a lot better. Yeah.
Did you hear what I said, or do I need to repeat?
Yeah, you were talking about Jacob and Boaz, and
yeah, just basically the checkerboard floor represents the base consciousness of people who don't know much, the masses, and then the pillars represent ascension, which would be the noble few. It's just some esoteric art symbolizing that.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, anybody else got anything? I will drop the thing in the chat here. And of course, it's interesting. I get a little bit of dualism from Heraclitus's thinking. Right? But I haven't seen much discussion on that. Right? But I think this logos has to sort of be beyond nature, sort of ontologically transcendent. Right? And I think that influenced the thoughts of Plato for sure. Right?
Well, I think it depends what you mean by nature, because I'm pretty sure when you break that word down etymologically for Egyptian, it comes down to basically just God in motion or God in action. So that sounds like the logos, or it sounds like a union between the logos and the material world. So it sounds like both in one for that definition.
Yeah, interesting. It's at the very least, it's like sort of dual aspect monism. I think it was exemplified by people like Spinoza, right? And they try to combine Aristotelian logic with this notion that that like nature can have a sort of pantheistic relationship with God, right? And all these sort of things. It's fascinating, right? And also maintain the sort of Stoic framework. Obviously, Heraclitus influenced the Stoics. Right? It seemed like so. It's a great part of that. Okay, I'm gonna play a little song. Right, take a little break here. And yeah, we'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. Right, this is gonna be I had to remake this video, right? So hopefully we don't get popped for this one again. Right, but yeah, I changed it to like a Star Wars video, but it's like Star Trek, right? But this one they chopped it up nice, so it seemed like it won't get us popped. But the other video, it was like some movie scene that they had to remake. But I really like this song, right, called "Before Mecca," right, by Divine Styler. Right, and the beat is very special, honestly. It's like a little drum and bass song that's very heavy and stuff, right? But anyway, so we'll be out here 4 minutes from now. Blessings. I appreciate you guys.
Precipitation is the platinum reflection with the all seeing retina written out. Gamma tech before Mecca terms. I'm trying to describe and do the math for the fact to keep the peace in my mind. I used to rap dumb shot on the dumb and the blind about the food shell get in the definite signs. My pen it wasn't envisioning war. I used to seek the ill, thought to keep it with ill core. I had this speech and I was taught to reveal the source, liberate the I state, and show you the fort, the dual balance. For the natural electronics, the gin is in contempt, they wanna shake you when you solid. Come out your frame of emotion when you got them with the 4 rockers and the 5 times a lot of meditate, navigate the micro, the macro, metacosm phrase. Get real and climb before a mecha snake movers wanna shake my mind. I see the true look in a book of your kind. Your acts and your facts go down on the line. On earth, your episode got shoddy from acting the roles. New 97 times, it's lavish the gold. A product of being dipped in Patron, but not disinflating with knowledge. Embracing my soul before Mecca, taking my intellect to luxury control. Plus the setup, no Christ or Confucius, white hard and diamonds. Can set the net up to catch the jewels from these books of being the last writers and serving the backs. Chapter 6 is in the days when disciples was multiplied. Our evangelistic code script to describe. Black genetic pride kept the moving seed alive. AIG for 6,000 years the devil got his shine. 100 years out of slavery, this rap game is mine. Exercise, visualize, enterprise. Precipitation is the platinum reflection with the all-seeing retina written out. Gamma tech, gamma ray. Never catch feelings for the job. Involve the movement with the order and evolve. Never attach or revolve before Mecca. I was studying the enemy sector, seeing the scepter, setting up the Babylon director. Forever my rawness is the ill black calculus. Encrypt God code on my DNA figure. And about this Caligula, New Rome drama side. The first flash of math will defy the supreme. Nova King locked down on the 21st century. Be drill a revelation inside your psychology. No Illuminati could kill the Asiatic body. Hot catch with before Mecca turnstile levels was a wrong. But for now, allow form and involuntary organized sorors. Set the alarm, I said it before. Satan dynasty killer. Powers of governments can't cover this. Perfect the phrase, pull back. Be back the functions to let the race up and avoid the abduction. Know the plus lesson, addressing the force of the cross. Brothers were hanging heads of Jesus from the neck, divorce. I'll get blast with no ledger foundation to rap. Or with the force guard head, and you're still subject. They got the nerve to feel free. How you see, bring the board force with the gradient vector. The ill thrill kill moves about the intellector. Invincible I am, civilize the man. New molecules of dual covert atomic plan. Time is a way in the presence of war with the one self. I'll be real, I'll face the triple line, 3 veils and 3 steals. Before Mecca, there was a base level range of understanding. After Mecca, my new circumference run is oneness. 97 made Hajj, retrieve my sword, slaying the hordes around boards and revealing the cause. Revealing the cause.
All right, testing unseen warfare. What's going on? Oh shit, still nothing. Well, that sucks.
Yes, it does.
But yeah, man.
Yo, I hate to be doing this right now. So, Reddington, you can hear me, correct?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, but
Oh, he can't even hear me now. This is
no, I can
messed
No,
hear
he
him.
up,
can hear
dude.
you.
What is going on?
I think we can all hear you. It's just, well,
That
there he
is
goes.
strange, man. They are blocking me from talking to unseen warfare
Nasad
specifically.
is getting at
Specifically.
his
Yeah, they're like, your
shin
one
bet.
friend, who's here to defend Christianity. No, they want to push extremism. It's crazy, man. They want me to become an extremist by blocking my Christian friend. This is a Mossad shit, bro.
That is definitely up their alley. Yep.
See what I mean? I'm trying to spark up the hatred out here. So yeah, so made in Empire's image. It's talking about cannibalism. All right. Let's just move on here. Yeah, so let me go to Paul of Tarsus. Y'all know about him? And we were looking at this earlier, me and Unseen Warfare. Right, we were sort of looking at Corinthians 14:14 and how, interestingly enough, there's a condemnation of, sort of various forms of catalyzing spiritual worship, as it were, right? So there's a sort of discussion about this sort of Pentecostalism, right? Which is like when the Holy Spirit descends upon you and you start speaking in tongues, right? So the sort of Apostle Paul talks about this, and there's groups of Christians, right, that follow Montanus, right? The Montanists, right? And I think Tertullian fell into a Montanist heresy, right? So there's like a huge influence of Montanism, as well. So that is a very strange glitch to have happen. Honestly, what kind of a glitch is that? That one person cannot hear you, but it has happened a couple times on my panel, at least. Right, so
Some kind of sorcery.
some kind of weird sorcery.
A lot of times it's due to the mic. Sometimes the mic is set as an output on StreamYard. You have to click the toolbar and then go to settings and click audio. Make sure the mic is correct and the speaker is correct too, because sometimes the mic and speaker are changed on, and it's
right,
not,
yeah,
it doesn't correspond to your computer or something. Sometimes. Like, for example, if you have the speaker set to your mic, it's not going to play sound for other people.
But how would he be able to hear other people on panel then? And just not me?
He wasn't hearing Reddington at that time.
No, he could hear me.
Yeah, he heard him, but then not me. So that doesn't make sense why that would cause you to not hear just one person, right? So
Yeah.
that's what's really odd, right? Just seemed really odd, doing it. And this is not the first time this has happened. This happened several times. So to confound the mystery of it, it's like, okay, this is like a weird audio bug to, it's like, I don't know, man. Makes you think, like, Anyway, let's go to this. It says the prophet Joel had predicted, right? For Luke, this outpouring of dreams and visions proved that God's spirit was present to Jesus' followers. This, he says, is what the prophet Joel had predicted. In the last days it will be, God declares, that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. And your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. Right? Decades before Luke, his mentor, Paul of Tarsus, then unknown to Jesus' disciples, or known to them all too well as an enemy and a spy, suddenly claimed that Jesus had personally appeared to him in a blazing light and chosen him as a special representative. Henceforth, Paul, who had never met Jesus during his lifetime, called himself, quote, an apostle of Christ, unquote. Apostle meaning representative, from the Greek word apostolos, and claimed to rely on the Spirit's direct guidance through his life. Right? Paul wrote to Christians in Corinth that he had been caught up into paradise, quote unquote, but said what he had seen and heard there he could never tell, since these were, quote, things that no mortal is allowed to speak, unquote. So these are the mysteries, right? So this talks about two things, right? One is the idea of these mysteries, right? Okay, of the Spirit, right? And the second is the idea of the guidance of the Spirit, right? So this is about direct mentorship from God that supersedes sort of the authority of, you know, the discipleship, so to speak, right? So this is what sort of they were sort of drawing on, a lot of these heretics, so to speak, right? They wanted to exemplify this idea that the Holy Spirit could just come upon you and you could just basically go beyond the teachings of the disciples, right? And this is what many of them were sort of, you know, this was like their starting point, according to Irenaeus and others, right?
Yeah, I think that there's still priests who follow that way of thinking of channeling spirit or the spirit of God through them. But I think the question we got to ask ourselves is, what spirit are they channeling? Are they channeling the spirit of natural law, the God of natural law, or are they channeling the spirit that Heraclitus talks about, who's the father of war? Because I think if you look at the fruits of a religion like Christianity, I think it's pretty clear that they're not following natural law or the teachings of Jesus. They're following the path of war and division.
Yeah, we have somebody who'd like to disagree with that comment, but sadly he is barred from calling into the show somehow. So so we hopefully will fix that, amend that, and you'll have we'll have a spirited debate going on that topic, and right hopefully soon.
That was the guy who was just here, right?
Exactly. Yeah, the guy with the Christian avatar. Exactly. Right, of the monk, because he is a Christian monk indeed. So it'd be interesting to get his view on it.
Well, I think Christians who actually adhere to the teachings of Jesus Christ, they don't fit that criteria I was
absolutely
just describing.
Yeah. Oh, totally. I agree with you there. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Yep.
Yeah, but there's a verse in the Bible that talks about the useless shepherd, the one that runs away when the wolves come to the pack of sheep that they're trying to lead. to safety and salvation and freedom. I think when you look to a lot of these priests who are just so willing to throw around the term heretics who have existed throughout history, or who use fear as a weapon to control people, these are those useless shepherds. And I'm pretty sure that no one would disagree that the religion of Christianity, and not just Christianity, but many other religions, have had plenty of useless shepherds.
Yeah.
I mean, just think of all the, where were they distributing the COVID vaccines?
Yeah, we gotta like stay away from that topic in general because we'll get the whole show banned for medical misinfo or whatever. But yeah, but I hear what you're saying. We gotta say like jabby stabbies, right? Or
Yeah,
like
well, where
different
were
words.
the people getting their jab stabs?
Exactly right. So like, yeah. So we gotta like spin things in a way that's palatable for the
Right.
medium.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's crazy, but yeah. So yeah, I hear you totally. So yeah, it's like so let's move here. It says okay, I'll skip this one paragraph here. Right, and I'll move to here. It says this idea of charismata, or the power to heal or to exercise, to prophecy, and even to raise the dead. Right, so these are all gifts of the Spirit, right, according to the New Testament. Right, so he says even 100 years or so after Luke wrote these things, members of the new prophecy love to recall what Gospel of John says Jesus promised to his followers. Quote, the Holy Spirit will guide you into all truth, unquote, and enable you, quote, to do greater works than I do, unquote. Then, as now, many Christians believe that the author of the gospel also wrote the Revelation, which describes astonishing visions the author says he received, quote unquote, in the Spirit. That is in the ecstatic state. The author of Revelation, whose name was John, says that while imprisoned on the island of Patmos, quote, because of God's word and the witness to Jesus, unquote, he was, quote, caught up into heaven. You there with us, Reddington, or? Yo, Red. All right, I'll dunk him for now. Yeah, reach out to us if you're there in the back there, Reddington. Blessings. Sometimes I have to like communicate with, or maybe he's having trouble hearing me too. So we'll wait for Red to respond here.
I don't know. He sounded like he was asleep.
Yeah, sometimes he is, but he also has asthma, so sometimes
Oh.
he's just having difficulty breathing. But usually it's not, that difficult. Right? He seemed like he maybe passed out. Right? It's already like pretty kind of late, so I appreciate his time. I know he was busy also all day with like family and stuff, so so he's probably pooped out. So I appreciate his time, and I appreciate most of the people that are here. I know you guys have like a bunch of other places you could be, right? Especially on a night like this, and so on and so forth. So I greatly appreciate your time. Even my wife was here. She's busy with family, but even she messaged here. So I appreciate you guys that made it here. Huge thanks to you guys. Right. Obviously I'm not celebrating Christmas or anything, right? So yeah, so that's a no for me. But yeah, and if you talk to Unseen, they follow the old calendar, right? I believe it's the Julian and not the Gregorian, right? So he celebrates on the 5th of January or something like that. Right, so according to the old calendar, they don't even have the right day for Christmas. They're celebrating Saturnalia, or some other holiday, winter solstice. They don't even understand that the old Christians didn't even celebrate Christmas at this time. It's shocking, really, right? That they don't even understand that not only is it not the same date, but it's a totally different festival with totally different iconography that they're using, which is not Christian iconography at all, right? So go and figure that one out, right? Even though Irenaeus was writing these works on heresies and stuff, it still goes to show that people are so much affected with all these heresies, right? It's like, his work is not done, right? For sure, because it's like people are, so even with him, right? So, like even with the crazy people talking about heresies and, you got to cut these people out. It's the heresies that won. It seemed like, right? Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It seemed like.
I don't know if you know who Brother Sanchez is. You've ever seen him?
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with him. Yeah.
Yesterday he did a thing on Christmas, and he was basically saying that they've basically turned it from being a spiritual holiday into this holiday about getting and giving gifts. So he said that Santa was basically your higher self, and that Santa or your higher self has these reindeers out in these different planes of existence, and these reindeer is basically you. You now would be one of these reindeers, and all these 7 reindeers connect, or he said there were 7, to the higher self, who's actually experiencing multiple different experiences at once. So I thought it was very interesting stuff, and it definitely would be more empowering to people than the materialist holiday Christmas we have now.
There's someone else impersonating me. Can you delete him? He's impersonating me. Okay.
Yeah, the guy Avian Buddha. Yeah, I'll delete that guy. Hold on. Live. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and hide this guy. Blessings to you. And yeah, it's only a click away for us to delete those accounts, and we deleted dozens of them. So the same guy, like, obviously, many people are with their family. Other people are trying to learn about, the 2nd century, right? So there's better ways for you to spend your time, right? So I'd implore you to actually consider these things, right? And, obviously, if you appreciate the show, if you're somebody who actually appreciates the content that we produce here, you're just trying to distract people, right? And it's not a big distraction. It's literally just a click away, as I said, right, to get rid of you guys, right? So, honestly, it's not impressive, right? And we do a show where we talk about all the different shows. So if one of those literal no talent, because there's no shows out here that actually accomplish, the same weight of material, and like I haven't seen it around, right? So the thing is that yeah, it's just sad, right? If one of these other no talent, shows that basically promote garbage and react to content because they have nothing to do, right? They have no content of their own. Like they could never talk about their beliefs or opinions for upwards of an hour because they know nothing. They have no opinions other than what the system tells them to believe, right? So this is the thing, is like we've measured our responses to these people by percentages of how much they support or don't support the system. And that is how we've choose to deal with each of these people, right? So if you want to send people into the show and play these little games, it's pointless, right? And whether we continue these discussions through this medium or through private conversations, they will be quite the same discussions, right? So, whether they're in their Discord or here online, it's pretty much the same discussion, pretty much the same types of material, right? So you can't prevent us from talking about these things if that's your aim. So I implore you to consider these things, right? And I'll continue here. So there's my little speech for whoever this coward is, right? Yeah, assalamu alaikum. Yeah, blessings. Wa alaikum assalam. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Yeah, Jahealing. Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, Nico Pluto. Yeah, thank you. God Dancer and Prancer on standby. Exactly. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Yeah, exactly. This is the ritual to walk in between the raindrops and wander all the umbrellas. And wonder all the umbrellas. That's beautiful, Nico. Yeah, skip to my loot. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. All right. Yeah, let's move forward. Says the author of Revelation, whose name was John, says that he was in prison on the island of Patmos because of God's word and the witness to Jesus, was caught up into heaven and held the Lord enthroned in the glory above a heavenly seat. Okay, so John the apostle, you have Paul the apostle, right? What makes them apostles, right, is that in an untimely fashion, they met Jesus through the Spirit, right? And they were both said they were caught up in heaven, right? In this revelatory event, right? Okay, and they said they saw the Lord enthroned in glory above a heavenly sea, glittering like crystal, and heard angels intoning the secrets of what is to come, quote unquote. Yeah, sometimes if I go to sleep, I'll see this palace. It's only when I'm really on point. Right, I'll go to sleep and I'll see this huge palace, and the architecture of this place is literally impossible. It's like crystals and marbles and shit. But there's nobody in it. And I'm constantly thinking, I'm like, dude, who the fuck lives here? Like, this is some kind of place. It's
like Superman's fortress.
Yeah, it's like one day you'll meet the host. it's like some shit. Dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've never really had those visions of some sort of palace or kingdom. I guess I just sort of envisioned like this endless possibility for potential.
Interesting. Yeah, this is crazy shit. This is way better than reacting to some videos, in my opinion. This shit is wild.
Yeah, well, for most people, you have to actually put effort into learning, and you have to devote time, which is not what something like TikToks or shorts rewards.
Right. Right. Or getting two people to have a fake argument with each other so that somebody will donate you $5 or some stupid shit, right, to vote for one of the people. It's so stupid. That's the level that some of this shit is on. Right? Like, pay $1 to vote for some idiot who's having a fake conflict with somebody else. Right? It's like, all right.
Yeah, and they've basically they've got that up to the highest level. You know, that's how elections are basically decided.
Yeah. Like, meanwhile, there's motherfuckers dreaming of palaces and shit that are made of crystals and shit. And they're wondering, like, who the fuck lives in this palace? You know, like, this is what John is saying. He's seeing, like, heavenly sea glittering like a crystal, and he's seeing the throne of God. And yeah, and also he says, intoning the secrets of what is to come. What is to come. Right? So this whole this is a revelatory experience. Right? But it says here, unlike Paul, however, John did write down what he said he saw and heard in heaven. This is why his book is called Revelation. Without visions and revelation, then the Christian movement would not have begun. But who can tell the Holy Spirit when to stop? Or as Irenaeus' contemporaries might have said, who can say whether the Holy Spirit has stopped? And when so many people, some of them rivals and even antagonists, all claim to be divinely inspired, who knows who has the Spirit and who does not? These questions concerned Irenaeus.
Well, I think one good way to judge that is just look to someone like Jesus. I think that he pretty much had that spirit in him, and you could tell from the principles he was talking about and the actions that he did take in his life. There's one quote from Jesus that I think really tells you who the Christ-like figures are and who the Antichrist figures are. And he basically says, I am the good shepherd who will die for his sheep. I'm not like these other people who are asking their sheep to go out and die for them. And I think that's probably the highest criteria to determine which of these apostles have the Spirit of God in them or not. You know, like, are they actually willing to go out there and lay their life down for others the way Jesus did? Or are they just going to sit back, you know, someone like Nimrod, and go order all these soldiers to go out and die for him and kill?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, give me 1 second here, guys.
Yeah, there's someone in the chat who's like asking about principles. And yes, that's pretty much all Jesus was talking about and living by. He came to embody God's principles and set the standard. That's what he means by saying, I am the way, the truth, and the life. His life is the example for us, or that has set the way for us to live in alignment with God's truth. And we can either accept the example he set or look to other people who set a similar example, or reject that way. So yeah, it's all about principles when it comes to Jesus and when it comes to natural law in general. Natural law is just basically the principles that God set for itself.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I appreciate you, Neutral Ground. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. And yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. The boundaries that God set for himself. Interesting. So yeah, so let's move here. That might be one of the first times I've heard it explained that way, right? So yeah, so that is a very unique, but it almost sounds like a lot like Heraclitus for sure. I know. So
Oh yeah, because it's an act of becoming.
exactly.
But you know, I think the question is, you know, what came first, the mind or the way? And I would think that the mind would have had to have set the way, and it did this through experience in determining that this way, which is just basically natural law or the principles that it's determined are the best, this is the best way that will maximize freedom for myself as an individual being. And I think that's what ultimately these principles come down to: maximizing freedom for all individual beings. And this was just discovered through self-reflection, which is what God is all about, you know, a state of becoming. But this reflection or this discovery made by God would have had to have happened way in the past, way before humans came along.
Yeah, interesting. So would you say God is becoming?
Absolutely. God is becoming right now in this moment through all of us, all 8 billion humans and all the other life forms on the planet, and then, you know, life beyond the planet. That's how God's becoming, through all things at once and throughout all time. And then by the end of it, if there even is an end, the cycle will complete. Basically, the self returning back to itself in the end.
Yeah, that is a fascinating viewpoint. And I do think that some of the Montanists saw things this way because sort of spirit is sort of this thing that courses through everything and it's sort of causing things to be in a state of becoming. And in that way, they were sort of, you know, responding to Heraclitus in a way, you know, and that's why I think, our friend Avian said that although all of philosophy is sort of a footnote to Plato, all of the mysticism is sort of a footnote to Parmenides versus Heraclitus in this notion of being versus becoming, right? The extra potent realization, right? So we're reading Pagels here in the book Beyond Belief, page 89. Right, and I think she says some pretty interesting ideas here that she lays down, right? Sort of contrasting several different notions, and one is the notion of the spirit, right? And the other is this notion of the logos, right? So let's check this out. She says, and when so many people, some of whom rivals were, or even antagonists, all claim to be divinely inspired, who knows who has the spirit and who does not? These questions concern Irenaeus and concern many Christians today. Some ask how, as many did then, whether people living after the time of the apostles still receive direct revelation. A growing number of charismatic Christians today believe that they do. And some, like Irenaeus, believe that the Spirit may say different things to different people, like those who call themselves Pentecostalists. For example, identify with the apostles Luke describes in the New Testament Acts of the Apostles, Luke tells how the apostles at the Feast of Pentecost experienced God's Spirit streaming down upon them like tongues of fire and filling them with power. Those early Christians who joined the new prophecy no doubt agreed. One anonymous member of the movement objected to, quote, those who want to restrict the power of the one Spirit to seasons and times, unquote. And declared that, on the contrary, quote, we recognize and honor not only new prophecies, but new visions as well, unquote. Well, that's a bold declaration. It says, yet the opponents, including Gaius, Gaius, in Rome, argued that genuine visions and revelations had ended with the close of the apostolic age. Gaius urged his fellow believers to reject any revelation received after that time. From the visions in the revelation to those of the new prophets, for Gaius argued, since, quote, the number of prophets and apostles is now complete, unquote. No one who lived in the new apostolic age could receive revelation directly from Jesus himself. Okay, so let's look this guy up. Blessings.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm sorry, dude. Like,
No, it's all
you know
good.
what's
No, don't worry.
crazy? The whole time, like, I thought, like, oh, like, I can't hear him. I had a Bluetooth headphone
Oh,
connected
shit.
and, like, just sitting over to the side somewhere. That was the issue.
Huh.
Mm.
Wait, what is
Yeah,
this
dude.
shit?
I'm stupid, bro. You don't even know.
Okay, so I can't find this guy.
So what are you looking at right now, man?
But there's a figure in the Bible named Gaius, too. Gaius is a Christian name in the New Testament associated with Paul's travels and churches. So maybe she's talking about this figure that's mentioned by Paul.
I recognize the name.
Gaius.
Now, wasn't this his teacher in some way?
The teacher of Luke?
Oh, is that who Gaius was? Let's look it up. I got it. Oh, look up Gaius.
So it says, as for Luke's story of the day of Pentecost, those who agreed with Gaius could point out that in the same opening scene in Acts, Jesus' disciple communed directly with the risen Christ for only 40 days. Luke says that after 40 days, quote, as they were looking on, he was lifted up and a cloud took him out of their sight, unquote. Forever ending direct communication between the risen Jesus and his disciples.
In a physical form, right? Like in that way. And then still there's communication there in some way, I would say. You know what I mean? Like in a spiritual sense. Through communion. And in a physical sense, I guess.
Yeah. So she then says Irenaeus himself tried to forge a middle ground. Unlike Gaius, he refused to draw a sharp line between the apostolic age and the present. After all, he himself had received revelation, for example, on the day of Polycarp's death. He had heard, too, that Polycarp, while hiding from the police,
the police
The
had,
people.
yeah, exactly, the B system, had dreamed that his pillow caught fire and prophesied that I am to be burnt alive, quote unquote.
Polycarp, right? Was to be burned alive, or did Gaius get burned alive too? Because I know Polycarp did.
It said that I believe that he received a revelation on the day of Polycarp's death,
Oh, I
and
see.
while he was hiding from the police, right? He dreamt this up, right?
Gaius did.
Yeah.
I see.
But he's saying that this is Polycarp's dream.
Okay. Which that happened.
Right,
There's
exactly.
the epistle of Polycarp.
He came back. Yeah, that guy who keeps impersonating me, he came back. That motherfucker. Who is he? Yeah.
So here's something interesting.
He made a different
is,
account. Yeah, it's just
with
a new
Polycarp.
account he made.
How old was Polycarp? He's like 90 years old during that.
Yeah.
The story goes that he was the direct disciple of St. John. Okay, who was the final apostle that lived, right? And he had a hilltop house overlooking the temple of Artemis, and he was like on the outskirts of town. This is according to holy tradition, in a cabin. Okay, St. John was. And Polycarp and the rest of the members of the church would go and meet St. John that lived on top of this hilltop house overlooking the old temple of Artemis. And if you remember, when Christ is being crucified, he says, mother, this is your son, and son, this is your mother. He gave St. John his mother to take care of. So the Theotokos actually stayed in this hilltop house until her death. That's just some
This is really
interesting
weird
context.
because is that the same temple of Artemis that Heraclitus retired to?
Well, there was two.
Literally in Ephesus. Yeah,
there was two temples of Artemis. So
yeah,
and
weird
St.
if it was
John
the same
experienced
one, right?
both of them. So the new temple of Artemis, he lived overlooking it on the outskirts of Rome. And then when Decian had sent him to Patmos, which was like an island for prisoners, kind of like that, like, you were banished or exiled. There was the old temple of Artemis, and the cave that he received revelation in was seated under the old temple of Artemis.
That's really strange, right? So this could have been where Heraclitus retired. It's very strange stuff, right? So
Yeah, one of the two, because there is two temples of Artemis. Yeah.
So we got two guys from Ephesus. As I said earlier, you got John of Ephesus, right, and Heraclitus, and they both talk about the logos. So it's kind of weird. Right? It's interesting, right? And I guess they're both connected to the Temple of Artemis too somehow. So it's kind of
I don't
strange.
know. I mean, think about this though. This is how I understand it, at least. So John, when he uses the term logos, why is he using the term, right? And it's like, our understanding of that is that he's speaking to the people in that region in the language they would understand. Do you dig? So when he uses the term logos, it had with Heraclitus. I know when you study this, it's like there's a big difference in the logos that Heraclitus.
Oh yeah, it's hugely different because
Right.
it's not
It's an
like
impersonal thing.
exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say. It seemed to be impersonal sort of energy, right? To borrow a term from Aristotle, right?
I don't know. I mean, I guess like if you were looking at it, you could say like maybe these are the same people, or like there's all these similarities. But I think when you look at the details, that argument's a little hard to make. I don't know. From my perspective, at least, I wouldn't make that argument.
Yeah, I think there's four different expressions of the logos personally. Right? I think there's a sense in which Heraclitus means it to be this sort of creative fire, or the p.110, as he calls it, right? Which is this thing that courses through everything, right? So his sort of logos is sort of pantheistic, right? Meanwhile, the logos of the sophists is sort of to describe how nothing actually has a definition to it, right? So they're saying, well, logos means that there's a lack of definition on things because words ascribe meanings to things, right? So they're saying that there's this general sense in which words define meaning, right? Instead of the other way around. Meaning doesn't define words. So they're sort of arguing against Parmenides, on the Pythagoreans, and saying like words sort of come from this ethereal realm, right? And then you have, Plato, who's saying logos is actually the rational part of the soul, right? Which then it's a totally different thing from the way John is describing it, which is, it's the person of Jesus, as I said, right? That exists alongside God from the beginning of creation. So
he's the reason that we have order, symmetry, proportion, and the adaptation of one thing to another.
Right, because God creates the world through this character, right? So that's what it says.
Through the second person. Yeah, absolutely. That is the that's John's understanding of it.
Right.
And which was revolutionary if we really look at that, because at that time,
right.
That idea had never, no one ever thought because there's something that Father Seraphim Rose says. It's like he had, studied all these traditions, and then he comes to Christianity and he thought he was just having another tradition. He was like, no, in this, I'm having a personal relationship where the logos is a person, right? It becomes somebody you can meet, right? Rather than just a concept to understand. So it goes out of the realm of ideas. It's no longer in that realm.
Yeah, I was listening to this teaching by the Navajo dude today, Wally, and he was saying how humanity was gifted a sacred language from this race of holy beings, and I don't know exactly what this language was, but I'm going to assume it probably had something to do with ESP or telepathy. But basically, humanity misused this language, and so the holy people, they had to take it away from us. And eventually, because we kept asking them to give us back the language, they said, okay, we'll give it back to you, but we're only going to give you 12 words. And the speaker went on to say that no one really knows what these words are, and that when humanity forgets these words, we will be in the end times. When humanity forgets these words completely, that is. So I assume he's probably talking about the heart, how these words probably rest on your heart. That's how I interpreted it. Kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier about how the will flows through all people, or natural law flows through all people, but people kind of tune themselves out to it and forget it. So I think from their perspective, it seems like the word would be the precede meaning. From the Navajo perspective, that is. Are you familiar with that guy, traditional Navajo teachings?
No, I'm not familiar with that guy.
Yeah, he's got quite a few subscribers. Yeah, he's definitely worth looking into. He's just a traditional speaker tasked with upholding his people's knowledge.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah, traditional Navajo teacher.
Yeah,
hey, Machine, we're about to be doing some work, dude. I finally got my computer I said I was going to get. I got a MacBook Pro. It's on, dude.
Nice.
Oh,
Cool.
They're done, dude. It's about to be professional. Just an ether to world orthodoxy. It's over, bro.
Nice.
Nice. Buried. Yeah, insane. Yeah, that's what's up, man. I can't
Fire.
wait.
Me too, man. Stoked.
Yeah, we got a killer review coming up of Andrew Wilson versus the transhumanist. After this, I know Unseen is part of a very small portion of that, but it does go on for like, there's a 3-hour video, then a 2-hour video, then a 4-hour video. So how much is that in all? That would be
Like
9
7
hours.
hours?
Yeah,
Oh.
9 hours. Yeah, there's 9 hours of review. So
Oh, you did that? I know that I know
I
it was
did.
like around like maybe an hour or 2 hours with that. It was interesting
Yeah.
stuff,
Yeah, I reviewed the entire tape. It was painstaking. It was horrible debate.
I vaguely remember being there for a little bit of it.
Well, I think that you were right that the conclusion that Andrew Wilson doesn't see an issue with technological progress. Like he's for it, and all that entails, which is a very strange take. Because you would expect an Orthodox Christian to talk about moderation at least.
Right. Or just like all that stuff that like what's their critique of modernity in general? Right? It can't just be a critique against liberalism. Right? That's
There's one.
too simplistic.
Well, you
right?
seen what Father Seraphim Rose said. He said that this was a part of the Antichrist structure that would lead to, a one world system of control where mankind's enslaved. Like he's saying it's a key component of it, and it's almost like, why aren't they when it benefits them, they're willing to, sort of quote these people and venerate them as these great holy people. But when you actually get down to the nitty gritty of what those people said, their ideology doesn't align whatsoever. But I think that's just because they like to pretend they're reading these people, like it's just
Well, I think when it comes to Andrew Wilson, I heard him say something that pretty much summed up his entire ideology and his stance on everything. He basically said that you have the right to do what the man with the gun tells you to do, basically implying that coercion is right and might is right, and that whoever has the monopoly on violence is just naturally the person in charge of everyone. And I think this is completely antithetical to everything that Jesus Christ talked about and everything that he wanted his followers to be.
Absolutely.
So
it's
when
like
Andrew Wilson says things like that, he's just basically saying, I'm willing to accept anything that my masters give to me.
Well, that's exactly the situation he's in now, and that's what's happening in his church. As long as the man has the title and he wears the robe and claims he's the patriarch, therefore you submit. And this is a subject I try to cover a lot. It's called Sergianism, because what Metropolitan Sergius did was he gave the church over to the Soviets and basically said, okay, it's fine for the Soviets to use the church to further their means. Their joys and sorrows are our joys and sorrows. And that's antithetical to Christianity. It's when the state goes against the teachings of God and, is enslaving man, man doesn't need to submit to these people, in the eyes of God, in the eyes of the church. They sort of flip that on the head, where, the state and God become one in some sense. There's like, apotheosis of those two concepts, but it's all pretend. There is no God in that picture, because how could God truly support a totalitarian, despotic system like that?
Absolutely. And I would go as far to say that the state is God itself. because what the state is saying is that we human beings are God, and we're going to decide what's right and wrong for ourselves rather than follow what God has set for itself, what is right and wrong. It's basically a hubris of saying we know better than nature or better than the logos itself.
Right.
And then they go as far to coerce people into conforming with their laws. And then you got people like Andrew Wilson, who are supposed Christian, who's saying it's okay and this is the way
They
people should be
cloak
living.
themselves in a torn, cloak of traditional orthodoxy, and it's a masking yourself. That what is that called? I mean, that not the definition of antichrist? This is someone that appears to be Christ or appears to be the church, and isn't truly. It's directed towards some satanic agenda. At the root of it. There was a saint in Russia. There's a female saint. I can't remember her name right now, but she talked about the dead rat at the bottom of the barrel of honey. And on the surface, the honey tastes good and looks good, and everybody wanted it.
It's a great story. It's an excellent story.
Right. And she tells him, she says, no, don't eat you don't eat the honey. And everybody's like, shut up. Like, everybody loves this honey. We're making a killing off this honey. And she ends up, tipping the barrel over, and they all see and scream in fear. But communism's like that. Communism is the dead rat at the bottom of the barrel of honey. And that's what we're sort of seeing within orthodoxy today. And globalism is just communism in a new, suit.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem, I wonder if Marxists understand, because they're trying so hard to create a classless society. They don't seem to understand that the government is a class of people in and of itself, but they view the government as a tool to be used by the working class or the rich class, the capitalist class, and it's all about who controls the government. But the very fact that they exist implies that some people have more rights than others. And basically, we're putting these people as gods. And that's exactly what happened in communist
You think what
countries.
Lenin did, it's like, oh, we're overthrowing the bourgeois or whatever, this ruling class, and now we'll be the ruling class, and we'll do much better. But what did they really do? I mean, they starved millions,
Exactly.
and they sold out the people. They didn't care about those people whatsoever. It's a finely tuned rhetoric to sell this idea that you're getting a better system, but when in reality it's just something to take the resources. It's criminals, you know what I mean? It's like a criminal state.
I wanted to read you this from the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844. Check this out.
All right.
It says the positive overcoming of private property as appropriation of human life is thus the positive overcoming of all alienation and return of man from religion, family, state to his human, that is, social existence. So he's saying we have to free man from religion,
His oppressors,
family,
right?
and the state. Wow, dude. That's in Marx's own words.
And it's like they have their own religion that they supplant it with, and their own dogmas and their own theology associated with it. It supplants all other systems, and especially Christianity, because it's molded after Christianity. It's an anti-Christianity, That's all
To
the
me,
cattle
it seems like
saints
it's
call it.
molded after Hermeticism, or the principle of Hermeticism of transmuting lead
Right.
into gold, except they're trying to transmute capitalism into communism or some other form of socialism.
Yeah, that's true.
I would say that's just an inherent downgrade. But the problem ultimately with it is that it removes all spirituality and limits all of the existence to just the material.
Right.
That's really the biggest trap with Marxism, and they think it ultimately, all of life's problems are going to be solved by figuring out how we divide the resources amongst us. And this is just ridiculous. We don't need to self-reflect. We don't need to become a better version of ourselves as individuals.
Well,
All
that's
we
like
need
the
to do is give
Enlightenment.
ourselves to this collective, which is going to do it for us.
The Enlightenment's whole idea is to uproot everything of the past. So you delete all the wisdom that humanity had ever had down. And just because we're in the now, that means all the past, all those that have come before us, are just unintelligent, they're beasts, they're stupid. This is the mentality of these people. It's extremely prideful, and it does nothing but harm. And that's why, like, a system like communism didn't work, because it looks good on paper when you're trying to sell it, but the only people that benefit and the only people that came out on top are the Bolsheviks, or those that sold out the whole thing under the guise of this virtuous deed, but it's rooted in envy and hate and greed.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say ultimately all these ideologies of statism, which Marxism is a huge proponent of, is just based in egotism and the idea of other people's property should belong to me, or looking at other people who are more successful than you materially and wanting to take from them. This is the root of Marxism, I think.
Absolutely. Because he was basically homeless, but he thought he was this great genius, and that he had figured out everything through his economic studies, and all this hate he'd gathered up from the time of being, losing his kid, getting kicked out of a country, all these things that boiling point where he wanted to flip the world upside down. And it was rooted in like feeling like it's an egotistical thing where it's like, I deserve what the czar has, or you know what I mean? Like, it's that type of mentality. And there, it's like, what do you get when supposedly these people are overthrowing this terrible system that's enslaving people, but they do it through like stacking bodies to the sky? And then what kind of leaders do you have at that point? You have psychotic leaders that if anybody says anything wrong, well, we'll just what's another body?
Yeah, absolutely. Just people who value their own words over human life. That's who ended up taking control of these countries. I
And
saw
you know
a
why they
Marxist.
put Jews in place? I'm not to interrupt you. I'm sorry. They put Jews in place in Russia because the majority of Jews would say, "Well, these people treated my grandparents awful." So there was an innate hate. It's like a generational, like inheritance of hate that they justified themselves for killing, like 40 million Russians and Ukrainians and that's why they put Jewish people there, because it's like, these people hate the Russians. That's why I want them as, the Cheka. It's a trip.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. If you're not going to conform to the Union, then they'll just get rid of you, which is what they were all about, the Soviet Union.
Well, and then like the leftists nowadays, and they're taught this, in colleges. Like I had a roommate that had Lenin on his wall when I was living with him, and he was a smart guy, but like, he's kind of like worshiped Lenin, man. But that's how they're kind of taught in college. Like if you're not, a supporter of the Soviet Union, then something's wrong with you and you're ostracized or something. But and there's colleges all over the United States. They're being, trained in that way. But what they don't realize, the leftist doesn't realize, is the Soviets see them as political prostitutes. Like the moment that they've done their job, which is destabilization of a nation, they'll be lined up and shot. You know what I mean? That's Yuri Bezmenov, I think.
Yeah, that's probably a big reason why they're wanting to do that in this country, because America is pretty good at shooting people. Got to take away that ability from them, or us. But I was going to go on. I see many Marxists. You were talking about how you had that roommate who worshipped Lenin. I was seeing one Marxist unironically quote Mao Zedong about his philosophy and why materialistic duality is better than mechanical materialism. And I just thought, imagine unironically in the 21st century, and you aren't even living in China, following the words of Mao Zedong.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well be following Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy's words.
Well, that's that nihilism is the root of the revolution of the modern age, and you have people that have felt like so disenfranchised. It's like youth of the apocalypse, and they're like, whoever's the worst human in history, that's my hero, right? And it's like because they're considered winners in a materialistic sense, all right? Like the what's better than being worshipped as a god, as a man, and you're just killing people in droves if at the drop of a hat. That's like some masculine thing.
Yeah, but it's absolutely not a masculine thing. It's actually a childish thing, because all these people are trying to do is just control people who they don't understand or they don't want to understand. All they want is these people to conform to their will. So they're willing to go and stick out their red shirts or their brown shirts or their NKVD or whatever on them to just unleash violence. And, the world and many people have suffered because of it. But,
I think that the American people have been what America's gotten right, I think, is propaganda, to the point where you have a society that is totalitarian, but the people don't even realize it, in the sense that, we're comfortable with our things, with our materialistic things, and they keep you so focused on your everyday life, survival, your job, these things that you look around, and I mean, more people are waking up to the fact that, we're sort of debt slaves, and everything's directed towards, a small group of people behind the scenes, some form of shadow government that's controlling everything, and our vote doesn't count. Nothing really counts. But when a man gets in that position, what other option does he have besides fight or just be enslaved? And but with the Russians now, they're just sort of, with Dugin, they're paying off every political sect and little group that they can to divide the country. So they'll throw money to the neo-Nazis, or they'll throw money to this strange Scientology group or this group over here, and it's all to cause as much damage. So there's no, it's a divide game, us versus them. And everything. And you notice even in sports, like all of our sports are have a dialectic. It's this team versus this team. In our politics,
winners
it's left
and
versus
losers.
right. Everything is used in that way to mask truth. So let's say somebody on the right said something true. All you have to say is, well, he's a conservative, and then that's erased. It doesn't matter because, my political agenda doesn't align with this person, so truth no longer matters. That's where it's becoming, where it's strange.
Is Jack ironically quoting Mao Zedong?
Probably.
Yeah, I would say it looks like it's ironic, because he's referring to Mao as Mao the genius.
He's kind of a troll like that.
Well, I mean, that's something Nick Fuentes was recently saying. He kind of spit in the face of his followers that he's convinced that he supports, the guy in Germany, with the painter in Germany. He convinced them that he supported this guy, and then he flips and he says, well, really, I support Stalin, because he was the winner. And it's like, aren't you supposed to be a Catholic, man? Like, what are we talking about right now? You support Stalin,
He's a clown.
Dude, it's absurd. But I mean, these guys change ideologies like they change, jackets or something, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
they
they
have
come
no
to the
principles.
yeah, they come to the conclusion that violence is the same as ideology, right? So they say that basically, politics without blood, that war is, politics with blood. Politics is war without blood, right? And similarly, Stalin said that ideas are just as dangerous as weapons. That he doesn't let his enemies have ideas
Right.
instead of weapons, right? So he said,
which is psyop.
Right.
That's
So
the principles of psyop. Or
Exactly.
in that Michael Aquino paper I read yesterday, Mind War.
Right.
And
Precisely,
he's
yeah.
saying it as if like, oh, see, like, you don't have to kill a bunch of people. Like, this does no real damage. It's like there's spiritual damage, there's psychological damage, there's a whole lot of damage going on when you manipulate the minds of men in that way. They don't see any issue with it. Because like we were saying, like, might meets right. That's the mentality, because they're materialists. And in his case, he's a Satanist, and so good is bad and bad is good. Everything's flipped upside down.
Yeah, in other words, if you say words are violence, then somebody can attack you based off of your words. Do you mean? So it's which is the actual reality of the situation, right? Just look at Joe Pesci and Goodfellas, right, where somebody insults him and he murders them in cold blood, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about that experiment they did with plants, where you say something good to a plant, like I love you or something, and the plant seems to react to that in a positive way. It grows better. But if you denounce the plant and say, like, I hate you and I want you to die or something, then the plant starts to wither. Isn't that something? So I think human beings are a lot like that. It's like if we see it with kids all the time. If their parents treat them terribly, they grow up to be kind of messed up people. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's always the case. Some people come out of that. But more times than not, words do have an effect on reality. It's just the tongue can make or break somebody in a lot of ways. And in my tradition, in Christianity, it's like we're told every word will be accounted for. And I live by that. I really do. That's why I want everything I say to ring true if I can, because I know that where I'm going, I'll be held accountable for the things I say. But we live in a world now where nobody holds himself accountable. And especially when a screen is separating people from other people, they feel as if lies are no big deal,
Well, I mean, the
Yeah,
people
bless 'em.
think lies are no big deal because they've been lied to their whole lives. Most people don't know the difference between truth and the lies they've been told, let alone how to even begin to try and come out of that thinking, which is
right.
A big part of what this whole show's about right here.
Yeah, it's like you give up having any opinion at all because of the confusion, and that's actually written in the text we're not allowed to read. The one, right?
Maybe they think too much too, though. Like, if you go around thinking all that, like constantly have mind chatter, you don't have time to experience your environment, your life.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I think that's a part of it, like information overload.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same can be said about talking as well. Excuse me, machine.
Yeah.
Hi, machine. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I think that's something me and Unseen talk about a lot. Take captive every thought, right? This idea that knowledge will not suffice, right? And that
Obedience of Christ.
Knowledge has its own limitations, right?
Yeah, I think that it's not good to be naive. I think people, on average, are bad, and you need a legal system. I think the legalists are right. You need tough monarchy. You need a hierarchy. You need aristocracy. You need knights. You need the peasants to know their place in the divine hierarchy.
A noble lie,
Yeah,
perhaps.
you need a medieval system. You need a medieval system.
Well,
When
I
we
think
deviated from that, that's when things got bad. I mean, and that's the problem. Everyone thinks their opinions matter, but the thing is, it takes deep reading, it takes deep contemplation. You need the priest.
hierarchy matters. In
Yeah,
other words,
hierarchy
and
matters.
yeah,
In
absolutely.
monarchy. Yes,
And
yes.
in a
You go back
world
to
where
medieval
the
times.
feet control the head, you're going to be walking backwards or upside down or something. It's not going to be working out too well.
Well,
We
I
need
gotta
to go
ask.
back to medieval times, and men need to settle things with duels. Duels are noble. You know what I mean? Like there used to be duels. And
Absolutely.
war is a part of man's nature too. War is
Avian, if
important.
we dueled, bro, I'll bust your kneecap off, boy. What's up?
And go back to monarchy.
Yeah,
Need
that'd
the
be
white
funny.
gloves.
Yeah, that'd be a funny like pay-per-view fight, like a Buddhist versus a Christian monk. We could film that. We'd probably get a lot of super chats and all that.
Yeah, let the circus commence.
As long as it's not bum fights.
I mean, look at that's pretty low class, low
Close
quality.
enough.
No, but look at the kung fu movies, and probably in real life actually too. Like all the monks in Shaolin and other monasteries, they were the biggest ass kicker. Excuse me, kicker. Yeah,
Yeah, there was some ass kissers, dude.
Sad trombone.
Yeah. I had to say ass kickers.
36 Chambers, dude. That's one of my favorite movies. No lie.
Yeah. Now, has there ever been any movies or even real reputed stories about Christian monks doing self-defense? Ever heard of that?
Well,
or
there's
martial arts or something?
not a movie, but there is the case of Saint Alexander in Russia, and there was one of the what was his, it was some enemy army came at him, and they had a duel on horseback, and Saint Alexander ended up winning the duel. So.
Okay.
So yeah, that's happened, and I don't know. There's a number of cases I'll give you an example of the First Council of Nicaea. There was a Saint Nicholas who slapped a guy named Arius in the face because of his rhetoric, and it's like called a holy slap. It's kind of.
Is that the same one for Christmas?
Is there the holy hand grenade?
Yeah, well, Saint Nicholas is the real. He's not Santa Claus,
Holy
but
hand grenades.
he's
No, I know.
based off of. I guess Santa Claus is based off Saint Nicholas in some way.
In
The
regards
holy
to,
bitch slap.
to Christian monks fighting, there is the story of Jesus himself expelling those people selling. What were they selling in the temple?
Yeah,
trying to make profit.
Birds.
The money changers.
Yeah, the
But
money
did you-
changers. Right?
Did you see there's a whole movement in documentary about what Jesus was a vegan or something like that, and he was actually trying to stop them from selling animals and sacrificing animals?
Oh, that's not.
Is there any truth to
Are you
that?
talking about
No,
Christ
the whole
conspiracy?
issue was just that
Didn't
they were
he
using the temple
do
for.
do vegans eat fish? I think he eats fish in the Bible.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
I don't think vegans eat fish.
They don't.
Yeah, he's not
I
vegan.
mean,
that's
I meant to say
pescatarian.
vegetarian.
Yeah, the whole issue was just them,
Pescatarian.
changing money
Pescatarian.
within the temple. You know what I mean? I was like using it for a means that's not directed towards God and self-profit. But I mean, you think about St. Peter chopping the guy's ear off. Of course, Christ healed the guy's ear, but oftentimes, like, people have this like idealistic image of what a Christian should be, and you look at the early apostles, and this guy's cutting another guy's ear off. And of course, there's repentance associated with that. And there was a lack
There's a
of
season for everything, right?
discernment in that situation where he shouldn't have cut the man's ear off, but he did.
Yeah, check this out. This is a quote from Hagakiri. It says, "A certain master Tokuhisa was born quite different from other people and looked to be a bit moronic. Once a guest was invited and mudfish salad was served. At that time, everyone said, 'Master Tokuhisa's mudfish salad,' and laughed. Later, when he was in attendance and a certain person made fun of him by quoting the above remark, Tokuhisa pulled out his sword and cut the man down. This event was investigated, and it was stated to Lord Naoshige. Seppuku is recommended because this was a matter of rashness within the palace. When Lord Naoshige heard this, he said, quote, to be made fun of and remain silent is cowardice. There's no reason to overlook this fact because one is within the palace. A man who makes fun of people is himself a fool. It was his own fault for being cut down. Holy shit. So he just said, well, he made fun of the dude, so he deserved to be cut down like that. Crazy shit.
It's like FAFO or something.
Slightest inconvenience.
Turn him into Swiss cheese.
Well, what's his name? Pai Mei, he killed a whole monastery because someone didn't say hello to him when he was walking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just like similar type of thing.
As he should.
Yeah, but of course that's a legend.
Right.
Right. And this is based on a true story, apparently. You know, so this is crazy stuff. Right? So it's just like, and it's based on a story of something from 15th century Japan. So you could tell it probably happened a lot. You know, where like this dude made fun of this other dude and he just like got fucked up for it.
In Michigan, did they do that shit? Like if somebody stepped on your shoes, some people would like beat someone to death or even kill them.
Yeah, that's
back
from
in the day.
that's from Dave Chappelle. Remember?
That's real life. That's
like
Oakland, California, too.
Right, right. Where he steps on the shoe and he goes, "A dog, A."
Yeah.
He's like, "A dog, A," and then they just start killing each other over their shoes.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
all those
yeah, that's
Dave
true.
Chappelle's and Boondocks have like they don't have those shows anymore because reality has become stranger than their fiction.
Yeah, they had pump up Reebok shoes, and people were getting shot and robbed for their pump up Reeboks. It was a crazy story that went out.
Yeah.
So I got an interesting quote you might want to hear. So this is a quote from Saint Cyril in the Saracen camp, and it says, "As Christians, is it possible for you to wage war while also fulfilling Christ's command to pray to God for your enemies?" To this, Saint Cyril replied, quote, "If a law prescribes 2 commandments for a person to fulfill, which person fulfills it better? The one who fulfills only 1 commandment or the one who fulfills both?" The Saracen answered, "Of course, the one who fulfills both." St. Cyril continued, "Christ our God commanded us to pray for those who persecute us and to do good to them. But he also said, greater love has no one than this, than to lay down one's life for his friends." That's John 15:13. "Therefore, we submit ourselves to insults that our enemies hurl at us individually, and we pray for them to God, but collectively we protect each other. And for one another we give our lives, so that in enslaving our brothers you may not take away their souls along with their bodies, and you may not completely destroy them."
I like the part about ignoring people.
Well, that's a part of like not giving into the passions. So it's like dying to insults and praise. That's a concept within asceticism. It's like a man shouldn't react to praise or insult.
Yeah, you familiar with Brother Panic? Rest in peace. That guy had a channel called Occult Lectures.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. Yeah, me and Neurojack know about him. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he always used to talk about how he always turned the comments off of his channel, even though he had a lot of engagement, a lot of people active on his channel in the comments, because he said just what Unseen said. He didn't want people kissing his ass, and he also didn't want to hear people ragging on him. So he's like, "Fuck it, I'll just I don't need any of that."
Yeah, I can understand that, but I think not to like kind of like throw off on that guy or something. I think the virtue is in hearing it and not reacting. Do you dig what I'm saying? It's like when that's in practice in that point, it's like if someone is in your face and insulting you, not reacting, or someone praising you, then you can practice what you preach. Like there were saints that they would go to prostitutes and pay the prostitute for the night. Okay. And I know that sounds strange, but they would go there and then they would pray for the prostitute, and they would do this. They would pay them so they wouldn't have to do what they were doing, normally for the night. And it's also an act of asceticism, not giving in to the temptation. It's like a spit in the face to the devil. And it allows other men to think he's doing something wrong, so they slander him. And why is that? This grows humility, right? So like you're knocking out a few birds with a few stones. I mean, I don't recommend like the average, you know, Christian go and do that or something, because this was someone like a spiritual giant in a lot of ways. So
you're right. There's something to be said about in the practice of doing it.
It
like,
kind
in the midst
of
it.
Seems
see who your enemies are
in accepting accepting insults and accepting praise is one and the same, and realizing that opposites are really just the same thing.
Just on different polarities. Same line though.
Yeah, I think the view is like, you know, if I get puffed up with pride, then, you know, I'm missing the mark. And if I get filled full of, you know, indignation and rage, then I'm also losing control. You know, it's about a man controlling his emotions and controlling what he allows, you know, because we see it all the time, man. I mean, people get boosted up in their heads, all puffed up, and it leads to a fall every time. You know, you can name 100 celebrities that got so big-headed that it ended up to their deaths. You know,
there are limits to my compassion. You know, like you see, I come here because I see that industrialization is bad. We have a growing concerns from loss of biodiversity, decline of communal integrity, and blah blah. But when I'm an aristocrat, I see no reason why I should care for the peasants. You see what I mean? Because I have no compulsion, you know, to care for them. You know, like you see, I'm doing enough already. You know what I mean? I'm tired of, you know, people telling me you need to do this, you need to do that. You know, I'm great the way I am. I don't owe shit to anyone. I don't owe shit to God. I don't owe shit to anyone. I've already done sufficient amount of things for a noble integrity in imposing the industrial order. It's not even in my overall interest to do so. I don't owe shit to anyone, including humanity, God, or anyone. You know, I don't owe
Avian
shit.
Buddha. Is that could that resonate with like Advaita non-duality, in the sense that like a lot of those people say that there's no work to be done really because you're already it.
No,
you're already like
no, it's not
because
that.
you don't care.
No, look, you know, like, you know, like, you know, this, you do what is needed, you know, and you say what's needed, you focus on what's important, and then you don't. There's no obligation. You see, but you do your best, you know. Like, sorry for getting worked up. You know, it's all good. You know, yeah, I think this is worse than any prostitute. This system we live in is worse than any demon, Mongol. Is worse than any murder or cannibal. The system we're embedded in, the large industrial scale system that's interconnected.
but how did it develop? That's the question. And I would say that, I mean, it would kind of be absurd to
Yes,
not
then
recognize
focus
some
on that question.
spiritual
Focus
and
on that question.
ideological framework that led to the
focus on that question.
development of the current system. You know, you'd have to
Yeah,
ignore a whole
well,
lot.
that's what we've been discussing. That's what we've been discussing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that you know, from my perspective, it's Satan that's behind the temptation that leads to creating the monster that is man. And you know, the nihilism of our age is rooted in a, you know, this disconnect between God and man and no communion with him. And if man has no connection with the divine, there's nothing sacred, then you know, who cares? Whatever, you know. And there's something that the Tsar Nicholas said. He said, you know, the person that's the highest in society has to give the most to his people, and that's a concept we don't see with any government anymore. You know,
Yeah,
this
I
is a
think
guy
that
who
goes with
refused
what
to, you know, sell out his people to the Rothschilds, and he ended up getting killed for it. You know,
yeah, I
we
think
don't
that
have
goes with what
martyrs as
Avian
leaders anymore.
Buddha was saying right now about how the aristocrat and how they don't want to actually change for people. They just want to be stuck in their own ways. But at the same time, while the aristocrat doesn't really want to give back to the people, they want to take from the people, and they want to take from the earth so that they can have a more comfortable lifestyle, or that they can have a more comfortable lifestyle for their
Let's be
cattle.
honest here. War is a common state of man. You know, even back then, people were not loving and kind. You know, yeah, Chinese engaging in Ling Qi, 1,000 cuts. You had Persians doing scaphism. You know, I mean, you had the Inquisition doing breast ripper. Look up a breast ripper. You know, war was the common state of man in the past. It's not like human beings were treating each other kindly, or they were living in connection.
No, but
with
I mean,
earth.
just because it's something's commonality, that's kind of like a fallacy to say that, you know, the righteous have always been the few, I would say, in history, and those that have truly been connected with the holy have always been few.
I don't care about the righteous. I care about ending industrialization. You see, that's why I came here.
The whole reason there is industrialization is because there's no righteousness.
I disagree. You know, if that were the case, why didn't it happen during the time of the Assyrians? You know, I mean, Assyrians were some of the most
Because there was
barbaric.
unrighteousness. You know, if they had been more connected with their God and what's holy, they wouldn't have felt the need
No, it's not
to
true.
move
I don't
towards, you know, this building of a utopian society in some way.
Yeah,
The
I would
Assyrians
also
were
say
not
that
after. The Assyrians were just barbarians, genocidal maniacs. You know, what I mean, same with a
Right,
lot of other
but
groups.
why? You know,
But it didn't
why?
lead to industrialization. I'm
But
saying it's fine.
the
to be
question
bad.
is still
There
why.
are
That's
proofs like
I
that
mean,
in the
is the
past.
solution, like, what's the solution to the barbarian? You know.
Yeah,
There's
I
no
think
solution but a catastrophic collapse at this point. You see what I mean?
Are you
Like,
saying there is no solution, and that you know, it's just like, you know, crawl up in a little ball and be miserable? What's
Yeah,
the
no, it's
solution?
interesting because because Buddha raises an interesting point, because although the lack of social mores didn't cause the technological system to arise, it has caused a lack of social mores to develop, right? So morality has declined because of the technological system. So the whole question is that would a raising up of our moral idealism actually lead to escaping this situation? All right.
it wouldn't. It wouldn't lead to the, you know,
I
because
would
it
say,
didn't grow for
When you
that.
say it wouldn't, what are you basing that off of?
the only way to escape this situation is to adhere to natural law as individuals and stop letting ourselves be ruled by authority figures who don't want better for us, because that's basically been the constant throughout all of civilization. Avian was going on about the Assyrians and others. The Assyrians were a militaristic empire hell-bent on dominating everyone around them, which also, as Avian pointed out, there's no shortage of those types of civilizations. And even civilizations who don't make war their primary mode of gaining power, they might go at it from an economic perspective, or they might go at it from a religious perspective. Anything that the ruling class can do to keep the common person down, they're going to do it. And people have to stop falling for the tricks that allow them to keep
I got a
putting
question
themselves
for you,
down.
Avian. Do you think that evil triumphs in this world?
Yeah, it does, depends, on the metaphysics, but right now I'm focusing on it from a different angle.
Does evil triumph in the world? Does it win in the end?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. If we're gonna be honest, an omnipotent God, is the most evil thing in this world. You know what I mean? Because in Zoroastrianism,
really?
God is not omnipotent.
So let me ask you something. In your worldview, just can you answer this question? Does evil win in the end?
In my worldview, yeah. See, I'm trying to, figure out my worldview.
Why can't you just answer the question?
Because I have certain questions. I have lack of resolution.
Yeah, because evil triumphs in your worldview, and I would say that evil only triumphs in the men of little faith. That's my reply to that.
If you're gonna lay a foundation that mankind's common denominator is war, then evil would then you could then
in a
posit that
materialistic
evil
sense. You know, if you're looking
triumphs.
from a materialistic sense, then sure, you would think that evil triumphs in this world. All right.
But let
But
me
it's
make it
like
clear.
did in my worldview, it's like did evil triumph during the crucifixion? You know, the world sees a dead man on the cross. 3 days later, there's the resurrection. The
Okay.
world doesn't know what the glory of God is, you know, because it sees wickedness and death as being a victory.
I would say evil did triumph during the crucifixion because it's just basically another example of order followers killing someone who could actually lead people out of the situation that they've allowed themselves to
But
be
did it
led into.
truly, was it a true victory? It's like, no, it's not a true victory. There's a resurrection, right?
Wait, you're saying
there's
good
a,
and
and there's
evil.
a, you know, that's the whole harrowing of hell. It's like hell swallows up Christ to be only defeated. You know, Satan thinks he wins by, you know, the crucifixion, and then in the end, it actually was what defeated him. And that's the problem with materialism. It can't see a divine solution. It's stuck on, you know, and it thinks it's superior to the divine solution because it's stuck on materialistic, you know.
The machine lies.
Let me give an answer
Machine-
to that. You know,
Yeah, hold
I-
on a second. Let
Okay. I had this written
Yeah,
down
bro,
a long time ago. See, the problem is today's
Yeah,
world is all geared around skills and employment. But warfare was needed because it offered get-rich-quick opportunities for young males to support their families, and the human psychology shows this. That is actually what our design is. It keeps villages safe, the enemies knocked up, the populations under control, and sufficient resources for young breeding couples when it was needed. We are now in some Indianization, like what has happened to India after the Raj. The young have little money at their peak breeding capability, and as a consequence, children are growing up subtly malnourished and mentally impoverished. The old are living longer and retaining resource control. Infant mortality is too low to permit any genetic winnowing. The species is creeping along the path of cretinization and infirmity. You know, stuff like war and farming, and you know, all of that, you know, had positive you know, impact for our species.
Yeah, fascinating.
The machine lies. What does the Tao say in general about good and evil?
Well, it's a sort of long story. I guess it would say that both the realization of goodness, right, sort of comes at a price, right, where one falls into excessive forms of sort of categorization, right, and escapes the true sense of goodness, right? So it sort of makes a separation between sort of you know, this intrinsic goodness, right, and also sort of artificial goodness, right, that's based on sort of you know, expectations, right, of reward, right. It says you know, basically create without possession, right, you know, work without ownership, so on and so forth, right. So this idea of sort of non-fruitative acts, right, not going after results, right, as they say, and right, like this is a huge aspect of the Taoist sense of goodness. It says those who are truly good are not aware of their own goodness and are therefore truly good, right. So it's not denying that true goodness exists, but it's saying that the appearance of goodness is sort of the lack of it as well, right. So it's sort of interesting.
Can you give
how
an
it makes
example of that?
Yeah, it makes the example of society and rules, right? So it says a good person does something and doesn't expect goodness to be returned, right? But a person who is just expects the other side to basically return the favor, right? And then it says that people who are just doing things based on societal customs, right? So it says there's people who are doing things just because they're trying to go along with people, right?
Yeah.
And then there's people who do things because they want something from somebody, right?
Yeah.
And that's a little bit on a higher level because both of the people expect something, right? Then there's somebody who does something and doesn't expect anything. And it says, well, that's the highest sort of
That's
person.
very good. Real pure good.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah,
It
but
That's
like
sounds
yeah.
Go ahead,
And
Red.
that person's not trying to be good, remember, right? So
Yeah.
it sounds like the Tao is describing innocence.
yeah, so yeah, of course. It says become as a newborn babe. Right. So
There you go.
so, yeah.
That's an example of this one of the things you said in between, like in New York last year at this head shop, a smoke shop. This dude held the door open for another guy, right, to walk in, and the guy walked in, and the guy wanted an apology. I mean, excuse me, he wanted a thank you, right? The guy didn't give it to him, so he ended up shooting him in the head. You know what I mean? So like,
That's some wild shit.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, there's this funny bit in Mad TV, right? Right, where the guy gets shot in the head, and like, the lady at the hospital is like telling him to like fill out all these forms, and he's like, yeah, I got a little bit of the, shot in the head, and he's like pointing to his head, like where he got
Yeah.
shot, and they're all like,
Yeah.
and she's like, yeah, just fill out these forms and wait in line, right? And he's like sitting there waiting, like bleeding on the people in line and shit.
Dude, what's crazy is
kinda true,
I
though,
forget where I was watching it, but there was it was like true crime something, and this one guy basically got arrested and taken into custody, and he was being interrogated, and the whole time he had a shot in the head.
Whoa.
And they didn't realize it until like an hour or two later. This crazy stuff.
That's wild. Yeah. Got a little
Yeah,
headache.
well, human beings are meant to be a sparse and noble species. Sparse and noble. When you have too dense of a population, and you have an unsustainable network, connecting, supply chains and all the logistics involved in that, it's involved over exploitation, and it leads to behavioral sinks. You know what I mean? Have you heard of the rats utopian example? If you put a bunch of rats together inside a kind of cage, or I think a cramped environment, you give them all the food they want, and you give them all the stimulation they want, they will start to resort into transgressive behavior, like eating each other.
I've heard of this, yeah.
That's that what do you mean, that weird rat city? Something with a number, yeah.
Rat Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then some of the people got so lazy and they didn't even want to seek out mates. Some of the rats became asexual. Other ones actually became homosexual. And then and some of them became deviants. It was kind of sounds like damn near modern society some places,
Yeah, it is.
Society.
It is like 100% like modern society. I think so. And my point initially was, this requires a kind of thinking, go beyond good and evil. You know what I mean? Because think about it. War is a devastating thing. Because some of the things that ancient people did are devastating, but it's still better than what we have now, like tremendously. So, and that requires a kind of taking a step back and being meta. Being meta. I think being meta, and maybe it requires a lot to being like that, being very meta. Think about it. See what I'm trying to say. The kind of war we have now is not real war. It's more like just I don't know, like military industrial complex and testing out new weapons. It's about who has the bigger guns. It's not real war about courage and valor.
Yeah, that's how it is here, like in Taiwan. Like everyone asks me a lot of times. They're like, "Oh, is a war popped off there?" Like, obviously not. I'm talking to you, but like, what does happen, what makes waves is when the U.S., for example, will allot a weapons deal package, because that's like a equivalent of like what used to be like an artillery shell or a missile barrage on the ops. Now is like a $5 billion-dollar arms sale to a country. You know, because you're right. It's like a lot of posturing and intimidating rather than all out like warfare, unless you're like in the Ukraine or something. But yeah.
I don't see how what culture's attitude to prostitutes really matters in regards to this question. I mean, who cares? Some cultures spit on prostitutes, other ones treat them with more respect. I'm not a simp. I'm not a simp. You know what I mean? So I don't care about crying about the prostitutes.
Well, I'm trying to get what you get from prostitutes. Is that? Well,
that's what Unseen was talking about.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the unseen warfare thing. About
okay. I was like, that was like 15 minutes ago. So like, what? Yeah, but I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, there are limits to my compassion too. Is all I'm saying. Is all I mean.
There's limits to it.
Yes, there are limits to it. I don't. Yeah. It's not about saving mankind. To me, it's about just going back to the proper course. You know what I mean? Which is not even about what's good or evil. It's about the proper course. Deindustrializing.
Do you have children?
No, I don't have children.
Okay. Because sometimes that changes people's view on that.
Yes, I know. Yeah. I think having children will soften one up. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Hopefully it's not the other way, like Michael Jackson's dad.
He
softened him up.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, like Peter Pan syndrome.
Yeah. Avian, you okay? Machine? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, please.
I was gonna say, Avian, you were talking about earlier about when Unseen was talking about like, what do you think about evil and all that? I'm not really thinking about. Your attention is elsewhere. You're concentrating on, and what are you concentrating on? I'm interested.
The failure of the industrial order.
There you go.
The problems of technique and growing industrial complexity. How it leads to, the loss of human autonomy, the loss of biodiversity, the loss of communal integrity. That kind of stuff. The same stuff Teddy focuses on. Same stuff ellul focuses on, that kind of stuff.
And how would we go to a country like China or India and get them to deindustrialize?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't think, we can't rely on the goodness of man to achieve it.
You can't tell brown people to deindustrialize.
Well, maybe a great reset.
Yeah.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Joke, but not a joke.
Well, I bring up those countries because there's like billions of people in them. Supposedly, that's what they say, and they supposedly also create the most pollution. So when I think of industrialized nations, I think of those ones. But even the United States, like, could we even get that done here?
People love their stuff too much, Dom. They love.
So then the question is, how we reach that point? Yeah, that's the question. How we reach this point? That's a difficult question. That's what TML was saying.
One of the problems is that technique doesn't require people to be evil. It just requires them to be neutral.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes. That's
so it's not exactly. It's not just a matter of black and white, evil and good. It's also the gray area.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like. Yes. When we look at it realistically.
Because with the advancement of the industrial age was predicated on the complexification of means. And complexification of means doesn't require morality or even greed at all. It just requires people to desire efficiency.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
But where do we draw the line between needs and want?
I'm sorry. Say the first part of that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because Lone Wolf said something about the industrialization of needs. So where do we draw the line between where we're actually manufacturing for what we need and just what people want?
No, it's complexification of means, not
Oh.
needs.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
and that's
misheard.
yeah, and it sort of blurs the line because basically Uncle Teddy talks about this idea of artificial needs, right? So something may seem not to be a need, but it's a necessity based on it being a technical necessity, right? So a lot of people rely on technical necessities, like for example, petroleum, right? It would be something that a fairly a large amount of people rely on, right? But
It's a
cannot
huge one. Yep.
yeah, that would be something like an artificial need. It's not a biological need. It's not something you
Yeah.
actually need, but in practice, it's something that you need. So that sort of blurs the line there. But
Well, it's
yeah,
not machine. It's not biological, but let's take that example: petroleum. If there was a gas shortage worse than there was in the 1980s, it would literally have start affecting people psychologically, right? Because they wouldn't be able to travel freely, and also they wouldn't get the goods they need and stuff like that. So, um, how does that resonate with that artificial? Does that take into account like psychological? It's like the psyche of the people, in terms of artificial needs.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that's why he talks about like sort of the whole psychological effect of sort of massification, right? It's an effect on the psychology of like basically it's a new form of social psychology, right? That can be adapted
Yeah.
from and he sort of and I'm talking about Uncle Teddy. He sort of talks about leftist psychology,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the two factors that we mention on the show a lot is like he talks about feelings of inferiority and over socialization.
That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a beautiful way that he explains quote unquote leftist psychology. And he says that this leftist psychology is a sort of explanation of the problems of an explanation of the problems of the modern world in general, right? So what I've sort of came to the summation of is that like the technological system, it imposes liberal values, right? So liberalism is something that's imposed through totalitarian means, right? So that's what ellul kind of says too. He says liberalism gave birth to its executioner, right? So it's this beautiful way of summarizing the fact that and this is something that I want to say about the morality point, right? Because it's the divorcing of knowledge from values that cause the techno-industrial system to blossom, right? So the idea of efficiency for the sake of efficiency, that is a value, but it's a value that came about through a perturbation of social mores, right? Which is partly due to technical efficiency itself, right? So it's kind of like chicken and the egg sort of issue at some point, right? But you could see how liberalism caused the techno-industrial system, and liberalism is a sort of change from traditional values, right? That's adopted to secular values, right? And so I do say that, right? So
Yeah. I got a synchro mysticism connection to what you said, Machine, about giving birth to your own as executioners in liberalism. Rob Reiner and his wife getting murdered by their son, and Rob Reiner was literally the Now this is symbolic, right? Literally, like one of the most liberal, like Hollywood people, out there. So, but you're right. So you're saying because of the freedom the technology gives us, it bursts things that to our detriment.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's like more about how, liberalism and scientism sort of coincide, right? And how you develop a different view, a world view due to the scientific worldview, right? And that causes you to look at the world in a sort of materialistic view, right? And that sort of comes to your aid when you want to reduce human beings to numbers, right? Sort of classify them as sort of a universe, through universal means, right? Such as those ones that are employed through technical means, right? Because everywhere things have to be regulated. Like, for example, products have to be regulated on an international scale, right? So this is a sort of aspect of sort of the universalizing of means, the massification of means, right? So it engenders that everywhere, like, everybody's buying like the same type of products that are produced by the same types of machines, right? Because of the regulations, right? Because there's international regulations for trade, right? So the equipment has to be standardized, right? And this is one of the many mechanisms, such as international trade that causes, this process of like sort of standardization of culture, right? Forms of monoculture, right? So this is
it's all the same, bro. Everywhere, like basically airport, fucking arrival, departure lobby. Everywhere around the world is the same, man.
Exactly.
Globalization. Oh, Machine, I saw, dude, I thought of you like a couple months ago when I went to this pizza place in Taiwan. It literally was Detroit style pizza in Taiwan. That's
hilarious. They had deep dish or something?
No, it's different. It's a little different. I forgot exactly how it was, but
that's like Chicago.
I forgot what makes it different. But I specifically remember it said Detroit style, and it was different than a normal pizza. I don't know if they put like the toppings inside or under the cheese or something like that. It was it was good, but and these are Taiwanese people that learned when they stayed in America how to make it or something.
Timo, can I ask you a question? I took notes on what you said. I want to make sure. So you're saying, and Jack, I read the book, but I want to just make sure. In Jacques Ellul's view, modern society industrializes needs and endlessly complexifies means, all in service of a single imperative: efficiency. That drive towards efficiency doesn't just optimize tools; it actively reshapes social norms and moral frameworks, creating a feedback loop where technological efficiency erodes traditional mores, while simultaneously demanding new ones. This chicken and egg dynamic means values don't merely adapt to technology, but are partially produced by it. Liberalism, in this sense, emerges not simply as a political doctrine, but as a secular reordering of values aligned with technological necessity, rather than inherited moral or spiritual ends. Is that correct?
That seems
in a
to
nutshell,
be. That seems to be what both Ellul and Skolmowski are saying. They're saying that the technological system creates its own values by disregarding traditional mores, and yes, efficiency is a prime example of one of these valuations, right? That it creates, right?
So efficiency becomes a surrogate activity, as
right
said.
Right, surrogate activities and artificial needs. These are two expressions, right? Which is like, like a surrogate activity is something that's done for the system, right? Not to satisfy one's own goals, right? In attaining one's own power process, right? So he talks about this idea of the power process and attainment of goals, and how surrogate activities basically hack these, and then they give people artificial needs as replacements, right? All of this, poisons the well in terms of desire and function of a normal
the
human.
means become the ends.
Right.
Yeah. In a way, you're claiming Aristotelian potentiality ties into this like, you know, the giving the precursor to how we have the drive towards efficiency, and it leads to that kind of, you know, the feedback loop and the chicken and egg dynamic somehow, like it kind of developed into that. Is what you're saying, from Aristotelianism, the holomorphism or something.
Yeah, that's largely taken from you know, a lot of it's taken from Skolomowski, right? But yeah, I think that, right, not only the compartmentalization of knowledge, the rejection of the forms, right? The compartmentalization of knowledge is really significant because you don't have this idea of thinking about thinking, right? So you don't have knowledge as divorced from beauty and goodness, right? This only comes about. So you know, Aristotle says actually, you know, ethics is a different category of knowledge. Politics is a different category of knowledge, right? Whereas for Plato, politics was the same as metaphysics, and it was the same as all these other areas, right? Like society had to be organized according to these, you know, metaphysical truths of like perception and the light and people seeing the real truth versus the artificial truth of the cave, and all of these metaphysical truths had to do with how you organize your society, right? But you know, Skolomowski says that, you know, Aristotle was the first to divorce, you know, knowledge from goodness, right? And this is you know, and he accomplished this because you know, he sort of had this notion, right? And one could almost say that, you know, it was actually Plato who did this, right? Because he had created the good that was beyond nature in a way, right? So I may blame you know, Plato as well as Aristotle, right? Similarly, but who's to blame more? Well, if you say, well, knowledge and goodness and beauty are part of the same thing, right? Metaphysical truths enter into politics and all these other things, and that these are not different subjects, if you will, right? Well, I would say that Plato is definitely more correct, but this is indicative of the entire scheme of things, right? Because the pre-Socratics were more right than Plato, and Plato was more right than Aristotle, right? So you could just keep going back. Further back you go, the more right they were, right? You know, yeah. So who knows who was before those guys, I mean, right? But they probably had more truth, you know, as it says in the Bible, right? Enoch taught Methuselah like everything that Adam knew, and you know, they basically knew it all, right? You know, so so what else? Yeah, I'll play some music if everybody.
You're so Plato would be down with the Atlantis, right? If we're using that dynamic,
Right? Yeah, exactly.
And then
right.
who would be Shambala in that? And that's another philosopher. Who we say an example?
That's sort of on the other end of the spectrum, right? That would be Blavatsky, right?
There you go.
So it's like, you know, two ends of the spectrum, you know, but it's kind of weird because it's flipped, because Atlantis is more futuristic and Shambhala is sort of about returning to the past.
Right.
But I say that the idea of sort of you know, futurism and this notion of the archaic revival, that they're sort of both about advancing humanity, you know, and getting to a new stage of civilization, and developing a new age. So they're both sort of futuristic.
Yeah. I was about to say that when you said that archaic revival, I thought of Terrence McKenna. You know how he
Yeah.
says that like that, and he's weird too because he was a futurist. However, he did love his history.
Exactly.
He lived his history and his conservation and
It's
all
paradoxical
that. It's like,
view.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm doing it to look at the paradox between accelerationism and Discordianism,
Mhm.
right? And
Yeah.
so I say, you know, Terrence McKenna was a founding member of the Discordians or whatever. All right, so
He was.
yeah, so it's interesting. He said in a quote of his, he said, "Chaos is the mother of order," right? Which is kind of like a very Heraclitus statement.
It
You
is, huh?
know, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's fascinating how, you know,
And then because like Albert Pike, we could say like on paper seems like directly opposite of Terrence. He seemed like he'd be more like order out of chaos, right? Isn't he? He's one of the people that used to use that phrase.
right? And they
And
believe in
yeah.
Atlantis, right? So it's like,
Yes.
so Shambhala is the eastern side of the coin, and Atlantis
Mhm.
is the western side of the coin. So they're also divided that way as well. Right? It's east and west.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it's an interesting dialectic that I created, is it not?
I like that.
Atlantis versus Shambhala, right?
Mm-hmm. 1v1.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And we could do Atlantis versus Shambhala versus Tartaria, right? So do a third, you know, thing on it, and talk about the Eurasian, you know, sort of Hyperborean, you know, entire thing. All right.
Spear of Destiny.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, you got Cthulhu versus Hundu. That dynamic. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Cthulhu versus Hundun. Yeah. How about that? That's crazy, isn't it? Right. That's a sick one. Yeah. That's like some Dragon Ball Z shit right there. You know?
Yeah. Well, make sure my note is correct. So you're saying that the compartmentalization of knowledge began with Aristotle, who treated ethics as a separate category rather than inseparable from the truth itself. In doing so, he is seen as the first to divorce knowledge from goodness and beauty, allowing technical or factual knowledge to exist without moral orientation. You know, so by contrast, Plato held that knowledge, goodness, and beauty form a unity, and that politics is inseparable from metaphysics. For Plato, society must be organized according to metaphysical truth, not pragmatic efficiency or isolated domains of expertise. Is that correct? My notes.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, you know, you could also say like the pendulum sort of swings, right, from sort of you know, this idea of society to this idea of metaphysics, you know, and like those two ideas being like, you know, having a like sort of distinction with each other. But Skolimowski is pretty clear, right? Remember, he offers the quote. You know, to paraphrase his thoughts, he says, "Was it Western ideas that led to Aristotle, or Aristotle that led to the Western ideas?" Right. So he actually says that, you know, is Aristotle to blame for Western civilization, or is Western civilization to blame for Aristotle? Right. So it's a pretty deep, you know, sort of you know, concept. And of course, to back that up, right? I mean, Alfred North Whitehead did say that, you know, to reiterate this point, right, that all of Western philosophy was a footnote to Plato, but he also called, you know, Aristotle the greatest metaphysician, who Aristotle himself, right? It was said by Martha Nussbaum, right, that he never meant to create metaphysics as a separate category of study, right? But he, I mean, all we have is his lecture notes, right? And the metaphysics is his lectures after the book on physics, right? So so it just means after the book on physics, right? So it's just speculations of physics, right? You know, of course, Plato would have put it in a different domain, because, of course, physical reality is different than metaphysical reality. But why would they be the same? I mean, why would they be different for Aristotle when, you know, because he rejected the forms, right? So these potentialities were part of nature, right? So, so if you study nature, you can attain knowledge of form in and of itself, which is potential, right? You know, you know, he didn't think that you can study the forms, right? Like study mathematics and study ethics and then organize society based on what is good and what is true. You know, no, he said you study nature, you figure out what is true, and you organize society by what works in nature. Right? It's sort of a different starting point and a different goal. I mean, if you will, right?
I see Taoist thinking right there.
Yeah, so okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So let me think. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time, but it's a big, profound topic that requires a lot of analysis.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for like 4 hours and 40 minutes, minus the little music thing I put down. But yeah, so we've been going back and forth. Obviously, we started with Heraclitus, then we moved to some 2nd century thinkers, and I procured a lot of music for today. So I have a banger, you know, by Son of Saturn, right? You know, this song is called Hocus Pocus. I mean, it's just really just chill song, all right? So yeah, and also Point to Be by Prefuse 73. I don't know if you guys are noticing the glitch beats in hip hop. I mean, there's a lot of glitch hop, you know, being produced, and it's like really fast and like, but you know, Prefuse 73, he innovated the genre really, right? So you know,
You might put knowledge in that category too.
Yeah. So glitch hop, you know, and of course he sampled that song by Divine Styler, right, before Mecca, right, which is just a banger, all right. So yeah, so I'm gonna play that for you guys. Made a little video for that. Hopefully I don't get popped for this thing here, but I don't think so. I tested all the videos. So I usually do a music show. I test all the videos to see if I'll get popped. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so. YouTube makes it easier now with that in the studio, where they'll you know, they'll notify you if you upload the video right away. Yeah. If it's gonna.
Yeah, that's another way to do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You let it process the video for the copyrights, and you know, you upload it, and you can try unlisted, and you know, and all that shit. So that is another way to do it. But I have so many of them. You know, it's upwards of, you know, because I take as many as like 4 music breaks per show, right? So then that would be like you know, 8 videos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So every week, 8 videos uploading and processing. So
it's a lot.
Yeah, I just play them, you know, on a music stream or something, you know. So I can.
That's smart.
Yeah, and if it goes out, then the people just wait 3 minutes for my stream to turn back on.
That's one of the main reasons why I haven't been streaming the last month or two, because I can't play the music because I got the strikes, you know, because
they won't
that's why I
you.
streamed
it. They won't strike you for this. Yeah, so if you play music, they won't strike you. They'll just it'll just affect the visibility and the monetization, right? So no, they won't strike you for music, right? Which is cool.
Oh no, I got the last strike I got was because I was playing that D'Angelo. Well, the first strike I got, like, I was playing his music.
No, but like I said, it's because you had the stream you know, thing pop up where it cut your stream, and then you kept playing the song.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that so then they'll then they'll be like,
Oh,
all
for
right,
sure, yeah.
motherfucker. So
No,
you
you're
don't
not
want to
listening,
listen to
yeah,
the
you're not
warning.
listening. You're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So when that happens, you got to take the video off right away. Because if you just continue playing it for like 2 more minutes, right?
They'll
then
get
they'll
you,
be
yeah.
like, they'll be like, all right, we got to
Well,
take down your stream.
Yeah. They're like,
So-
this motherfucker.
Yeah, if you
Getting
violate the
bold.
violation. Yeah, if you
Yeah,
violate the
right.
violation, they'll take the
Yeah.
stream down. But no, if your shit says stream unavailable,
Mhm.
right? And it pulls up the black screen and you take your shit off. No,
You
it's
gotta
not
go
gonna-
back. Yeah, I've done
it's
that
not gonna
before.
strike you for that. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right.
So it won't
Okay,
strike you
yeah.
for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you could always make sure. But see, the thing is that you gotta be watching your own stream.
Yes.
Right. So
Be
I
on
can't
top of
do
that.
that. Yeah, I can't do that right
Yeah.
now because my brother borrowed all that shit, right?
Mhm.
Xbox and TV and shit. But yeah, so anyways, this is a very dope I hope you guys enjoy this. Anyways,
Well, I'm gonna head off for the night machine. It was cool talking
yeah,
to you all.
blessings, Dominator, man. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, it's always a
All right,
pleasure
man.
talking to you, brother. Yeah, blessings.
Night, man.
Easy.
Yeah, peace, homie. Yeah, there goes a new friend that we made here, and
Pretty
I
cool, man.
appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate his viewpoints. Honestly, yeah, I'd be happy to get him and Twilight up in here one day, talk about some shit. Right? They got similar ideas, right? But yeah, Prefuse 73, and this song by Son of Saturn, right? Called Hocus Pocus from the album Altar of the Sun. I think Altar of the Dead Sun or something like that. But yeah, if you guys haven't heard Son of Saturn, he's got some pretty dope songs. He's a lesser known hip hop artist, right? But yeah, I don't like fake music and shit, so I just like real music. So I think like this is like high level stuff. So we continue to like bring experimental ideas, experimental art. Right? So that's what I like. Like experimental stuff. Movies, art, independent films, right? That's the type of stuff. Books that discuss fringe concepts and ideas, right? Like pre-Socratics, Chinese philosophy, occult shit, all this stuff. So this is really what we get into the weird shit here. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah, I would even say it's soul music.
Yeah, this one is soulful as fuck. I have to say, this shit is soulful as fuck. It's like it's real, like I would say like it's buttery smooth, honestly. And this the beat.
Son of death, slumber, cuddled up with the cousin undercovers of best fucking intentions. His grimace delivered clearer from mirror reflection. Out comes your hand from the lake and takes your net flung down to the depths, sunk funky and loaded. You float back to the top, God, luckily you notice. Reset button engaged, stay humble and focused. Maybe this time around you stay clear the hocus pocus. Don't externalize your enemies when entering your omens. The motion of souls does not discriminate, assimilating emanations, influence, limitations, symbols meant to give you sages, infinitely instrumental gifts from their credential cases. Infiltrate this wicked men's assembled matrix. Better wait, I give them hell, heaven sent, but it'll wait. This mental grace when reaching the crescendo, spitting missiles, anger rituals of imbeciles, just typical the simple planes, convey insane and little brain. Faces of the general slaying, brand ship with lizard veins. Entering apprentices, just listen for the mythic language scattered by the Elohim. Demon scientists of ancient folklore, the story changes. Void faces of politics, living dangerous. Temples leaking on the battlefield, it's all the same to us as angel dust. Culture couldn't save another soldier if we tried. So we send them to the furnace and refurbish the earth with life. Amputations, mechanical salutations, break you down like saliva. Nightlight for the Pied Piper, Sandman and the psilocybin cypher in the silence of quasars. Vacuum of brain form under rabbits rule. The magical, maniacal, majestic mankind animal. Assessing, analyzing, cool, calm, collecting artifacts of old. Letting go, dead and molded from the solar coats of comatose modern robots. So lost in soul oppression, stepping from the shadows of the Nephilim, begging for some melanin. Vexed at best we're selling swift through elemental riffs and giving gifts from the conjured ones. Channeling the travelers, practitioners are washed in blood. Past the flood, a octagon, the Holocaust is all run its course. Carnage bound carnivores converge under the god of war. Orpheus just torn to bits by morbid men who forced the doors of our cathedrals. Evil on assignment from ourselves. This koan supplants my sanity, just binding up the spells. If inglorious, victorious, afforded only time will tell. Time will tell. To run the dead sun, dead sun. 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 Red rum. organized. Beat that fuck up, beat that fuck that, like fuck government. Violence, cover that, beat like we cover down. Cover that, like copy, fuck that, like copies in my voluntary organized sound levels. What's so wrong? Like beat fuck up, fuck that, cover, like beat fuck that, cover, like please cover that, violence, cover governments can't cover these in my mind. Fuck up down, fuck these in cover, fuck that, copies in my violence, fuck down. Governments can't cover these in my mind. Cover that, fuck like that, like fuck that, fuck up like that, fuck like that, fuck like that, like fuck that, fuck like that. Governments can't cover these in my mind. Cover these and cover government. Now you style, please come down, please come down, down, please come down, fuck that, please, come down, 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 please, like fuck that, please, fuck that, come down, fuck that, cover down, please, that fuck up, like that, fuck up, please, that fuck up, fuck down, 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 down,
All righty. Okay, let me pull this up for you guys. This is some crazy shit. Let me first subscribe to wait. I think this is the thing that he's talking about, this Navajo traditional teachings. This shit looks dope. Anyways, all right, let me pull this up for Philo of Alexandria, and then we'll move to a couple other things I wanted to spark up here. I got like a couple of videos that I wanted to pop in on, but it's already time to go. So I want to at least introduce some of these videos. One of them has an entire book that I want to pop in on, you know, called Kabbalah and the Founding of America. It's got some interesting overlap with the other article, you know, on the Quakers, and then some of the information from the Co-Fraternity of the Rosy Cross website, where they have information on Descartes and Leibniz and Spinoza, and them talking to Van Helmont and other figures, key figures in the Rosicrucian, you know, sect, and how these guys study the Kabbalah and how they were affected by the teachings of the Kabbalah. You know, especially Francis Mercurius Van Helmont. Yeah, Dominator, blessings. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. All right, so but of course, first we're gonna look at this guy who we've been looking at. Whoops. Okay, I accidentally opened up a commercial here. How the fuck do I get rid of this? Okay, give me a second here.
Good night, guys, or good day for me. But thanks for having me up, Machine. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, blessings, MPC. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, appreciate
thanks
you
for being
guys,
here.
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a blessed night, man.
Yeah, you too, my friend.
Always, man.
Yeah, we had some good conversations, me and MPC, even before the show. So yeah, here's some things here.
He's a Stanislavski method actor, so he really gets into the part, and he gets the part no problem, hands down. Turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo, see what's on my mind, the Los Angeles Jew, the Los Angeles, and he's demonstrating how he swings from vine to vine. Identity, you know, about what's going on. Okay,
is that one of his dopey jokes again?
Yeah, he launched into one of his crazy jokes. So he's got like jokes that he tells his audience. So we got to move back to his presentation on Philo.
What exactly are they doing there? Is it the same thing that they're doing in Jerusalem or not? A population of Jews who are very committed, synagogue goers. You know, it says something about the community. But the question is, what kind of Judaism are they really practicing? What is going on in those synagogues? As my grandmother Lasham would say.
So we saw this in the other lecture that he's giving on Maimonides, right? That the Jays considered returning to Egypt to be a major L, right? So you should be going to Jerusalem, not Egypt, the place where you were enslaved, right? So some of the Jewish rabbis saw like retreating to Egypt to be going back to the place where Pharaoh ruled over the Jews, right? And going away from the Holy Land, so to speak, right? So this is an important sort of note, right? About the period, right, from Philo to Maimonides, right, which is a sort of 1,000-year span of time, right? But there's certain people like obviously those historiographers like Gunnar Heinsohn and stuff that have said this
I was
period
about to say, yeah.
yeah, totally fabricated, because there's like almost no difference between the philosophy of somebody like Philo and somebody like Maimonides, right? They're both using the same Greek philosophical texts, right? So it's kind of strange how there's a 1,000-year difference between them and nothing's really changed, right? In the way they express their ideas, right? But yeah, anyways.
Tutzach in their Bate Knesios. What exactly are they doing there? Is it the same thing that they're doing in Jerusalem or not? Philo is a very ambiguous source for that. So let's explore it a little more deeply. First of all, how does Philo write? What does he write about? The main focus of his work is really a technique more than anything else. This is based on Samuel Sandmel's research. Allegory. He was a huge allegorist. Everything is a placeholder for something else in his works. So he's writing about the Bible, and he is, engaged very, very deeply in the story, but he is very cavalier with rabbinic sources. We, of course, have a huge intellectual interpretive tradition of the scriptures. Rashi is not especially original in this regard. He is essentially an accumulator of information. He is brilliant in the sense that he's able to anthologize tremendous amounts of material, but Rashi is 95% faithful to texts that occur centuries before him. And he just presents the material in a brilliantly precise way. And Rashi is already, 1,000 years ago. So we have a very long midrashic tradition of how to interpret the scriptures. And it's a huge range of possibilities. And occasionally Philo will dip into that huge amount of research. But more likely, he's going to go completely off on his own tangent in interpreting the scriptures. And he will interpret the scriptures within a Greek sensibility. For example, let's take, for example, the description of Abraham's two wives, Hagar and Sarah. So we all know the story, of course, so I won't paraphrase it, but Philo writes as if Hagar and Sarah represent philosophical concepts. And
so here we go, right? So as allegorical speculations, right, go to major figures in the Bible, right, representing like different philosophies, right? Or and I think he says the same about like 4 directions or something representing the 4 elements or something like that, right? So he does a bunch of allegorical speculation where he's mixing up science and Greek philosophy, right? And of course he doesn't know Hebrew, right? So his allegories are especially interesting. Granted that, there is a sense in which Jacob and Ishmael, Esau and Ishmael represent 2 aspects of like Judaism in the Kabbalah, right? So they get into this type of allegorical interpretation later, right? Where they're saying, well, there's sort of two aspects of Jews represented by Edom and Ishmael that are represented by Rome and the Arabs, respectively. But in a greater sense, it represents Christianity and Islam, right? Or something like that, right? As like two byproducts of Judaism, right? So it's interesting how they sort of have these various aspects or these various philosophies represented, right? Or the idea of the male and the female aspects represented in Adam Kadmon, right? That there's this sort of allegorical interpretation where they combine male and female into one, and Adam before Eve is created from Adam, right? So as to represent the combination of male and female, right? But of course, this is an allegorical sort of spiritual interpretation of the text itself, right? Nowhere in the text itself will you get that, right? But in some of the midrash, right, and some of the explanations of the Torah, you may get such explanations to justify the text or to make sense of it, right? These are then taken and turned into the sources for the law books and the Kabbalistic texts and all these sorts of things, right? So it's sort of a third order interpretation, right?
While he doesn't want to completely come out and say they never existed, it's almost as if they didn't exist. All he cares about is this idea that Hagar represents instrumental wisdom, meaning like the wisdom you need to be an accountant or to be a physician or to be whatever you need specifically to do a job. Whereas Sarah represents, supernal wisdom. Sarah represents the ideal wisdom. He wants to describe her as so pure, in fact, that he refers to her as a virgin, which is totally bizarre because, after all, she's married to Abraham, and that gets us confused with another religion, which I'm sure was not his intention whatsoever. But he goes so far away from the Jewish biblical narrative that you can imagine if you're a rabbi, you were saying, what is this guy thinking about? Where is he coming from with these theoretical concepts that have nothing to do with our interpretive tradition? So he never wants to say something didn't happen, like, for example, the flood. He never wants to say the flood never happened. And like many others, he will schlep in Babylonian flood myths and things like that to reinforce that there was a historical flood. But the vast majority of his discussion is about how the flood represents a purge of all dross elements, how it represents like a striving for perfection, by the way, in a very Platonic sense, meaning that there is a pure kind of world, pure kind of idea, and this is the imperfect imitation of that. And that the allegory and the task for him as a Jew is to uncover the hidden meaning of the scripture in order for us to reach some kind of spiritual elevation, to become excellent in a moral sense based on really Greek sensibilities. So he's writing essentially a Greek book using Jewish topics. That's really where he's coming from. Okay, questions, arguments to this point, please.
So if that's not really so unusual, for instance, if you go to...
Yeah, good night to Buddha. Blessings. Thank you so much for joining the show.
Israel, you see the ancient synagogue, for instance, in Sephora.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that the mosaic contains many elements of Greek mythology, as well as the traditional Jewish.
So let me go back.
That's really where he's coming from. Okay, questions, arguments to this point, please.
So if that's not really so unusual, for instance, if you go to Israel, you see the ancient synagogue, for instance, in Sephora.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that the mosaic contains many elements of Greek mythology.
Okay, so check that out. He says that ancient, not ancient, but Jewish mosaics from Sephora, right, which was a city that was built by Herod, right, in the Roman times, right, basically contain Greek mythology, right? And I've heard this in other places, right? That Jewish synagogues in Alexandria would have like zodiacs and shit. You know, so it's like they're mixing all sorts of Greek elements into their forms of worship, right? It's extremely strange, right? Whereas you think like a synagogue today would like they'd be trying to be as Jewish as possible, right? Where it's like back then they did not attain to those standards, right? Which is a weird thing to think about, right? They were so assimilated into Rome that they had Greek mythology in their synagogues, right? And this is a gathering of Jays, by the way, right? So let's go to another one here. We're 31 minutes into this one, right? And of course, we were looking at sort of Philo of Alexandria being talked about in in the article that we were reading. It's not an article, it's a book by Pearson and Berger, right? On pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism, or the potential of such a thing, right? And he's talking about the work of Friedlander and others in his first chapter, who's talking about Philo of Alexandria and his possible mentions of Jewish Gnostic groups, or basically Jewish sects that were basically antinomian. Right?
Whether you're a professional welder or simply...
Sorry about that. Let me sort of skip through that. Are you guys seeing this?
The video?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's on screen.
Okay, so let me play this.
So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected?
Right, exactly.
By the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who are not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never have even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day. It's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. But there's no question that he was highly sought after.
Yeah, he's seen there's a fabled meeting between Maimonides and Richard the Lionheart, because Maimonides was a prominent physician in his time, or something like that. But he's saying that there's no clear historical evidence of that meeting, right? So let alone the fact that Maimonides ever actually commented on the Crusades themselves, right? So,
as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay, excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn.
Yeah, and again, as he pointed out, that's because he was the physician of the Sultan, right? So he had become such a prominent physician in his time. He had composed several manuals on medicine in his age, right? And so on and so forth. So he was not just a philosopher and also a theologian, right? And he was also well known as a rabbi, right? So he was a teacher of the Jewish religious thought, as it were, right? But he was also basically conversant in Greek philosophy, right? And this, as we said, was demonstrated in his Guide to the Perplexed, right? So similar to Philo, right? So you can say for 1,000 years, right, the Jays were basically the masters of Greek philosophy, right? Some of the most prominent and notable philosophers were Jays, right? So this is one of the arts that they contributed to, right? And so did Muslims, basically, right? And especially in Spain at the time, right? I believe Maimonides was from Cordoba, and then he moved to Cairo, right? Is what they're saying here, right? So obviously both of these were lands that were ruled by Muslims, right? And but learning was promoted, you know, among non-Muslims as well, right? So that's a interesting feature of the time, right?
Turn to medicine,
right? That a Jew could become basically a, you know, physician to the Sultan, right? At that time, right? Just as, you know, Philo's family were prominent generals that participated in the war against the Jews, right? So even though they were Jews, right, like he said, right, his descendants participated in the Jewish-Roman War, taking the side of Flavian, right? So they were so assimilated into Roman society that they helped destroy the Jewish temple, which is a strange thing to think about, right? That there could be Jews that were so in support of Rome that they fought as generals against the Jews, right? It's like, okay, all right. But this is apparently what happened, according to historical resources, and Philo's own family was part of this, right? So it's like, you know, they could not only reach prominent positions within Rome, right, but, you know, for almost 1,000 years, they were in prominent positions, even in the Islamic Empire, right?
As a career, I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said there's an interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides, I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Cordoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen with the idea of the humors, you know, the bile and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the 4 languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community because it meant that, you know, the terminology could be standardized and that what people said in Latin texts could then be correlated with what was written in Arabic texts and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. I mean, these are all things, writings of Rambam. You know, I looked in all the yeshivas here in Miami, no one could find it, Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, you know, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of his field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Fostat was a bedroom community to Cairo. And he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no daf yomi on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back. And then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Fostat individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on. And then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity, that it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments. Discussions, debates.
Did he ever sleep?
Did he ever sleep? Good question.
Yeah, I mean, his accomplishments, or somebody like St. Thomas Aquinas, their accomplishments are pretty staggering. If you actually research, their life and, just how many books they wrote and what else they did during their life, right? And also the personal tragedies they encountered and, what they had to do to make money or survive. It's just fascinating, right? Almost like some of the greatest thinkers on earth, right? Or some of the most renowned thinkers on earth, right? Like by a lot of people, right? And I'm not saying Maimonides is one of those people. He's definitely one of the most renowned, right? But I don't know about one of the greatest thinkers, right? But yeah, he definitely, right? Or people in his class, right? When you look at their personal life, they encountered, personal tragedies on a scale that most people today don't really endure sometimes, right? And what they had to do to survive is actually intense, right? Like, like the things that Spinoza had to do to like he basically died because of his job, or like Machiavelli, right? Like got tortured, right, by the Medici. And then he became a day laborer, right? So it's like most of these, like some of these guys were poor, right? Like Socrates was known to be a stone cutter, right? Jesus was like a carpenter, right? So it's like they didn't have a, or they were known historically not to have a very lavish lifestyle. So this is a main feature of a lot of different philosophers and thinkers, right? It's not like they were part of, or most of the time part of a privileged class of society. Of course, there are exceptions, like Plato and Kant, right? And these sort of weaker philosophers, right? They were sort of part of the upper crust of society, right? They were well renowned. They had celebrity in their time and all this type of stuff. And their philosophy is all like ordered and pristine, and it's like this highfalutin stuff, and it goes to show you, like, Socrates, Jesus, and Rumi, and all these guys, they never wrote anything. People wrote their their utterances and so on and so forth, and it's just interesting, right? But yeah, there we go from the from 500 BC to 200 AD, right? And we skipped over Augustine today, right? But we had another guy, Augustine, right? He's about from the 500s, right, and so on and so forth, right? I think so. He's around that time, right? During the time where Rome starts to go on its decline, right? So yeah, it's interesting, right? So then we have Maimonides, who's writing in the Middle Ages, right? He's a contemporary of the Crusades, although he never wrote about the subject, right? And we got similar, yeah. And here's another thing that I want to show you guys is this whole thing of the Kabbalah and the founding of America. Right? So I found a cool little talk with this dude. So let me pull this one up for you guys because this one is really interesting. And maybe
Kabbalah Dala Hala.
Exactly. Maybe we'll get to like 10 minutes of this here. Okay, give me a second here. And he's kind of a funny dude, but he's got kind of like a weird head bobble, thing going on. But we're gonna look past that and look at the content of his words. So yeah, let's check it out.
Hermeneutics and historical and canonical exegesis. In other words, he's interested in the ways by which ideas have been received and transformed, and in processes of eliciting meaning from texts and contexts with variant forms of interpretation. Dr. Ogren has authored 3 monographs and has edited 2 volumes. His most recent work, Kabbalah and the Founding of America, the Early Influence of Jewish Thought in the New World, was published last year by New York University Press and is the subject of today's webinar. Dr. Ogren is currently working on a book related to cinematic representations of Jewish mysticism and has begun another extensive project on early modern Jewish notions of love.
So here's the thing: is like there's a lot of Quakers and obviously Freemasons, right, and deists and all sorts of different religious obviously Protestants would be the main branch, right? But there's lots of more stranger religious sort of philosophies. For example, John Winthrop, he had a copy of the Monas Hieroglyphica, right, which was a work by John Dee, right? So it's like, yeah, so it's like some of these guys who came here, right, and started things like the Massachusetts Bay Colony, they had some other things up their sleeve, right? Some other references and so on and so forth, right? And some of them were just basically stone cold Kabbalists, right? So that's something that we don't hear about is the Jewish influence. Obviously, there was a huge influence of the Jays on the Quakers and the Freemasons, right? But what about just, the ideas, right, of messianism, right, that were basically almost concurrent with the founding of America, right? Because in the 1600s, right, you have the Massachusetts Bay Colony, right? In the 1600s, you also have Shabbatai Zevi, right? So it's literally around the same time when both of these events take place, right? And a lot of the Puritans and the Quakers knew about these events, and they even followed a sort of proto-Christian Zionism. So that was really part of the driving factors of founding this country, right? That go beyond just, you know, Christianity, right, that we think is like responsible for founding this country, or at least there's people who claim that the country was founded by Christians, right? But some of those Christians had a sort of, you know, Jewish outlook, as we shall see.
Work continually examines issues of center and periphery, as well as continuity and change in regard to Jewish philosophical and mystical traditions. Brian, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you for that introduction, and also thank you. I want to thank Dr. Furman for hosting this event. I also want to thank the Jewish Studies program specifically for the generous support really throughout my career, but also for in regard to this book, for research trips to libraries and archives, and various other events that ultimately ended up in the production of this book.
Look at those curtains. You know, it's pretty crazy stuff. You know, honestly,
and it would not have been so simple to write. It would have been a much more difficult project, I should say, to carry out without the kind support. Now, I just want to briefly introduce how this book came about and a little bit about the book. And then we can get into perhaps some questions. As far as how the book came about, as Dr. Furman indicated here, I'm an intellectual historian of early modern Jewish philosophy and Kabbalah. I've had a concentration upon Italy up until this point, but several years ago, my own American identity, we could say, got the best of me. And I started wondering whether there were any Kabbalistic or Jewish philosophical influences on early North American thought. So naturally, I started to explore. And to my surprise, I encountered a figure named Judah Monis, who was a Jew in the Boston area, presumably originally from Livorno, Italy. So you can see there's a connection here with my background in studying Italian Jewish thought. This immediately piqued my interest. Monis had converted to Congregational Christianity in 1722 with the backing of an interesting guy, a famed Puritan minister named Increase Mather. Some of you may have heard of him. Increase Mather was at one time the president of Harvard, and he was a very influential congregational minister. Monis then went on from there to become the first full-time Hebrew instructor at Harvard and the first person to publish a Hebrew grammar in North America. And what was interesting to me about Monis was his dual Jewish Christian character, or what historian David Ruderman would call a mingled identity. And we can perhaps talk a little bit more about that. But I was also interested in the role that monist Judaism played in sectors of the colonial religious experiment.
Okay, so this guy, Increase Mather, right? He's the father of Cotton Mather. Right. So what's interesting about this guy, Cotton Mather, right, that they really didn't teach us in school, right? Because I remember hearing about this dude when we were kids. You know what I'm saying?
Such a weird name.
Yeah. Like his dad's name, Increase. Like who names? Like it's interesting, isn't it? But yeah, it says he's a historian of colonial New England. He's part of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, which I mentioned, right? He's referred to as the first American evangelical, right? He helped a successful revolt in 1689 against Sir Edmund Andros, the governor of New England, appointed by King James II. He was subsequently involved in the Salem witch trials. Anyways, so that's pretty weird. Oh, whoops. I was supposed to switch that screen and not dump the screen there. But yeah, here.
And key to this were discourses that he published after his baptism in 1722, which are full of Kabbalistic and Jewish philosophical language. And then from Monis, I started to look forward in time to the influence of Monis's Jewish flavored baptismal discourses on Ezra Stiles, a figure we'll talk about, who was also an important congregational minister and was the 7th president of Yale College. And I looked backward in time from Monis sort of as this pivotal point to Increase Mather's own views of Judaism and Jews and American Messianism. And then in exploring Mather and his famed son Cotton, whom some of you may have heard of, Cotton Mather, I looked through their family papers at the American Antiquarian Society in Worcester in Massachusetts. And in the process, I stumbled across a really beautiful Kabbalistic manuscript in English that had an anonymous author and that had never been studied. And I started investigating and I came to the conclusion, as we'll talk about, that it was authored by the famous early Scottish Quaker, George Keith. And we'll talk a little bit more about him perhaps as we go along. But really at some point, the Kabbalistic story started to tell itself. And it gave me a sense that the narrative of the religious founding of North America is quite rich and complex. And so for example, there's a picture of Jewish-Christian intellectual exchange at some of the highest levels of American religious leadership. And there's the use of Jewish Kabbalistic ideas in important polemics between Quakerism and Puritanism. There's also an syncretism and the fashioning of American Messianism. And both of these ideas play into popular later notions such as pluralism and American exceptionalism. So that's really where I stand with the conclusion of this book.
Great. I'm going to start with a few questions for Brian, and I want to encourage you.
So a number of interesting insights, right? He's talking about the fact that the movement towards messianism played a role in, American exceptionalism, but also this notion of how the polemics between the Quakers and the Puritans relied on interpretations of the Bible, right? And the whole pretext of the Protestant Reformation was this whole battle, right? As we learned about, right? There was aspects of Johann Reuchlin, right? And and Martin Luther's correspondence with him, right, where he talked about alchemy, the Kabbalah, so on and so forth, right? And of course, Johann Reuchlin himself wrote De Arte Kabbalistica, right? And a number of the main figures like Philip Melanchthon and Reuchlin were like sort of ensconced within like circles that promoted like weird shit like that, right? So you have instances where like this proliferation of thought was causing people to find new interpretations of the scripture, and some of those interpretations were based on Jewish mysticism, right? And then you have to also note that this is the same time in the 1500s to 1600s, right, when the Protestant Reformation is happening. The Kabbalah is being like completed, right, and proliferated, right, like the Lurianic Kabbalah, right, in the 1500s. Okay, so it's all happening around the same time, right? The founding of America, the proliferation of the Kabbalistic sects, right? Jewish messianism, right? Amsterdam and you know, the Jews there and the Jews in Italy causing all these expeditions towards the New World, right? Including the mention of Christopher Columbus saying that, you know, he's looking for New Jerusalem on his voyage and stuff like that, right? And this whole concept of New Jerusalem itself as a combination of futurism and messianism, right? And the coming of the kingdom of God on earth and so on and so forth, right? This sort of utopian eschatology, right?
As you're watching, to submit your own questions for us via the Q&A function. So, Brian, as somebody whose training is in American Jewish history and who teaches Jewish history in the colonial period, I was nevertheless very surprised to discover in your book the extent to which many of the most important American Protestant thinkers of the colonial period, as you mentioned, Increase Mather, Cotton Mather, and others, were not only familiar with, but conversant with Jewish mystical ideas, even though for most of them, you know, their engagement with Kabbalah was really about the project of looking for quote unquote Jewish truths, you know, to prove the veracity of Christianity. And your book does a very careful and thorough job of explaining how certain Kabbalistic concepts and terminology percolated into the world of early American Christianity. But can you explain more about how your subjects became familiar with Kabbalah in the first place? How wide was the circle of Christian engagement with Jewish mysticism, and how far back does that engagement go?
Okay, yeah, that's a great question. I'll take it in parts because it's a big question. And I'll start with the end, really, with how the idea of general Christian engagement with Jewish mysticism and Jewish thought more generally, where this started from, what were these crazy Christians thinking, and you know, and then I'll take it into the question of how this influenced the specific thinkers that I'm looking at in this book. And this is an interesting question for me because it brings me back to some of my earlier research. Like I said, you know, my first two books were on the Italian Renaissance, and the Italian Renaissance saw the rise in something known as Christian Hebraism. Christian Hebraism is a deep learning of the Hebrew language and of Hebrew texts on the part of Christian intellectuals. And this idea of Christian Hebraism led to the solidification of something known as Christian Kabbalah, also in the Renaissance period. And all of, in relation to all of this, the Renaissance period was a time of increased Jewish Christian intellectual exchange. Some of the Jewish thinkers involved wanted to show that Judaism was the source of all true wisdom. And on the part of Christian thinkers, the idea was to uncover a pristine form of knowledge that they, as Dr. Furman indicated here, they thought this could point to the truth of Christianity. So we're really seeing this already in the 14th, especially in the 15th centuries. And this was all parallel to the rebirth of the classical world, as many of you probably know, exemplified in Renaissance art, or the renewed philosophical interest at the time in something known as Hermetism, which we won't get into detail here, but it was perceived to be an ancient Egyptian form of knowledge. And the overall
Okay, so you got quite a mix, and what's interesting is you got the same thing in the 1100s, right, that you have in the 1600s, that you have in the 2nd century, right, which is when the you know, Hermeticism and all this stuff was actually being created, right? You have an increased movement towards syncretism, right? You have a movement towards classic texts of Greek philosophy, right? You have a movement towards the interpretation of the Jewish scripture, right? So it's the Hermetics stuff, right? It's the Jewish stuff, right? The mysticism, right? And the Greek philosophy. The combination of these three things, right, literally causes a lot of the factors in the Italian Renaissance, right? As I said, the Medicis wanted the translation of the of the Hermetic texts, more than they wanted to get to the writings of Plato and Aristotle, right? They thought this would be more valuable information, right? So it's interesting.
All idea during the Renaissance was that the ancients held a purer form of perennial wisdom that could be uncovered. And Jewish esoteric lore was thought to be started with the patriarchs and solidified in Moses. And this was
okay, so this is another thing, is that during the Protestant Reformation, they didn't rely on the church for interpretation, so they're relying on the rabbis, right? So increasingly, they're going to the rabbis and the Midrash to interpret the Old Testament, right?
Hmm.
And that's also a feature of this thing he's describing, Christian Hebraism. He said it's a feature of not only the Italian Renaissance, but also of, the Quakers and the Puritans in America.
part of this whole process, an ancient form of wisdom, but certainly in ways that were much more significant than other ancient forms of wisdom like Hermeticism or classical Greek culture. Kabbalah, since it was thought to be handed down to Moses, it could essentially be part of the Christian canon in some way, like the Hebrew Bible itself even. The thinking was that Kabbalah, properly understood, could be an ancient Christian tool. And this is a notion that carried over into the Reformation, and Kabbalah made its way into several influential Protestant works. And most of the thinkers whom I analyze in the book were reading these Protestant works that incorporate Kabbalah. People like the Cambridge Platonist Henry Moore, for example, but there's a whole myriad of Protestant workers.
Yeah, so Henry Moore, Lady Conway, and Benjamin Furley, right? They knew this guy, George Keith, that he's talking about, right? This guy that was like proliferating these Kabbalistic texts and so on and so forth, right? So he, a large part of his book is about this dude, right? And his relation, right? He talks about 2 or 3 guys that are promoting these concepts, right?
It's like the couple of catalysts for this.
Yeah. Like, let me see this guy. Because it's interesting that Furley also knew Locke, right? And also Locke's patron, right? So check this out. It says Furley, right? A friend of John Locke, right? And it says he made a ministerial journey with William Penn, another guy who gets tied in with these guys, right? And this guy, Anthony Ashley Cooper, the Earl of Shaftesbury, right, who's connected to Locke, right? And then if you go, yeah, here's George Keith, right? So let's look at this guy. He talks about this guy a lot in his book, right? George Keith, Presbyterian turned Quaker, right? It says accompanying George Fox, William Penn, and Robert Barclay on a mission to the Netherlands and Germany. And this is funny. It says he and his fellow Keithians published an exhortation and caution to friends concerning buying or keeping of Negroes.
Bro.
Oh, look at this. He produced in 1674 the first English translation of Ibn Tufayl, Hey Ibn Yaqsan.
Yo, that's crazy.
What the fuck?
How's it? How?
I know, like what? How did I find that here?
It's so like seems so out of place.
I know, it's like what? Like we were looking at that earlier. You know how like so many different thinkers champion that work, right? Including like I think it was like Leibniz and all these people, right? They were saying like this is the bee's knees, right? And also like Rousseau, right? So it's just interesting, right? That this work keep popping up everywhere.
Man,
I believe some of the state of nature debates came from this book. You know, it seems like it, right? And obviously Ibn Tufayl was a, you know, through and through, he was like sort of Avicennian, right, thinker, right? You know, I don't think he had a sort of a traditional Islamic view of things, right? But yeah, so it's interesting. But what the fuck? Well, it all comes full circle here because we'll be reading that work, and we talked about that last time on the show, how I'm going to be reading a translation of that work. And it seemed like the first English translation was produced by this dude. Okay, let's see some more things about him because now I'm super interested. But yeah, actually, I'm going to be reading this book. Yeah, this talk's not about George Keith, but yeah.
Who are working in Christian Kabbalah. And, you know, certainly the Mathers were reading this type of literature. And then in the case of Judah Monis, who was the convert that I mentioned from Judaism to Christianity, he seems to have had some rabbinical training himself. Here I'm getting into sort of how my characters had influence by Kabbalah. He certainly had direct access to Hebrew and Aramaic sources. And in fact, there's a handwritten manuscript of Kabbalistic sources that's housed at Harvard that we know was in his possession, and it's speculated that it's partly in his handwriting. So that's the case of Monis. And in the case of George Keith, who's the Scottish Quaker that I mentioned, he's an interesting figure. In 1675, he was sent by William Penn to a place called Ragley Hall, which
So there's William Penn, right?
is in Warwickshire, England.
By the way, I think Pennsylvania is named after him or whatever.
He was sent there
I
to
believe so.
a noble woman, a famous philosopher named Anne Conway. And the goal was to convert her to Quakerism. But at that point, Conway herself had been deeply involved in the study of Kabbalah and even had a famous Christian Kabbalist living with her by the name of Francis Mercurius von Helmont.
Okay, so there's our boy, Francis Mercurius van Helmont, right? The sort of Christian Kabbalist, as they say, right? So there's guys named Christian Kabbalists, right? During the 1600s, right? Which is, I mean, it says it all right there. right.
Some of you may have heard of. And in addition to his own writings, Helmont was...
Right, talk about Kabbalah and the founding of America, and there's very prominent figures who are called Christian Kabbalists, right? That is literally their profession, right? That's their brand of occultism, right? And they're in highly influential places, right? Like they're talking to like William Penn and Henry Moore and Lady Conway and, you know, just to name a few, right? And of course, these people are corresponding with John Locke, right? Who himself is corresponding with people like Newton, and Newton's studying Maimonides and stuff. You know, so in the 1600s, these figures were extremely important, right? They thought of sort of quote unquote Jewish learning as the, top tier knowledge of the time, right? Most up to date, right? Because of course they had perfected knowledge of the Bible and Greek philosophy, as I said, right?
Involved in the famous Kabbalah Denudata of 1677. Just briefly, this was the largest collection of Jewish Kabbalistic texts in Latin up until that point. And so Keith really got involved in this European Christian Kabbalistic circle. He did manage to convert Conway and von Helmont to Quakerism, but in the process, he was also converted into a Quaker Kabbalist, as I try to show. And he became a
so wild Quaker Kabbalist.
Right. So
this is just wild to me. Like I had family members that older family members a while ago that were in Quakers.
Right, it is fascinating, right? Because they're deeply involved in the founding of this country, like the whole, Thanksgiving thing, right? We see like,
I highly doubt they knew about the Kabbalah though, so they probably would reject this stuff.
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it would be like the more studious types. Like these, Cambridge Neoplatonists. Now, what's interesting about George Keith and Cotton Mather is like, Cotton Mather's from Harvard, right? They have these Kabbalistic texts at Harvard, right? And then, George Keith, he was like president of Yale University. So these guys that are like studying the Kabbalah are like presidents of like Harvard and Yale and these institutions.
Von Helmont's circle. It's
let's talk a little bit about George Keith a bit. There's a really fascinating episode in your book, Brian, and I'm an archives guy, as you know. I'm the curator of the Houston Jewish History Archive here at Rice. And there's this fascinating archival mystery in your book, this anonymous 17th century Kabbalistic manuscript, which is housed at the American Antiquarian Society in Worcester, Massachusetts. And it holds great significance for you and for this book. So I'm curious, tell us more. How did you become aware of the existence of this manuscript? And take all of us through your process of decoding this mystery, figuring out who the author was, and why this manuscript is so significant.
Okay, yeah, that's a great question, because there's a rather unconventional story as to how I became aware of the manuscript, which, since it's only you and me here and the 46 people listening in, and it's going to be posted on YouTube, I can share with you. What happened, and for all of the graduate students who might be logged in, listen up, because this is how significant discoveries are made. It's very methodological. What happened was, sometimes back, the Dean of Humanities here at Rice was very graciously promoting the idea that faculty should seek external residential fellowships, really in order to get out of our own bubbles and beyond the hedges, as they say. And I was already at work on this book, and I had learned that there was an NEH fellowship that was being run at the American Antiquarian Society. And I knew that the Antiquarian Society housed some of the Mather papers, so I decided to.
That is very, very fascinating. But what's equally fascinating is just the number of strange works, right, that are produced, right? Like Timothy Morton goes to Rice University, right? And there's a number of other weird authors and thinkers that we've noticed that come out of Rice University. So it does have some weird. They have published some strange studies and stuff, right, that talk about some weird subjects, right? So they're pretty notable. And Yeah, so it is a strange subject, Kabbalah and the founding of America, but it's a subject that sort of expands on these thinkers, as you've seen, right? William Penn, Lady Conway, Van Helmont, right? Who were in the other article on the Quakers, right? But they're also in another, there's also this entire thing with the Rosicrucians, right? So, the links between Rosicrucianism, Quakers, the Kabbalah, all that stuff, and and how in the 1600s, right? It's part of the start of Jewish messianism, right? Well, we've been going for about a very long time, and we've had not too much participation today. And I know it's a holiday, so I know not too many people are going to be listening, and everybody's tired, and so on and so forth. So we do have a very exciting review, right, of a transhumanist debate, right? So this whole week we're going to be playing this review of this transhumanism debate, and it's just it'll just blow your socks off. The amount of commentary that I have that just eviscerates both of the participants, right? The transhumanist and the so-called Christian, right? And the so-called transhumanist is also a so-called Christian. We'll see. It's weird. It's like the Christian's a transhumanist and the transhumanist a Christian. It's like you got your Christianity in my transhumanism. It's like, no, you got your transhumanism in my Christianity. It's literally the debate. It's like, whoa, this is stupefying.
Bunch of clowns.
Bunch of fucking clowns, dude. Actually, bunch of clowns.
This is uniquely subjective. Everything is uniquely subjective.
The wood is dead.
The wood is dead. Is the way he ends it too. He's like about to give like a dissertation. The wood is dead. So yeah, so we'll be back soon, guys. I'm gonna play some songs for you guys. Play you out, as they say. Right, what does that mean to play us out? So yeah, so we'll be back soon. And yeah, Saturday, right, we'll be continuing with a lot of these topics. So I gave a basic outline at the beginning of the show. If you listen to the first hour of the show, at some point in that hour, I give a breakdown of the topics. There's many topics. As you know, I'm giving a historical critique, right, of the idea of transhumanism itself, right? So we're going through tons of different material, right, ancient to modern, and we're sort of slowly making our way to the modern world. There's lots of ideas of the past that sort of serve as a foundation, right? Sort of theological concepts, sort of occult ideas, right? Mystical concepts, philosophical, metaphysical ideas, so on and so forth, right? The theological speculations, right? Sort of serve as a foundation for many different concepts. As you'll see, a lot of the it's being claimed that Christian ideas form the basis of transhumanism, right? Which I think is pretty false, right? But this idea of dying of the world, dying of the flesh to be reborn in the spirit, right? So sort of people like Thiel are running with that, right? And I think that Christians ought to resist this sort of programming, right? And I think if there is a sort of spiritual aspect to these things that we're describing, right, then maybe these sort of religious truths can serve as a barrier, to some of these ideas that we're talking about, right? So that it remains to be seen how that's supposed to be applied, right? So we need to figure out how to sort of fight futurism and preserve tradition and so on and so forth, and figure out who we are in the process, right? And try not to become machines and transform ourselves and so on and so forth. So there's lots of deeper truths that we can all agree to, right? And sort of structuring a positive response, right? So yeah. So would you like to say anything to these people, Red? You know what I'm saying?
Not really. Just reiterate that technique doesn't require evil. It only requires society to be neutral, and for society to desire efficiency. Once that gets going, then the domino effect just goes from there, I think. Snowball effect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do not seek the treasure.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. So yeah, blessings to all the people. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. You can't kill what you can't see. And what most people think is real is just flickering images on a screen. Right? I mean, flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. Now, I messed that up the last 2 times, but it is what it is. You guys know the lines. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. So yeah, we got the transhumanist review. It's about to be bananas. I worked hard on it. I streamed for many extra hours these last 2 weeks. Made by Machine Bob review.
I was there for some of it, wasn't I?
Made by Machine Bob?
No, the transhumanist critique.
I think you were. Yeah, I think you were there. Unseen was
Vaguely
there.
remember that because Andrew was being Andrew as usual.
Yeah, you guys showed up at some point. So yeah, that did happen. So yeah, it's an exciting review. Honestly, I think it's one of the top reviews I've done. I want to take it and maybe make it its own thing. Maybe cut out all the parts where it was just us talking, because we got into some weird side discussions as well. So yeah. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Fuck. Okay, so we'll do a music stream at some point, most likely Friday night. Right, so today, most likely no stream, I'd say. Right, I need to develop new videos and get like new themes and stuff. But yeah, Friday we'll figure it out. So yeah, blessings to the people, and I appreciate you guys as always.
I am on fire, I'm standing in water with live wire. I shouldn't be alive, I wasn't alive prior. My gun had live rounds, it hadn't died either. It's on a strict diet that's high in iron and fiber. I'm not love worthy, I'm fine in isolation. My murders and crimes are just fines and violations. I like being the brains behind the operation, but I'm bloodthirsty, I might die of dehydration. But I don't like charity, I'll recoup and recover. I live life vicariously through others. I'm living off the blood that I take from my true customers. If someone ain't pulling their weight, the group suffers. My gun's sensitive to the slightest of vibration. I gotta be patient and wait for the right occasion. I need enough strength to control my night cravings. I need a blood bank that can hold my life savings.
You have a good soul, and I hate giving good people bad news. Oh, don't worry about it. As soon as you step outside that door, you'll start feeling better. You'll remember you don't believe in any of this fake crap. You're in control of your own life.
I lived underneath of hell. I couldn't eat, couldn't leave the cell. I couldn't see, I learned to read from a speaking spell. It was everything I needed, I was treated well. Just another day at the office, I was Steve Carell. I couldn't sleep, I'd stand the entire task. A would-be king, the man in the iron mask. I was trapped, my capturer had the higher grasp. Till I snapped the bars and shattered the fiberglass. It was enemy territory, foreign sand. It wasn't heaven or hell, it was borderland. My birth parents must have had a more important plan. They left me on a porch, knocked on the door and ran. In the wrong hands, abandoned with calamity. I ain't have a chance or a family. I ain't have a plan B or sanity. I ain't have fantasies and canopies. Life is no guarantees or answer keys.
Immaculate deception. You got poverty, religion, racism, politics, and economics that keep the preoccupied mind spinning. Oblivion, evangelical righteous nation building by eugenic DNA, epic weapon sequence in the DOD operation Dark Winter. Unknowingly investing trillion in the most subtle forms of murder. New American century, lunatic, neocon, lounge, poolside for Olive Mark City at the Plaza Bilderberger. Sitting next to nanotechnology, the Damon over inside the nuclear winter. With reptiles and bikinis that don't walk on by, they slimmer. You better zip up the Dalai Lama North Face, put on an Elmo mittens. Play close attention, there's no difference between Bush and Clinton. Shut the arrogant cowboy Texas demeanor. White House was straight stonewall, fuck a congressional subpoena. We will bitch smack the media. Lord Ching, pull over Dark Warrior. With CIA orgs brought down the two towers. Who up on COG shadow government at Raven Rock, where the only legislative branch running is executive power.
Connection listeners, we're talking about continuity of government. We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running in a bunker.
Our in-depth look at Washington's secret shadow government. Bush has activated for the first time long-standing plans to ensure survival of federal rule.
Continuity of government. And the notion that we have a shadow government.
We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running. We're talking about COG, as they call it in Washington.
We still don't know very much about who's in the shadow government and what they're doing. I think that the Bush administration is going to have to eventually give us a lot of information to clear the air here. And the notion that we have a shadow government, that there's some urgency about having a shadow government.
It's actually a shadow government operating right now.
Is finished, master. Is my music really on some apocalyptic, dark and gloomy shit? Or my part of some now freedom music? Your perception to this rhyme reflecting your influence. The most dangerous person in the world is someone who don't do shit. You think I'm fearless, confused, or just blind? Or to safely actually continue to perpetuate itself in the mind? A helpless victim of revolutionary soldier, you decide. Then ask yourself why am I so rebellious and out of hand? When a country will spend hundreds of billion to kill 500,000 to kill one man. Am I really the rebel against society for now worldview evolution? Knowing full well to put off world globalization, millions I have to die to subvert the authority of the Constitution. And how much of this silly, goofy, wacky conspiracy theory is really hype when all of the media world is controlled by select few programming status quo lies. Home of the freedom, ignorant, hypocritical, and buck wild. American politics is more confusing than the racist sin of the illegitimate black love child. I bet you want me to rhyme by alcohol and beverages, pimpin' girls. When I only liquor I'm talking about is Molotov cocktails. When in my country people of color make up 62% of the incarceration rate, to form the largest prison population nation in the world. While you sect claiming born again Christianity, murdering preemptively, showing up to rally the troops in a homo flight suit and a plastic stunt turkey. Believe you can't hurt me or do me none. I'm down with God, Allah, and I ain't afraid of no one. And it's his world decrees, imperial letters of protection, warning you about privatization and depopulation and federalization and deregulation and globalization. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. And I bet you it won't get nary rotation.
Cannabis, throwing melanated, Molotov, cocktails, engineer, directly out of full sales. Nobody nastier, ripping the jacker, ain't nobody nastier, spitting and grabbing facts and data to enhance you. Suspense thriller, cannabis, the lyrical adjective killer.
My melatonin magic is enhanced by the melatonin tablets. Come take a walk with cannabis, Ardipithecus ramidus. What the fuck is melatonin magic, bitch? I still ain't understanding this shit. Okay, my brain is a microchip. My two balls with a cane is a macro dick. I rap so sick, I created swine flu out of an infinite mix. You try to diss, but you can't even spit. You just stand there and wish with your hand on your hips. Man, you a bitch. Who the fuck is you to criticize a lyrical king? You see, that's my problem. I spit 1,000 bars, y'all was silent. I ain't heard nothing about it. I had to give you 3 years to recognize. And then I realized, can't nobody even fuck with my rhymes. The internet is an early telepathic building set. My lyrics are international nuclear missile threat. The blogosphere is where you vent frustration and discontent. But children don't understand the concept of consequence. So yes, it's immature to express disrespect. But no, I would not accept what the media says. They are the reason we are being misled. There are forces above them to feed off our stress, suffering, and death. I am dead by design, cause nobody tells me what to rhyme. I make up my own fucking mind. There are more of us than them, but at the same time they are gods, and we are just mortal men. 13 levels above 33. Let me say it again. They are gods, we are just mortal men. I cannot imagine their power. They put a black family in the White House just so they could take away ours. You trying to plan a great escape, you a coward. They gon' march us in a gas chamber, make us think we taking a shower. Mamas and babies is crying. The children of Zion belong to Skynet. Nobody knows who's behind it. So if you don't care, fine then. I don't care either, but I ain't spineless like you. I'm a true believer in the metaphysical ether. You listening to the lyrical reaper, the spiritual teacher, empirical speaker. After this album, they gon' call me a leader, but I'm not. Illuminati just gon' murder me like Pac. Blood sacrifice or not, I don't even wanna be alive. If it's like that, then fuck Tiamat. You can laugh at my appearance, well fuck you for standing there staring. Fuck everything on this planet, including the evil spirits, notwithstanding the aliens acting like they don't hear us. There's no need to fear us, just come down and help us. I love James Brown more than I love Elvis, but that don't mean I'm selfish. Soft or hard on the outside like shellfish, crispy, crunchy, black, crawling out of hell's pit. You scream for hardcore, I felt it. But what you gon' do when they kill me on some Eminem and L shit? You won't do a motherfucking thing. Cause let me tell you why, you a coward and you don't know shit. Cause if my brothers stand next to me, the energy expands collectively. The world was never ready for me, and they ain't ready for their own freedom neither. They perish from the heat of the fire breathers, crawling out of their caves to eat them like thin crust pizza. Cthulhu creatures with rough features, jeepers creepers, good luck with Jesus. How many meters? Reload and squeeze it. I run up in the Vatican with demons just to get even. That's where the biggest demon is. It's no secret, but nobody else sees it, so they won't believe it. But that's when I calm back down. The key word is back down. I got possessed by my own raps. Wow, knock knock, who's home? The black Dan Brown. I didn't mean what I said, please don't kill me now. My ghostwriter's not around, plus it was just a freestyle. But at least I got better beats now. Meanwhile, motherfuckers still mad, I feel bad. I apologize, but you acting like a real fag. What the fuck I'm supposed to feel like? 12 years later, I still don't get acknowledged for the shit that I write. Well, I don't wanna talk to you now. It'd be a motherfucking miracle if you even see me walking around. They still ask me about second round, even now.
Cannabis, can you tell us what happened
Look
again?
Look at this fucking clown. Can't get over it. They ask me a loaded question and act like I'm the one that's promoted it. Hang up on him, you a cyborg unit with no soul to it. Stupid surrogate, 12 years later I'm on some other shit. And so is the whole world, look at them other shits. And so is the whole world, look at them other shits.
After this album, they gonna call me a leader, but I'm not. The Illuminati's gonna kill me just like they did Pac. Blood sacrifice or not. It's Professor Griff, the ex-minister, signing out.
Oh shit, I forgot about this. Yeah, sorry. Give me 1 second here. All right, let's go with this. All right. Talk to you guys soon. Blessings. And
Rock the beat. The beat. Rock the beat. The beat. The beat. The beat. Rock the beat. The beat. Rock the beat. The beat.
I'm the doloist soloist who got dro to twist. Prefer to brew over Chris. To my independent women and my male chauvinists, throw your fist before you risk. Stick your nose in this, we closing this. Edo's maniacal. Supreme, get the record, loop it and chop it. Now it's unrecognizable. Cut off the unreliable. If it's hot, it's undeniable. Type of shit to start a riot to. He fire one, I fire two. Inspire you. Make you believe the bullshit, that's what liars do. See, we roll like tires do. If you admire me, then I admire you. Cause it's a cold, cold world for this warm-blooded mammal. Keep it off the handle, filled with rap ammo. The revolution will be televised on every channel. More than a little bit of looting and vandal. This is far from gangster. It's that hip-hop shit filled with anger. It's the streets, the beef is no stranger. It's these beats and rhymes that might change ya. It's the peace of mind that I'm chasing. Living life with less aggravation. It's mind telling body about to lose patience. Writers, DJs, MCs, and breakers. I got a second chance to make the same mistake twice. My advice for the unnice, don't try to break the ice unless you want to sacrifice your life. I'm authentic, you artificial, man. A sacrificial lamb, we got issues at hand. High-ranking officials launch missiles at anybody who ain't fam. You understand, cause we overstand. It's over, man, you either bet, fold, to show your hand. You overpowered and undermanned, cause Edo G and Overlook got the upper hand. From the Berry Dorchester to Mattapan. You can fall for it all, but I know where I stand. So where you stand? If it's about popping shit and copping shit, go ahead and rock the platinum. I rock some copper shit, the total opposite. I ain't with that stupid suit and tie office shit. It's that Boston shit. This is far from gangster. It's that hip hop shit filled with anger. It's the streets, the beef is no stranger. It's these beats and rhymes that might change ya. It's the peace of mind that I'm chasing. Living life with less aggravation. It's mind telling body I'm about to lose patience. Writers, DJs, MCs, and gray. Hey, yo, my ritual for raps, traditional with facts, subliminal to calling niggas out on wax. We ain't equal, it's for my people who got their eyes wide and ain't looking at the world through a peephole. The mind, soul, and body attack the ungodly who wanna make rap a big party. See, I'ma get what I'm supposed to get. I only got about 10 real friends. Rest of y'all just associates. From indie labels to rappers to strip dancers. Get pounds and hugs, numbers I never answer. Travel frequently. We ain't down if you competing with me. I'm on the airwaves on different frequencies. How much gold did you go through? What did you blow through? To get the industry to know you. Your life is on the auction block. Big quick, heard it all before and ain't impressed with shit. This is far from gangster. It's that hip hop shit filled with anger. It's the streets, the beef is no stranger. It's these beats and rhymes that might change you. It's the peace of mind that I'm chasing. Living life with less aggravation. It's mind telling body I'm about to lose patience. Writers, DJs, MCs, and breakers. What's going on? The Mike Lebanon, Teflon Dawn. Back, baby. The year of the nines. And I'ma have to make these motherfuckers an offer they can't refuse. You know? What's going on? Yo, come on, you know what's on. I roll a song, test my flow on the Autobahn. Make sure the force is right. I floss all night, get off the mic, get it smoke like an exhaust pipe. Keep them in the library, studying my theory. My theory get translated to Swahili. From the lands as far as Zanzibar. They understand the art, demand the law. It's obvious why the copy is. They copy this. Soon as my data processes Y2K, they floppy this. Now who the hottest is? How can it not be this? Baby, who the cocky is? Poppy is, Rossi is. Hey yo, it's me so magnifico. Even my typical style difficult. Make a crowd go wild when I rip a show. Better stand back, this a blow you didn't know. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to. Microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. Ever witness rapport like this before? It's Major, kiss the floor, say bitch my lord. It's the chosen one with the golden tongue. Flow for the old and young when I'm holding one. In the front row city, we show no pity. When kids get jiggy, girls are so pretty. The wanderer, back from Casablanca. The stomper, what next for Rada Conquer. So let's go, the best show will explode. No dress code, they just posing their best clothes. Girls get exposed when I show my rap expo. Will it be a next episode? I guess so. Those that have doubt, wanted a high clout. What they mad about must be a cash route. MC switch they style from their last route. And I bet soon as they hear this, they spaz out. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear the microphone check 1, 2. And they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. Wherever I can go, it's the guard tempo. It's simple. My MO, no problemo. Been all over the map, even know where hell is at. I get the welcome mat and then welcome back. My flow is raw, they treat me like Mr. Know-It-All. They want me to show them all my brand new protocol. Excuse them why, I make a move for ride. You ain't super raw, say the hoopla. Let me find out, you rhymed out, designed out, pulling dimes out, you climb out, with time out, I'm at the free throw, playing ball or CeeLo. I keep though, reloaded like Carlito, incognito. I be so low-key, women get nosy. I do a show they wanna go see, they get to know me in the front row seat. They cozy, thinking I'm giving them the bo-bo-b until they OG. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear that microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear that microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear that microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever. They show me love when I come through. Yo, any club that I come to, I hear that microphone check 1, 2, and they know what I wanna do. Flow forever.
The number rackets, rearing Pele jackets, fast loop cactus, I'm well up in the millionaire bracket. The boss of 4 bosses are always horses in the fortress corridors with Olympic torches and Mona Lisa portraits, jacuzzis and saunas, and eating steak at Benny Hanna's, Bentley's limousine, the front yard streamlet full of piranhas. I'm set, a private jet, I drink a lot of Becks, get a lot of sex, condo and duplex, diamond infested Rolex, the level recliner, the raw units with silver china, sipping no finer wine, you keep on shines of diamond miners, the highness kingpin of heroin, I'm thorough when I have to bring the terror and handle business in each and every barrel. In town and city, I'm rolling like Frank Nitty, I'm rich and pretty, back up kitties, I got Grammys that's grimy and gritty, a nigga that's spunky and likes to keep his pockets chunky, making most of my money from all the dope fiends and junkies. I learned from the best, the ones that's living and the ones that's put the rest, so I bless my chest with a vest and pack of Smith & West, and then I'm off to get the snaps, not the scraps. The game is be a real Mac, the name is Cool G-Rap.
What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes you wanna holler. It's a weird shit. What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes you wanna holler.
I gotta fly, walk up under the wing. I swing it, it does a thing, and if you step aside my ring, she'll bang it out and make your brains hang. She sits at restaurant tables with make foxes and sables, drinking Chardonnay brand labels, shit rockin' suckers, cradle and yeah, honey is more bounce to the ounce. She walks around with Lucci in large amounts, millions of socks with bank accounts. Her name is Tammy, got a beach house in Miami, rides around with a small jammy and a silk and satin panties. A down hall, a Foxy Brown, all standing up ground. When if the clown, yo, she turn into a bus around. Our flyers are heaven's angel, got sapphires in our bagels, diamond earrings hanging dangle, getting money from all angles. She's pretty under the New York City bright lights. In real light, way after midnight, I hit it cause the split's tight. Wake up early and make my rounds, break a brick down, back in this silver 4 pounds. Some clowns be trying to get down, light up a smoke and grab a stack of casinos. The slick stick up kids don't get no free, don't broke cause I ain't trying to be broke. I goes all out for G-Rap business, honey, nothing's funny, it's a damn shame what I gotta do to get the money.
class settle down, I'd like to introduce you to your new teacher. His name is Mr. K. Mr. K, would you like to tell the class about yourself? I'm your new professor. I've improved the lesser message of your clueless testers. They've been removed, I am the new successor. The first assignment that I'll burst your mind with is to break the Earth's alignment, find 6 different time zones and reverse the climate. Of course I'll time it within the glass, where the sand particles pass. That's 10 books that you must read by the end of class. This is the only way to teach you right and make you see the light. And I forgot to mention, you have to read each one twice. No pens allowed in this assembly. Complex math and chemistry must instantly be committed to memory. And after you complete your 20 reads, focus your deep internal energy, then learn to speak the language of the centipedes. No need to call you to the floor. What would you have to walk for? I brought a self-erasing, levitating chalkboard. Every lesson is taught in Mach 4. Even the clock stops to watch your body as it learns to flow through locked doors. Many fall from stress long before they acquiesce, cause it's hard to pass the test without cardiac arrest. Your brain use amount is tiny, 10% or less, but if someone reminds me, I'll help you access the other 90. We'll study making seconds momentless. I'll need a 5-page essay describing future inventions that don't exist. And after that, you'll have to try and top it. Hope your mind can process bringing in a real volcano as a science project. The more progression, the deeper the lessons. 90 multiple choice options on each of the questions. I'll teach you to build things without reading directions. My standard's so high that I'll punish you for reaching perfection. And once I broke the spell, all of you will learn to read unopened mail and bring a thing that can't be shown or told about the show and tell. Before we scratch the surface, I'll just test a person first, and every 30 seconds blur the whole semester's worth of work. The consequence for bad behavior is wrenching, sending you to detention in an evil, wicked dimension. And even though it's only minutes, the time seems like 1,000 ages. So many courses, the report cards are 1,000 pages. Each slide of history recited in its chronology. Unabridged dictionaries, every word's etymology. The Iliad and the Odyssey, you'll judge them with mockery. You'll even see the blue object that floats over the top of me. My classroom is an abnormal regime. Homework is rubbed into your forehead in the form of a cream. And no matter what you do, don't ever touch this bright folder. If you miss one day of class, I'll start your whole life over. Then at recess we play with gamma rays on average days. 10 millenniums of curriculum all on half a page. And every mind in here I'm linking them, which means you never have to raise your hands. You ask me questions by thinking them. Increments of time I'll wrinkle them and teach you how to carry galaxies in your book bags by shrinking them. You will see me as ugly, I don't need you to love me. Life or death pop quizzes on subjects that we didn't study. I'm sure you noticed several older people here in the class. They're students from my former school who haven't managed to pass. They've been with me since they were young, each class and each stage. Cause one of the courses that they kept failing was mastering age. You have to learn to see through people's minds like x-rays do. And if you somehow pass the class, I teach the next grade too. So with that said, my preamble is through. Pleasure to meet you. By the way, I'm Mr. K, your new 2nd grade teacher.
Curious George walks, thou did not erect. Curious George flies a kite. Curious George learns his multiplication tables. Curious George takes a job. Curious George buys a ball barrel. Curious George goes to the hospital and walks, albeit not erect, toward the light.
Cut myself empty, space. Tramps, cut myself empty, space. Peel off the colors, transform into everywhere sandstorms. Tramps, cut myself empty, space. Gone in here, chaos and order are yet to be discovered. Tramps, cut myself empty, space.
Awakened from a slight repose.
Tramps, cut myself empty, space. As of now, walls of flame sustain, distorting, lining in order, pointing to a reference, pointing, this is a painting, remembering an end and then it's all over the face again, loving every novel treetop, foundations to build more and more.
Hovering colors hide under the slight mutter of another rumbling thundercloud. Wonder how I found this sound, this eternity, rumbling externally, cluttering, burning heat, bubbling, permanently pulling the puppet strings, time, chuckling at a mind's climb. What a
thing indeed. I mean the primordial mud point, try to figure out this plot, doesn't it? Hark alongside with a thorn name presented. Yes, but whom so long as I'm about shan't be allowed to fall apart in front of a promenade of Promethean legs.
Closer against to the break, cracking a pipe, children play here. Animals die in waterfalls, so wall to wall, becoming some of daydream, pretty serene scenes. Seem like dumb ideas to learn how to glass bottom boat. Watch for your step, you're being followed.
The echo echoes through this special vessel of heaven's levels, intersecting and connecting with a collection of the devil's space, reflecting pebbles, taste impeccably numb, tongue tingle, wrinkled stars fold the boldly warm form to kaleidoscopic waves.
An immaculate world of fate, me with a mouthful of palm. Meanwhile, soul's been thinking out loud so long he can almost touch, leaving no tone unturned, and renewing the noise, aesthetic void of half-truth. In honor of the solitary songbird plucked a feather pen and pretend some humming the ugliest honesty I know. Anarchy, smoothed out, and they are indeed.
Well, if monsters could talk and if time recorded itself, these civilization sunsets would be an album of bare photos. Take what you want or will it make its mind for you? And an age-old expose and page folding open book.
Circuit for disruption, searching for my nothing, looking toward the button to turn off the horizon. Sweeter than the ocean, now open for discussion, crushed inside emotion, just and realize.
On a clear day I can spell forever F-A-I-T-A. And already forcing misappropriation of the concept like the quixotic paradox of Curious George in the alphabet. For every pack of wild apes a flag and a dripping tongue.
Out on the range and everybody's been reorganized. Science don't live here, there are no signs to read from. Eyes blinking, seasons are relative to a smack in the face. Let there be light and clarity and participants.
Particles of starving souls hardly hold a hearty hold in this carnival. The sharpie bow won't carve a hole in the artist's rose. It starts to pull apart your skull. Your card gets pulled, you lose control, confused and broke. Now the downfall is all you know.
I'm newly enamored of nascent euphoria, naked epiphanies, making love to the same half-truth, half-truth. These book reports of 19th century French utopias always end up in eulogies anyway. I mean, don't know. Lead, guttural, firmament, 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 lead, guttural, firmament. Curiouser and curiouser. Monkey-made monolith, albeit not perfect. Still the heavens quivered, the windmill wept, wings flapped, lights flashed, and parking meters blinked. And somehow we stumbled into this repeat.
Channel can't change, always in the front. Can't see nobody waving goodbye or hello. Something that's lovely is invincible. All hail, falling all about manage and pick apart. Architect a texture where the birds dive and buildings of earth is a cave of plastic bubble. Magnifying the earth ain't dying. Welcome to a historical abortion and they're making this place could have been a painting. If its denizens are more in touch with the most advanced means of perpetuation. This world is a castle. Everything here is vanished from dimensions that people don't even have emotions for. Everything that you see is an entirely different form as the person that came before. Enjoy this moment, stay here and take it somewhere else. Never leave this split until you go against the brain. And if the picture breaks, live inside the positive space.
And low, living there naked, without individuality. We hold each other safe, but for mastery see. Have we found the absolute, or just a wide empty? Love is truly human, doubt is animal decree.
ballerina of serendipity, company by the tin pans. I'm a random with the cabin stance, banged upon a pantheistic beautification, pantomime, definition for defiance, simultaneity, continuity, blink down for the reason about the nature when tame, re-entitled, fate, and to God for every form like faded from the golden rectangle. But somehow my impeccable sense of Greco-Roman architecture led to a column of symmetrical mannequin archetypes, fractioned by 8.
Finally, it's understandable, tangible, touchable, disgustable, aesthetically pleasing instead of combustible perception. When are we leaving? Is it even a question? I'm just a soul-searching merchant serpent on the surface of the reflection that previously and mysteriously fed the perception. Butterflies utter cries, better hide the directions. Otherwise, I'm like wide open for an inspection. Close your eyes, realize this is only conception. The garden lies around the nucleus of artistic expression. Beauty grows like thoughts, wind blows the clock. The hole is now a rock, so close up the dock. Take a seat and study today's lessons in depth and visit the caves of freedom's redemption. Oh, how exquisite these rays of sun unintentionally bundle the inner optimism's extension. I love this dimension.
Fundraising for the campaign of the dominant male. Inward a groan, outward a roar. Feeding lions to the Christian. From henceforth we'll build with death carefully and into new spirals of cervical vertebrae, circular course of force, sacropur, frail petals, quads of coils of monk bones, mummifying organs and mutiny for skeletal with a funerary art, composing a morbid abundance toward the naturally boundless framing of stars, and the sacred song spells hold the tune also boarding off this chord, the sacrifice we making what the hand of the cable make out of it, gather your notebooks while you may, eternal strangers carrying decalogues we cannot read, so we pop our paper mache these writing pages into a breeze of white roses and return them to the earth.
There's no time left, smoking barrel. Chimney raise a ton and there's no presents, these are gifts. Make all the faces a new exchange. Not to be stuck in the back until it comes around. Karma don't exist, well that's always deserved. Hard workers don't make millionaires. But children that grow up and stare at the waterfalls all fall eventually into the same guillotine ahead of time. Bodies at decay. Nothing is forever. Like the lies that make the world turn and heads roll. Who's paying attention? Realizing our potential made stories of inspiration. Bleed in need of other cabins to what's happened for bad children. All children are born things evil. Only get better. All moves are good moves, and if we think hard enough, everything will disappear. Flowers still grow through out of this pollution. The earth is will in the sand and grow strong in the garden.
The evolution of dogma from mammalian standards to an obsession with dharma to an 8-armed dolphin.
The evolution of dogma from mammalian standards to an obsession with dharma to an 8-armed Darwin.
The evolution of dogma from mammalian standards to an obsession with dharma to an 8-armed dolphin.
The evolution of dogma from mammalian standards to an obsession with dharma to an 8-armed Darwin.
Ambiguous mold pounded out of monotony with the hum and the monotone machine and ominous harmony insinuating the dissonance of oneness. When in fact we're all half notes and high-tech howler monkey inflated hacks. Fractured by the orchestra banging heads against songbooks, stick with ambiance. Erstwhile not a statue stirs, and I'm only trying to teach these songs to talk to myself to listen.
Curious George walks, albeit not erect. Curious George flies a kite. Curious George learns his multiplication tables. Curious George takes a job. Curious George buys a
Alright. We live. And feel free to stream this to Cyber Caliphate if you want a copy too. It should be available on the top. So we can get some people in here and ready for the show tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. And then let's see here. All right, cool. I'm gonna connect some different audio, and I'll be right back. But let's see what Android Shilson has to talk about today.
Yeah, we're about to review this trash ass video. Distributing. Distributing. Straight neuro crack. So yeah, so we about to do this. All right, there we go.
I've got a fantastic one for you today. We have got Andrew Wilson versus Zoltan Istvan. And today the debate prompt is going to be transhumanism versus Christianity. Which is better for the future of America? Should be a very interesting one. We're going to have 5 minutes of opening statements, and then we're going to kick it in.
So it's funny, the two positions that Wilson is willing to draw for, right? He's willing to call it a draw for Zionism, right? He says he's not going to support the Palestinians, right? He's not going to fully support the Jews, but, you know, some of his patriarchs support the Jews, and he's not going to go ahead and stop them from doing that, right? He's just going to toe the line, right? It's the same thing with transhumanism. He's going to sort of toe the line with transhumanism, right? He knows that a certain push for transhumanism is causing technological advancement, so he wants that, right? He thinks Christians should support technological advancement, right? But in terms of transhumanism, he just thinks that it should have a Christian tinge to it. He doesn't reject transhumanism, right? Just like he doesn't reject, Zionism. He just thinks that Christians should be in power, right? And as long as Jews support that, that's fine, right? But he's not going to go out of his way to either support Jews or to support people who are against Jews, right? Or go against Zionism, right? No. Same way, he's not going to go against transhumanism, right? It's crazy, right?
To open dialogue, and at the end I will read your super chats out. Now, depending on the volume of super chats, we may not be able to read all of them. It would probably be 20 up or something like that, just as a fair warning there. So without further ado, I'm going to have the gentlemen introduce themselves. Zoltan, for those who haven't met you, tell us a bit about yourself.
Well, hello everyone. Thanks so much for having me. This is pretty exciting. I've followed both Jake and Andrew's work for a long time. As he said, my name is Zoltan Istvan, and I'm a transhumanist, somebody who wants to use science and technology to radically improve the world. Another important fact of what's going on in my life right now is I'm running for California governor as a Democrat. However, don't let that scare you. I was also the endorsed.
So notice that, right? He said that his position is that he wants to use science and technology to improve the world. He's going to radically change his position several times during the debate. He's going to switch to saying he just wants to extend life, or he wants to improve human life, right? Okay, and sometimes he's not for improving technology, right? He's for a sort of techno-humanism, right? Whereas the technology can be used to improve human life, right? So his whole position that technology and science should be used to improve the world is kind of false, right? Because if technology and science improve the world and humanity suffers as a result, then he doesn't want that, right? So he supports you know, he says he supports nature, he supports human life, right? But he said he wants to change nature with technology, right? So later he's going to say, oh, he wants to live longer because he loves nature. But he just said he wants to change the world with technology. So how much does he love nature after all, right? So, I mean, this guy, his position is totally rootless. And Wilson doesn't attack it at all, right? It's crazy.
Libertarian candidate back in 2018 for California governor. So I'm not a true hardcore left-leaning progressive in any sense of that term. But I'm here actually to discuss transhumanism as it might apply to Christianity. And let's be honest, everywhere...
Just quickly, Zoltan, this is just a little introduction, and then we'll get into the opening statements. Just
just a little introduction. Great.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
gave
Andrew-
it already, and I'm ready to let you guys take it off, and then I'll go into my 5-minute speech.
Cool. Andrew, just to those of you who haven't met Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a very popular entertainment channel on YouTube and other platforms. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and I engage in debates with people from all over the world. And I've been doing that for years. I'm happy that Mr. Istvan, is that how I say that? Istvan?
That's perfect.
Are you Hungarian, Zoltan?
I have a Hungarian passport, but I was born in the United States.
Right.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, he's just asking like your background, your family hail from Hungary then?
Yes, absolutely. They
Very
escaped
Hungarian
from the
name.
communist government.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Istvan, I appreciate you coming on and take the time today. I don't get to talk to many transhumanists or debate with them, so I appreciate it.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we'll kick it over to Bruce Buffer, who's just waiting backstage, and then we will get into the opening statements.
And now, for the thousands in attendance.
America, an experiment that has endured for nearly.
Fuck.
On the clock for your opening statement. Let's get into it.
Great. Well, I gave a little bit of my opening statement earlier. Listen, transhumanism is a social movement of many millions of people around the world that want to use science and technology to radically modify the human body and also modify the human experience. Anything from, using exoskeleton
This is what I'm pointing out. See, before he said you want to use science and technology to change the world. Now he's talking about human, right? So
exoskeleton suits to kind of climb Mount Everest when you're maybe a senior citizen, even to things like driverless cars, to brain implants, all sorts of wild stuff that is happening, including artificial intelligence. Let me quickly give a little bit of a background on how I even got into this. Exoskeleton suits to kind of climb Mount Everest when you're maybe a senior citizen, even to things like driverless cars, to brain implants, all sorts of wild stuff that is happening, including artificial intelligence. Let me quickly give a little bit of a background on how I even got into this. I began my career as a journalist for national.
yeah, so I don't think even if old people had like suits, despite they'd be like climbing Mount Everest or whatever, I don't know, and even if they did have like suits like that could climb, they'd probably use them for warfare, right, and other such things. And right, so I don't know. I don't think those types of suits would be like released to the public to go on like commercial expeditions and to like go like see like natural, like sights and shit. Right, that's wishful thinking. Brain implants. That sounds like it could possibly take a dark turn, right?
Well, Epstein said the first thing you want to do is put brain chips in black people. So I mean, there you go.
Yeah, like what? Like none of his propositions, driverless cars. Obviously that's a potential danger. People can hack into the car, kidnap motherfuckers and shit. Obviously, yeah, I mean, it's just all potential, like crazy shit. But yeah.
National Geographic. I've also been a correspondent for the New York Times. And I have been writing about technology as well as war zones and other issues for 30 years.
So he worked for National Geographic. So is that like, so did he work for Murdoch? Right, because Murdoch bought, like News Corp bought National Geographic at some point. They bought Wall Street Journal and National Geographic, you know, because he worked for he worked for the channel. So I'm pretty sure that shit's owned by Fox. All right, so that's weird.
Yeah, and just a reminder, you guys can. I'm going to switch to my computer, so I'm going to jump off and jump on the computer. But you guys can restream to your places as well. I put in some good, what do you call it? Some good algorithm keywords, so it might this one might get some more play than usual. So I'm just letting you guys know.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
I mean, I have a ton of 300 plus op-ed essays out there and many more just normal essays. I have found that through the war zones I covered, especially for National Geographic, I became very afraid of dying. And because I am somebody who does not believe in
so he's a Fed like newscaster that's working for like basically Fox News because he's working for National Geographic. So he's like an international news reporter, right? Which those guys are usually Feds, right? So so it's weird that this dude went from being a National Geographic like news reporter, like international news, traveling around the world, right? To like for National Geographic, he said, right? So yeah, so this is highly strange, in my opinion.
Creator, or it's not necessarily I don't believe. I'm kind of agnostic. I just haven't seen enough evidence or any evidence of a creator, and I certainly don't believe in an afterlife. I have chosen to dedicate my life to transhumanism. The number one goal of transhumanism is trying to overcome biological death with science and technology. And I assure you, you know, based on just how we've done the last 100 years.
There it is. See, earlier he said transhumanism is using science and technology to change the world. And now he said it's the goal of using science and technology is to extend human life, right? Which is his main platform as a politician was immortality. He rode around in a thing called the immortality bus, okay, with like to preach about life extension technologies, right? So this is the dude, he ran for president and he went around the country in an immortality bus. They're trying to show people like the benefits of transhumanism, right? So this dude.
Well, I just got one question for him about that bus. Is he got Bonnie Blue or weed in it?
Exactly.
Did, and they're going to continue to live dramatically longer as we start bringing in some of these brand new technologies.
But you know what's weird is that Stuart Brand, the prominent transhumanist, he was connected to Ken Kesey, right? Who was like on the he made a bus. He went around trying to wake people up,
right,
to take LSD, right? So
what would they call the Mary Pranksters? Yeah. And also Brian Eno, the famous music producer, is a big part of his thing, and the Long Now Foundation is extremely influential.
It started by Stuart Brand, by the way. Yeah. So
right.
Yeah, Stuart Brand and Danny Hillis, you know, they're co-founders of the Long Now Foundation, and they're both like basically proponents of transhumanism. By the way,
apparently we have 23 people watching right now. So whoever's watching, thank you for being here. So I don't know what the fuck happened, but
let me see what's going on. Yeah, let me see what's happening. Hold on.
Like we went from like 3 to 23 in like 1 minute, so I don't know what's going on. But hello, everybody, if you're there.
Yeah, it's not on my channel. It seems like there's only 2 on my channel. So
I don't know. Okay, it went down to 20, but yeah. So yeah, we're talking about life extension, transhumanism, Andrew Wilson, all the good stuff. So please feel free to join. If you want to join the discussion, type in the chat. Let us know you're here. You're definitely welcome to come up as long as you're not, a dangerous individual. So, oh, we just went down to 12. Okay, weird. All right, I guess let's keep talking about whatever we're talking about. What the fuck is going on?
genetic editing, artificial intelligence is starting to uncover these new drugs. There's a bunch of patents and a bunch of drugs that are going to human trials right now. Actually, I'd probably say within 18 to 24 months, you will have drugs in the market that, effectively make you live 20 to 30% longer already. So, and we have, 3D printed organs. We have organ transplants. We have all sorts of things that are starting to happen that enable you to live longer when something happens to you. And hopefully we'll even have things like universal vaccines for cancer and things like that. That, for example, Russia just launched apparently a couple days ago. Don't know if it works. But the point is, transhumanism is all around you. It's happening very quickly. And its number one goal is to overcome.
Yeah, you hear that, Wilson?
Go ahead.
The Russian church, that supports the Russian government. Oh yeah, they're handing out universal jabby stabbies. Wow.
Oh. I could use one of them. I'm over 300 pounds. Look at my fat ass in this wheelchair.
Well, what's weird is I don't know, man. I got so many thoughts on this. It's I just don't want to waste it because I don't want to detract from what we're doing here. But it's I have mixed. I'll be honest. I have mixed feelings on what they're saying. Like the idea that we could develop something that would prevent, aging, horribly, or disease-ridden bodies or something. It is very tempting, right? But it's also he hasn't defined what human life is. That's number one. He hasn't defined what health is. He hasn't defined any of these things, right? So it's just this kind of nebulous concept that he hasn't defined. So it's really, it's kind of what we were talking about last time. Really, what is he saying, right? Are we just assuming we know what he's saying, or? And it's we're talking about
according to the comments, many people understand what he's coming from. That Zoltan dude, from when you first sent me and I went investigating, I went through a lot of the comments, and people are, I would just put it this way: I would say the comments are split on half is with Andrew and the other half are with the Zoltan dude. But people are noticing the transhumanistic, I guess you could say, reoccurrence with him of whatever. People noticed the Resident Evil stuff immediately. Everyone was making Resident Evil jokes, Wesker jokes, calling Andrew Wilson Albert Wesker.
Who was saying that? Who was saying that?
People in the comments. That's why I made Andrew Wilson look like Wesker in that video, or whatever. Because I was studying the comments, or whatever, and people were
the comments were making me think somebody's been watching your channel, because I'm dude, nobody in this community really talks about Resident Evil except for me a little bit, and you a lot. So it's I don't know where the fuck. Hello, Jamaica youth, whoever you be.
Well, yeah, but to shut up real quick, the comments are definitely the place to go if you want to get an understanding. If they're real people, the comments are very enlightening on the general idea of where, and I hate to say it, it seems like there were a lot of people calling out his transhumanist thing, and there was a lot of people calling out Andrew for his stance and how he was doing things, but a majority of the people didn't really seem all that bothered by the Zoltan dudes. They basically just made jokes about it. Everyone, I would say probably over 100 comments was just about people picking on Resident Evil and calling him Albert Wesker and calling the other dude an Umbrella scientist. Oh, he really works for Umbrella. They just brought him on here to, make a fake interview. So, but go ahead, sorry. I just want to say that, a lot of people obviously are not buying up the conversation. People seem to think it's fake. It does seem fake to me. The dude's literally named fucking Zoltan. Are you fucking... Oh, and and everybody was joking about dudes wear my car. So, again, if you want to see the subliminal messaging in it, it's kind of... come on, how convenient. It's a dude named fucking Zoltan talking about transhumanism. Just saying. Go ahead.
Is that a reference to, in a movie?
Yeah, the movie dude, where my car, or whatever, with fucking, what's his name, Ashton Kutcher and fucking Stifler dude. And in that movie, it's an alien race, whatever, that comes to help save humanity, and they all do this hand sign with their hands in the form of a Z, and they go Zoltan. And there are a bunch of awkward looking, Spock looking gay homosexual characters. So, you know,
Weird.
Anyway.
That's funny.
Come death and biological aging. It's not just really we don't want to die. It's actually we want to remain as younger people, and we will be able to reverse aging at some point. They've had plenty of studies that they've been able to do that in mice and things like that. So, but that said, it's also a social movement. It's this idea that we can become superhumans. We can go off planet. We don't have to be, susceptible to breathing air, to choking on food, or to in being too cold or too hot. Eventually, we can overcome these things.
How the fuck are you a superhuman? Because you could go to Mars and you have to be on a life support system the entire time you're there because it doesn't have a fucking atmosphere or fucking magnetosphere and shit. So you're gonna fucking, what are you gonna grow on Mars? What the fuck are you gonna do there? You know, it's gonna be infinite boredom. You know, so I don't know. So most of the things he's mentioned, it doesn't seem like they're going to be a net benefit to human life at all.
Upgrade ourselves to become cyborgs and things of that nature. Now, some people say that this makes us not human, and we can discuss that and debate that. But the question is really not whether we remain human. It's really whether that is the natural course of action for.
Look at this. He said he wants to A, improve human life, and B, it doesn't matter if we're human. It doesn't matter if we remain human.
That this makes us not human, and we can discuss that and debate that. But the question is really not whether we remain human. It's really whether that is the natural course of action.
What? Obviously, the natural course of action would be to remain human, sir. Like what? How could there be a different natural course of action? Right? And if it's a natural course of action for us to become non-human, right, or beyond human, right, then where is that exactly described or proscribed? I mean, is just really confusing, right? Other than, yeah.
It's starting to sound like Palpatine using, dark Sith clone technology. Dark side may be considered to some to be unnatural, and they kind of sell it as natural. If you put on this exoskeleton suit, like you said, old people can traverse, Mount Everest. But in reality, like, how many old people do you know of really, like, obviously those things would be used for military applications and not for fucking, grandpa and grandma, to go on their last final hike as they die of a heart attack. Is that exoskeleton going to save them from cardiac arrest? I mean, again, they like sell you one or two flashy ideas, but in reality, like, those ideas obviously make no fucking sense. Like old people traversing, like, how are you going to stop the aging process of the heart and the arteries and the natural aging processes? They make it sound like it's so easy to do. Like, you can just go in and edit simple DNA sequences and replace it, like, in I Am Legend, where, how many cancer patients did you heal? 10,001. Yeah, until they turned into a bunch of dark seekers and they fed on everybody. So, I'm just saying, like, who and what normal, rational, natural mind would anyone hear what this dude, like, when I was first hearing it, when I watched it earlier, and sit here and even begin to take some of that shit seriously, like what you're saying about with Mars. Come on. What y'all gonna take a bunch of seeds up there and throw up a little airtight tent and use, what? Yeah, like, it's just, it's so repulsively retarded that, in all honesty, you have to be a fool to believe it. But yeah, sorry, go.
All right. That sounds like schizophrenia to me.
For the human species, who has a very rational brain and this affinity to evolve. And now we've sort of taken evolution into our own hands. And I'm very excited about that. I've spoken all around the world, about that, World Bank, World Economic Forum. I've met presidents. I advise heads of state, whatever it is. I've been doing it now for
Strange. Oh, sorry.
What happened? What happened?
I don't know. I thought he paused the video because my mic was live for a second.
Oh, whoops! I was muted. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm saying that this dude worked at the World Economic Forum, and then he's also like fucking I mean, he also worked for National Geographic. Like this dude
He worked for the.
work.
He worked for the Economic Forum.
I mean, he spoke at the World Economic Forum. I'm sorry.
I don't find that coincidental. Oh, I don't find that coincidental. I mean, I put that at the end of my
Right.
video, or whatever. So that was just weird coincidences.
Yeah, so he's spoken at the World Economic Forum. He's worked for National Geographic, which is part of News Corp. Like the Fed linked, Zionist linked fucking channel. So this dude is fucking like he's a real piece of work. Honestly, he's strange. Right?
A good solid 15 years, and I'm amazed myself at how fast the movement is growing. I also understand, and that's why I'm here tonight, that Christian society finds this despicable in many ways, especially if you're a traditionalist. That said, there are some Christian transhumanists, and we can get into that as well. But the real question is there really a...
So this becomes a theme. Okay, so Andrew Wilson is going to tend to argue throughout the entirety of this debate, or at least the hour that I've seen, that Christianity and transhumanism are totally compatible. And what did the Zoltan Isvan guy just say? He said, there are Christian transhumanists. So just keep that in mind during this. Okay, this whole idea of Christian transhumanism. Which, by the way, Peter Thiel and others have extrapolated on this idea, right?
A problem between Christianity and transhumanism. And if you follow the Bible literally, there's certainly a major kind of chasm that we're going to have to find. Can we close that divide? Probably not, but we can discuss it. And that's why I'm here tonight. So I hope my introduction has introduced you to some of the ideas of transhumanism, as well as who I am, a journalist, gubernatorial candidate for governor in California as a Democrat, as well as someone who's been writing and speaking on the movement now for well over a decade.
Okay, Andrew, 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I've actually listened to quite a bit of your stuff in preparation for this debate. So you are consistent, if nothing else, about your view, which I appreciate. So debating about transhumanism is somewhat difficult because it's never altogether clear what anybody is talking about when they debate it. Transhumanist ideology is usually baked into other systems which support it, rather than being a philosophy which stands out on its own. A sub-position, if you will, of a general...
So what is it a sub-position of? See, he's going to try to make it a sub-position of Christianity, of the Christian worldview. Right? Because he's going to argue that none of Zoltan Isvan's beliefs would be possible without a Christian framing. This is actually what he says. Right? So...
Right. Well, and it's like, okay, so, but it's like, by what definition are you defining Christianity? Is this from an Orthodox Christian position, or is this from a cultural Christian position? See, like, that's the real question, isn't it? It's like,
well, that's the thing, is that,
or from a Q-Bala Christian position, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. He gives lots of key markers that he's talking about cultural Christianity and not Orthodox Christianity. He, for example, employs words like Judeo-Christian, words like Abrahamic, right, as clues, right?
Greater position, focusing mostly on elongation of life and transcending the humanity of human beings and their biological limitations. I would like to give a short analogy about this by referencing it to a small Midwestern town called Raccoon City. In Raccoon City, a private corporation released a virus which altered the genes of victims.
Shit.
So he also mentions Terminator, so it gets weird.
victims entered into a state of what could only be referred to as zombification, including many of the animals. The nature of this virus was such that the wounds of the victims did not cause death. They no longer aged, they no longer felt pain, and they stayed in this state perhaps indefinitely. Immortality, in other words. And they no longer worried about the higher purposes, instead reverting to primary functions. Some of them actually evolved past this zombie-like state and into other types of what could only be considered human hybrids. Their strength increased drastically, wounds healing instantly, their physical abilities improved to something far beyond that of a normal human being. The company who released this virus and its sponsors claimed it was, quote, the next step in human evolution. That to stand against it was to stand against progress itself. While the events here are, of course, fictional, the point stands. That is a transhumanist future. What is the problem with it, ultimately? If we had a zombie apocalypse and everybody turned into the, quote, undead, isn't this immortality? My opponent's starting axiom is just that, immortality itself, for the sake of being immortal. He doesn't really tell us the reasoning behind the grounding of this axiom or its ultimate purpose, only that he fears death. And therefore, this axiom has become his primary edict. I share some of the frustrations that Zoltan has.
Yeah, but this is the issue with what Wilson is saying, is that is Wilson going to oppose medical science and pharmacogenomics and all of those innovations of modern science? Of course
you said
not.
it before me. I was about, you can't complain about what Umbrella was doing and not complain about the company itself.
Yeah, no, he's for that. He thinks that is all about Western progress, right? So he thinks that supports Western. The West is winning because of scientific progress of medical research. He says it all the time during this entire thing. And he has no problem with even life extension or immortality, right? As long as it's within a Christian context, I mean, which means nothing.
That's right. Like they say about Umbrella in the movies, your business, I mean, Jesus, your life is our business itself.
Yeah. So let's see during the course of this debate if Wilson is going to reject medical science and the innovations like pharmacogenomics in lieu of that these experiments could go haywire and cause something like zombie apocalypse.
I fully understand that Christianity can be weaponized against scientific progression in society, sometimes for good and sometimes for not so good purposes. So that Zoltan understands.
Did you hear that? He, on the other hand, understands that Christianity can be weaponized against scientific and technological progress.
Not against scientific progression in society, though I do think it needs to be done responsibly. And I am certainly in favor of life-extending technologies and life-saving.
There we go. So he's for life-extending technologies. He thinks we should continue medical research. He supports corporations like Umbrella. Oh, well, what if things go wrong? He doesn't support it when it goes wrong. Well, no shit. Nobody does. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? So you only don't support technology when everything goes wrong with technology? What?
So what I think you will see is two things. Like if I were debating them, the two words I would write down right here is, well, three. I would write down free will, one, choice, two, and I would write down responsibility, because he's hinging his entire argument on, well, if we can do it responsibly and if we have a choice to do it, right? So are those two prerequisites for his argument in existence, right? And, I don't think he's really wanting to get into that. So it's kind of weird that Andrew leaves himself open to those two, like, points of attack, right? But then when you try to point those things out to him, well, he was a lot less polite to you for some reason. So,
well, he's gonna come and say this stuff now. He's gonna say, well, it's our responsibility because we control it. The technology will only do what we tell it to do, so on and so forth. So this is what he's going to try to say next.
Technologies. An engineer by trade.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's totally bullshit though.
Right.
He already admitted that you can lose control of it, so it's like
Right, exactly,
it's
right.
like-
Yeah, that's right.
And we have lost control of it. I mean, it's kind of weird, but okay.
Scientific progression in society, though I do think it needs to be done responsibly. I am certainly in favor of life-extending technologies and life-saving technologies. An engineer by trade, though not degree, I have a love of technology myself, especially machinery. Let us take firearms, for instance, as an example here. If my axiom was just firearms, it wouldn't make much sense, would it? A firearm is just a simple machine. It doesn't need to ever be used to kill, but that is its primary function. My worldview allows for defensive killing in defense of yourself and for others. So the axiom isn't ever firearm.
See, look, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. The contention that the firearm doesn't need to be used to kill. Oh, it just so happens that it is in mass quantities. And the minute they started inventing guns, people started shooting each other left and right. You know, yeah, that's just a coincidence. That's just human nature that caused all that. You know, it is like, it's just fucking incredible sometimes. Right? Like, yes, of course, guns allow people to kill people easier. Like, it's the dumbest shit of all time. And that's why you need guns, because other people have them now. Like, that's literally why everybody needs them. All right, so it's like crazy to argue otherwise.
Itself, right? That wouldn't make any sense. It's defense against the aggression of evil. That is good. That would be the axiom we'd be working with there. And firearms themselves are neither good nor evil, just technology which can be used for good or evil, which is where we get into the worldview justification and how it is that inside of Zoltan's worldview of transhumanism, things will get, quote, better than.
So he's for life extension technologies, right? And just like the transhumanist, he believes we are controlling the direction of technology, right? That it's used to benefit humans, right? So he basically believes everything that a transhumanist actually believes. I just want to point that out.
So what is the debate then?
Right.
So they debate
What is he debating? It. He supports technological progress. He just doesn't want it to destroy humans. Well, the guy literally just looks at him straight in the eye and says, "Neither do I." It's a total bullshit debate.
Well, but he also says that he doesn't care if humans continue to exist, essentially. So it's like,
right.
So it's like, well, I don't care if they exist, but it would be bad if we don't exist. It's like, okay, so
right, it's schizophrenic.
And that of a society which uses Christian ethics as a guiding stone in the United States. I would argue immediately, of course, transgender ideology goes hand in hand with transhumanist ideology, a technology designed to remove biological sexual limitations in order to progress towards transcending your base human limitations. It is definitely, or has
Look at Andrew having to read his notes. Look at him got to read his notes off the side of the screen.
Yeah, his intro is written by ChatGPT. It's crazy.
Zoltan. And that's really the problem, ultimately, with this ideology, from my view. The very idea here is to transcend humanity itself, but only through appealing to base human desires, which is humanity. You're appealing to the same thing you're trying to transcend. Zoltan seems to understand some of his ethical system, or some other ethical system, is needed to complement his axiom of immortality, as he is a big believer in spiritualism. But this is a vague concept and ultimately meaningless. What he's saying is he's trying to make some kind of appeal to human motivation for purpose, or telos. And if they find purpose through some kind of spiritual revelation, well, good for them. Christianity offers for society something much better. The idea of virtues, compassion, love, confined ethics for the purpose of fully experiencing our humanity and embracing it with our purpose, or telos, rather than rejecting it and attempting, I would say in futility, to transcend it. Science and technology, he says he wants them to improve the world. So do I. But that doesn't give us an ethical standard for how that should be done, how that should be accomplished, why we should even be moving towards that. There's no grounded axiom here. It's just a preference that he has.
So you see that he says that Christian ethics provides a framework for why we should use science and technology to improve the world. Right. So his only contention with the other guys is that his framework does not provide a ethical basis for why you should support changing the world with science and technology. Right. But so again, he says Christian ethics provides that framework.
Science and technology, he says he wants them to improve the world. So do I. But that doesn't give us an ethical standard for how that should be done, how that should be accomplished, why we should even be moving towards that. There's no grounded axiom here. It's just a preference that he has. When he says, transhumanism, as it applies, he gives his definition. I have no problem with his definition. I think it's fine. The idea that we're trying to elongate, humanity to the point where, we could even reverse our own aging process and move towards
right. He thinks that's fine. Right.
Mortality. He defines this by saying science and technology, which will wildly improve
from a Christian point, would not be ethical nor supported by a Bible believer in any way. Starring Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, this dude literally supports the Antichrist beast system.
Well, and again, it's like for me, it's like, okay, I'm open to the argument. Okay, there's some sort of argument within Christianity that says like there's no problem with life extension or something like that. Like,
right? Where is it?
But yeah, and it's like, well, does the how we go about this is what I was trying to get across to Avian on the last stream, which was wasn't really fitting, but here it fits. It's like, okay, so like if we have to use aborted fetal cells of like 1 million children to develop this cancer / life extension, let's call it vaccine, right? And we give that to everybody in the world, and that allows everybody to live 45% longer than they would have otherwise. So instead of living to 80 comfortably, you live to like 130 or 140 or whatever, right? Let's just say, for instance, right? Okay, so now that's a possibility or whatever, right? Or whatever. Let's just throw a number around, okay? Did all those omelets you have to crack, I know that's a really bad, all those eggs you have to crack to make the omelet, does that have any bearing whatsoever on how Christians should view it, right? See what I mean? Like, that's kind of what they're avoiding. That's what the whole thing they're avoiding is like, well, what exactly is the cost going to be to get that, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I've never in my life heard like, oh, Christians should support life extension technologies. Like, that sentence has never occurred to me, but here it is. Right? He's saying it like it's matter of fact, and maybe his supporters or, is this Jake guy. Are you gonna swallow this shit, dude? Like, this is fucking weird, man. These people should really consider what he's actually proposing. Right?
I understand that too. He was in a war zone. He has fear of dying. I totally get that. Everybody has to contend with their own mortality at some point. He did say, though, in his opening, and I just wanted to address this very quickly, he says humans are living twice as long as they used to. It's actually not true. The truth is that we use live birth numbers in order to determine how long people live, and infant mortality used to be way higher. And because of that, what we did was we took an average, and so the life expectancy went down to like 30 or 40 because of how many infants used to die.
That's 6 minutes.
Now, I'm almost done. I'll just tie this off if you don't mind. So this is actually what he's doing here. He's not being particularly honest with this. In fact, if it is the case that you could, overcome infant mortality 300 years ago, you lived about as long as you do right now. That is, in fact, what is true. So no, we're not really living much longer. In fact, infant mortality in the West is going up due to the aging population of women who are having children now. So it's in fact, in the West, in the first world nation, right, this is really one of the only nations in which infant mortality is increasing rather than decreasing. So And then I'll just tie this off with this last thing very quickly. He says Christianity finds this despicable. They do, but they do for precise moral reasons. They don't find it despicable because you're looking at saving, leukemia treatments, right? So, yeah, with that, I'm willing to dive right into the debate.
All right, you guys have open dialogue now, as long as you pretty much want at least 6.
In fact, in the West, in the first world nation, right, this is really one of the only nations in which infant mortality is increasing rather than decreasing. So, and then I'll just tie this off with this last thing very quickly. He says Christianity finds this despicable. They do, but they do for precise moral reasons. They don't find it despicable because you're looking at saving, leukemia treatments, right? So, yeah, with that, I'm willing to dive right into the debate.
All right, you guys have open dialogue now, as long as you pretty much want at least 60 minutes, maybe can go towards 90. So with that, let's get into it.
Nano banana, nano banana, nano banana. Oh, nan banana, nana. Here's the real.
Wow.
All right. Well. Wait. Do your thing, Lord. What is that?
Yeah.
Nano
banana. What?
Well, I wanted to start.
You talking about like a turkey call?
No, you do the. What do you do? You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean when I be like interrupting people? You talking about?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, it pisses people off.
I want to get you on a debate with Andrew Wilson, and you just for that one reason, just do that to him when he's in the middle of an argument. Just make him spiral. That'd be hilarious.
I don't think he needs my help to spiral.
Yeah, we got nano banana bombed. So yeah, we gotta have to recover from that.
By just maybe we can dive into this. The humans living twice as long. That is not a factually accurate statement, right? What happened is we used to use infant deaths, and then that would bring the average down for people. But if you got past like the age of 6, you did live to about the same age that you do now, between 60 and 80.
I'm just not even going to argue with this. Look, people used to die from cavities all the time, but this doesn't really get into the crux of what I think is interesting in this debate for you and I. What's interesting in this debate for you and I is like, really, why does Christianity not appreciate or like transhumanism? Because honestly, the statistics on why people live twice as long or whether they don't is really not important. I'm actually interested very much in why you actually would have a problem. Like you were talking about the zombies in your very beginning of your speech.
Hang on, if it's not important, then why did you bring it up?
I want to talk about.
That's what I'm curious about. Why did you bring it up? Because it's part of a sales pitch, right? Isn't it part of a sales pitch to say, look, people are living twice as long now, and that's due to scientific progression and this and that? So you brought this up as part of a sales pitch, and I do want to make sure that this gets corrected, and then we could dive into the other ethical concerns. It's like, no, this is not, in fact, true. Scientific progression. In fact, I would argue that in many ways, humans are living worse lives than they used to through diet, plastics, and many other things which science has brought us, which has not improved the human condition at all. So, but that aside, it is in fact the case that people are living now about as long as they always did if you remove infant mortality.
So did you see that? There's many ways that he just pointed out, like plastics and diet, where science has not collectively improved human lives. So he's just throwing that out there. But before he said that, Christians ought to support using science and technology to improve our lives. Right. So this is the thing is like, when, the risks are collectivized and the benefits are filtered to the top. Right, with most of, the risk, benefit analysis of, the use of these technologies, right? Why doesn't he continue to talk about the collective harms, right?
Well, look, I mean, there's a lot of people working in offices trying to solve the world's problems. They've been indoctrinated in school from the age of 5 to the age of probably 30. And now they went from sitting in chairs at a desk, and they now stand up and have like a miniature, what do you call it, a treadmill underneath their thing. So I mean, look, there are improvements coming to the average person who's building the system. So in 100 years, they'll eventually get us a hamster wheel in our little cage, and and they'll replenish our water for us and feed us in through the little tray under the door. And I mean,
You don't want to be a little hamster?
I just wanted to correct that, and then we can dive into,
rich people are living dramatically longer than anyone has ever lived, which is unfortunate because it skews the facts for the normal people. But a billionaire who has access to all these different types of technologies, wow, I mean, they can outlive their predecessors by 30 to 40, 50%. And so that's like a known fact. But
but hang on. I want to dive into that now, that claim. Okay, because I've heard you make it before, so I went and I looked into it. You're not actually wrong, right? The wealthy do tend to live longer, but that's not just due to medical access, right? It's due to impulse control. This is what's hilarious, is like this is completely left out, right? The idea here is that people who are generally wealthy, they become wealthy because they have great impulse control, and people who don't have good impulse control, so they engage in very self-destructive behavior. That's often why the lower classes die at higher rates than the wealthy.
Like cigarette smoking?
Immediate access to medical care. That's not actually the case. So that's another thing that you say often that's just not accurate.
Andrew, let's dive into transhumanism. I'm really, this is an opportunity that's wonderful. Forget who's living longer or whatnot. I mean,
well, hold on. Like they barely brush this topic, but it's actually deplorable, right? Because you look at a lot of the research, like technology is causing people to get cancer and stuff. Foods and shit, processed foods and all this type of stuff, all types of chemicals and shit, there's endocrine disruptors, right? In the pesticides and the cleaning material for the households and shit, so the thing is that, there's a lot more medical improvements, but it's like, like modern medicine hasn't really cured like one disease, right? So, there's a lot more like medical care, but there's also a lot more diseases now than before. And some of it's been caused by the modern lifestyle. So I don't think they really appropriately addressed any of that, honestly.
I want to know why Christians are not willing to, en masse, embrace transhumanism. And I think you had
because there's no ethical system behind it. So the idea here is like you come up. I know that you understand philosophy. I started.
So check this out. It's transhumanism doesn't have an ethical system, and he doesn't have a problem with transhumanism per se. He just thinks it needs an ethical system, which he already has one named Christianity. So he's trying to offer it to the transhumanists, right? So the question is he a Christian transhumanist? Because he's went so far as to say that the transhumanists need an ethical system, and Christianity fits perfectly with it. So
read your book. Forgive me, I wasn't able to read the entire thing before the debate. I didn't get very far in it, but I did order it. I thought that the premise was interesting. I do enjoy science fiction. So, forgive me for that. But if you start with an unjustified axiom, in this case, it's just a preferential axiom. Human beings should be immortal. It doesn't tell us anything else. So you're going to have to attach that to another system, and that's what you're going to do. I don't know what that system's going to be exactly. Maybe some form of utilitarianism or some bygone for you to. But that's why they have a problem with it, is because there's nothing attached to it. Why should we be immortal? Why? Can you give us the answer to that? Why?
So, you kind of took me or put words in my mouth saying that, look, because I'm afraid of dying, that was why I want to live forever. That's one aspect of it. And another aspect that was really that I love life, and that most transhumanists love life. They're curiosity addicts. They just want to see what happens. I mean, what a time to be alive right now with the age of AI and all these longevity treatments and things like this. I mean, this is an amazing experience. So that's a huge, facet of why people don't want to die as well. So my love of life is a huge reason why I don't want to die. And let me just say that's, to answer your question, that's what starts to form the ethical framework of my version of transhumanism. Now, of course, transhumanism is wide, just like Christianity is. There's probably a lot of versions, a lot of ethical boundaries and ethical frameworks. But mine is because I love life enough to want to live indefinitely. And from that, you can kind of take a whole set of standards. And most transhumanists would agree that the scientific method is the best ethical framework to discovering that set of standards. Now, of course,
scientific method is not an ethical framework.
I agree with you. It's totally not. But it provides a very sound board upon which to create this ethical framework that you're searching for.
No, it doesn't.
And oh, come on. The scientific method is perfect.
The scientific method is
has
designed to give us
things.
No, it's designed to give us descriptors. It can't tell us what to do with any of this stuff, right? The idea, first of all, working as an engineer, robots specifically was what I worked on more than anything else. The idea of that we're in this massively sophisticated, almost Terminator level technology is absurd. We're not. Most robots you'll find in every type of plant you can think of, from automotive to food, regardless of where you are not particularly sophisticated. Many of them are still using 1970s, 1980 technology.
So the other guy's saying that, look, he supports improving technology because he wants to improve life and that he loves life, right? Well, those two are not exactly in support of one another, because if you want to change what a human is, it doesn't necessarily follow that you want to exemplify humanity or want to improve humanity itself. If you're willing to just go beyond humanity and you don't care if humanity's gone in the process, right? And then with Wilson, it just so seems like what he's actually saying is he's offering the guy here. Actually, let me go back a little bit.
Robots specifically was what I worked on more than anything else.
Yeah. He's saying, look, the fact that we're living in this world where technology is actually taking over and stuff is actually not true, right? So I don't understand. He's supposed to be arguing against transhumanism, right? But the thing he's saying is transhumanism is not really a problem, right? And what the guy's saying is that, yeah, we should all just support transhumanism, right? So one guy's saying that, transhumanism's, it's going full steam ahead. Another guy's saying, yeah, I'll just work on robots and stuff, but I'm not really afraid of transhumanism, but I support improving technology and science and stuff, right? So this is the thing, is whether the system is headed towards transhumanism or not, he supports wherever the system is headed, right? So
the idea of that we're in this massively sophisticated, almost Terminator level technology is absurd. We're not. Most robots you'll find in every type of plant you can think of, from automotive to food.
Yeah, sorry, Andrew, I would have to disagree with you.
Particularly sophisticated. Many.
Right.
I'm just sorry, hearing him sit there and say that, knowing what I saw 3 years ago, it just makes me laugh. It's just the biggest fucking shekel parade known to mankind. Just LARP and get paid for it. Sorry, go ahead.
Of them are still using 1970s, 1980 technology with photo eyes and pusher arms. That's actually the type of technology that you're dealing with. There are some elite companies which have designed some sophisticated Johnny Five-like robots. That's true, right? But we're not nearly as progressed as people would have you believe on that front. The reason I'm tying this in and kind of explaining this and expressing this is because when you say that the scientific method can itself be a starting position for some ethical framework. It can't. It's not even designed to do that. It's designed for you to make an observation, and based on the observation, come up with a hypothesis and test it for a descriptive truth, a material truth. It does not give you moral oughts and can't. And so neither can your starting axiom of immortality. When you say why, you just give me a preference. So why? What are you grounding this in?
Well, I already told you, it's my love of life as well as my fear of death. Those are the two things that are kind of pushing me forward. And
So
it's not that the scientific method is this kind of like framework. From the point of that, I love my life and I'm afraid of dying. Therefore, I use the scientific method to discover how to protect that. And this comes across in the 3 laws of transhumanism. Again, just so your listeners know, this is the novel that he was talking about, The Transhumanist Wager. Let me put in a little a book promo there. And this starts off with the 3 laws of transhumanism, which really say you're trying to acquire power to protect your life because you love it and you don't want to die. And the scientific method just provides all the different, ideas, philosophical nuances, and rules, laws that you might follow in order to best fulfill that idea that you don't want to die.
The scientific method does not provide for philosophical nothing. That is not what its job is. Its job is to only explore material claims. That's it. And to test those material claims against descriptive reality.
But you use those material claims to try to move forward.
Hang on, I didn't say anything while you were going. Just give me a second to respond, right? You can use those pieces of evidence, I guess, to push forward some other types of material claims, like, well, 100 people are hungry, right? And here's the measurement for that. But what it can't tell you is why you ought to feed them. Do you see the distinction there? Yes, I can maybe empirically demonstrate for you that you need X amount of caloric intake in order for you to not feel hungry anymore. And I can scientifically demonstrate that. And that would be a claim which I can empirically then prove. But that doesn't tell us why we should feed those hungry people. That's the distinction. Why ought I do that? Why ought we do these things? And this is the problem with your entire grounding, is that it's axiomatically flawed because it just starts with a preference. I want to live forever. But that's nice. But why should we live forever?
Yeah, but you're kind of putting words in my mouth. And listen, obviously I want to live forever, not just because I love my life, but because I love people around me, including you guys, including family, including society. I mean, and I love the earth. I mean, there's a whole range of reasons that you want to live indefinitely and not die. And that's because life is great. So when you talk about family, you want to protect them. So that becomes kind of part of this whole intrinsic why I don't want to die or why I love life.
The gray area between hacker hunter.
What's really weird is that, like, Wilson's not really refuting the idea that, like, you want to live forever, right? Or like, why do you want to live forever? Right? He's not really asking him why he wants any of those things. Right? He's just saying that he has no axiomatic justification for why he believes any of it, right? So he could say, well, living forever and all those things and wanting to extend your life is just perfectly fine, right? As long as you have a correct justification for it, right? He's not asking him, well, how does exactly living forever improve your family, or or why would it improve your life, or why would it improve the earth? Right? If everybody just lives forever, we'd be putting more of a strain on the earth. Right? So, I mean, he's not asking him any of these things, why any of these things should be desired, or why they would make your family or the earth better. I was just saying, well, you need a justification behind them, to which Zoltan is just laughing at, saying, no, we're just going to do these things. We don't need a justification for it. Which is fair enough, right? Yeah, that's right. People are just going to do these things without any justification. So, you could keep asking them what justification they have. That doesn't matter to them. Right? It's retarded. Oh, whoops.
Have individualistic reasons for why it is that Zoltan, wants to live forever. I get that completely. But do you understand that that is not a prescriptive ought for why people ought to
want to live forever, right? You're not giving us that part. You're giving us instead a baseline axiom that you came to through your own preferences, which does not tell us why we ought to follow it. It doesn't give us anything. And because of that, what you've done is you've destroyed the entire idea from the Christian perspective of teleology. Why should I be immortal, Zoltan? Why should I do that? And the idea from you is like, well, because you prefer it. It's like, that's it. That's the whole game, right?
But listen,
that statement didn't even make sense. From a Christian perspective, you've destroyed teleology. First of all, he's not a Christian. Second of all, he does have a telos, or a purpose. It's to extend human life, right? So either he said he wants to improve life or improve the earth, or one of those things. So instead of dealing with what his telos is, he's saying he's rejected the Christian telos. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. All right.
Every person that comes to transhumanism must make a choice, and the choice that I've made, which is they love life enough, or they're afraid of dying enough, to want to do something more. And let's be honest, the same thing happens in Christianity. To accept the grace of the Lord, everybody has to personally come to Jesus, beg for forgiveness, and be given the grace of God. It is a journey. We all make this journey individually, whether it's Christianity, whether it's transhumanism. So I think I feel like you're just kind of fuddling around with words and concepts, but not really actually coming down with how there's this huge distinction between Christianity and transhumanism. I think everyone feels like I do. Nobody wants to die. They have family they love the planet Earth, and if they can live longer,
So this is the third or fourth time he said it. He said there's actually no qualitative difference between Christianity and transhumanism, which is an interesting statement.
But
You know,
also, he made an assumption. He said nobody wants to die. I actually think living forever on Earth is much worse than dying, to be honest. Like, imagine living forever. That means you're going to see tons of, empires collapse. You're going to see tons of beings die and stuff. I mean, 80 years or 60 years is enough for me, really. Like, I don't know what he means by that. Like really, like, live forever. That's fucking crazy.
Right. It's literally just a bold-faced assumption that living longer would improve life in any qualitative fashion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's actually a good genre of literature from the East where they show that being immortal is more of a curse. You know what I mean? They actually have that kind of genre from the East. I can actually give you one story they wrote where living forever is more of a curse than it is a blessing.
want to do that.
But I am expressing the distinction. The distinction is telos, teleology. Christianity grounds its entire moral, ethical, and human system in God. That's what we do, right? We ground from our worldview. We're grounding everything in God. It's not about us. It's not about what we want. It's not about what our preferences are. It comes down to our grounding foundation being principled in God and God's commandments to us. You have the opposite, right? You literally are following an oppositional system to this. Whereas you are saying everything that I have a preference for, instead, I am God. I am the person who is the ultimate arbiter. I am the person who ultimately gets to be the decision maker, the decider. I am the person who gets to guide everybody's life or my own life, this type of thing. Now, hang on.
Andrew,
before you say
you've nailed it. No. This is great. You finally got it. This is exactly right in what you just said. And I appreciate you taking it, because now you've taken us to that next level. Listen, you are right. Transhumanism is a selfish son of a bitch philosophy. Whereas Christianity is really this framework that God already existed. Transhumanism, we're out in the open. I was thinking about this. I was driving today. What was I going to tell you? I'll tell you the truth, man. I'm lost. I am so lost. I've asked for God in my heart. I've asked for all sorts of things. I studied religion when I was in undergrad and graduate school. But the reason I'm lost is also the reason that
this is where it gets highly performative, right? This is where, like, Christianity and transhumanism, like this is where he starts upselling Christianity as a solution to transhumanist spiritual malaise, right? So it gets very it takes a dark turn from here.
I have discovered transhumanism. It is a philosophy that has kept me comfortable, happy, and able to be the curious entity that I am to
Gave
reach
you
out
purpose,
and try
right?
to do things.
Gave you purpose.
Yeah, no, it gave me purpose.
But do you
you're
see?
right, 100%.
Do you see now, like the idea here for telos, purpose? That is what Christianity gives that you can't give, and this is the problem.
No. I have purpose too. I love transhumanism.
I know you.
Gives me
I know
plenty
you
of
do.
purpose.
You have a preferential purpose, but at the same time, you say you have purpose. Man, I'm lost. Man, I'm lost. The thing is, it's funny. Hang on. The thing is funny here. Ultimately, this reminds me. There was an old Justice League episode, right? An old cartoon, Justice League, right, with Superman, where they make the cyborg, and the cyborg can live forever, and he accumulates all this knowledge, and he decides he's going to destroy everybody on planet Earth, and he's arguing with Lex Luthor, the villain, right? And the cyborg says,
Whoa, dude, Resident Evil and the Justice League. Like, man, this guy really did his homework today. Like, ooh,
Boy, it sounds like he's pulling LARPs out of his ass.
Yeah, he's cooking with hot. He's cooking with hot gas. All right. It seemed like using such lofty examples as cartoons and magazines and television shows. And
It's funny you mentioned Resident Evil because I think they announced Resident Evil 9 yesterday with Leon. Leon is coming back. So.
Oh, isn't it just a little bit convenient? He's returning to Raccoon City. Oh.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me okay? Is my audio better or worse?
Yeah, I hear you.
Is it good audio? Okay, cool. I just want to check if my audio is good because I'm trying a different setup now. All right. Yeah, I mean, like I get the whole, and just to add to what you're saying, I think it's like I get the idea of like having analogies, but it's like spinning their wheels. Like ultimately, their analogies aren't going anywhere. It's like they bring up an analogy in media, and then it doesn't get fleshed out. They just move on to the next thing. So they actually don't get anywhere with it. To be honest with you, like I'm tuning these guys out because they're like they're not really saying anything ultimately. Like as far as I can tell, like they're basically saying a bunch of nothing.
It's the exact same thing you just said to me, to Lex Luthor. He says, I'm lost. I don't know. I have infinite power and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with it. I'm completely lost. I'm wayward. What am I supposed to do here? Right? He was just
but look at that
confused as you
smile
are.
that Zoltan
Like,
gave, though. He gave
Right.
that nice little smile when he said that. That wasn't coincidental. Even I've been talking about that new Superman movie here recently and the messages behind it. Like, these people know what the fuck they're doing. They're not dumb.
Yeah. Also, I want to say something. I actually do agree with one thing Andrew Wilson said, but he could have argued it better, is that the transhumanist doesn't really have a true higher purpose, but the Christian does have a higher purpose because, transhumanists see everything in material terms. Most of them, they're materialist, or they don't see the mind or any deeper meaning to reality. So, most of them are like, atheistic, or like they don't really like have any deeper soteriology or anything like that. Soteriology. Am I pronouncing that right? Or well, their soteriology is probably materialistic in some sense, but it's more like, I don't know, just pure carnal stuff in some sense. Like, what I mean, like just material preservation. That's that's not really. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like their soteriological framework has a lot to do with, like, I think like in transhumanism, like soteriology and like eschatology are kind of mixed because it's like salvation is in the future with technology. So it's like, it's weird. It's weird. Like, what's going to save humanity is technology. And like, if we're not in control of the technology, then it's guiding us, so, like And for his transhumanism, the technology has to improve humanity. But as he pointed out, many different systems of transhumanism, the technology doesn't have to be pro nature or humanity, right? It could just go on its own and just improve itself, and and destroy humanity or destroy nature in the process.
Yeah. I just wanted to play a short commercial break to see if you guys want to go vegan. So,
shorts, Instagram, etc. You've got Michelle from China over here. So your diet, what's your diet been like last 5 years or whatever? So what do you eat? What would you advise people, girls especially, to have slim? Because this is a money maker torso right here. These LL lines. Okay, that's all you need. You don't need to be shredded and ripped like this as a girl. That's probably not a good look. But just a slim, fit looking fit. That's all you need. It's very easy to get. So your diet, please. What don't you eat? What do you focus on eating?
I focus on rice, noodles, pasta, gnocchi, bread, beans, veggies, potatoes. That's what I focus on. I don't focus on the protein. This is a vegan diet, plant-based, and it's low-fat. It doesn't have the beef. It doesn't have the cheese.
Just leaf, no beef.
Yes, just leaf, no beef.
No cheese, no please.
Lots of rice.
Yeah. What do you add to your rice?
What do I add to my rice?
Do you add sugar to your rice?
Sometimes, yeah. Sugar. I really like tomato sauce, and tomato sauce usually adds some sugar to that.
Yeah.
I add some extra. I add soy sauce. I add some nutritional yeast. I add bean sprouts.
Okay.
Wow.
The vegan commercial over.
Wow. Wow. I introduce you to Jesus Christ as potentially being your Lord and Savior for this purpose, right? For telos. And that's the idea of purpose, Zoltan. That's why
I
American
appreciate
eats
that.
Christianity.
I thought you would introduce me. But I think that the reality is that I have searched, I have asked for God in my heart in all these things. I was raised a Catholic. So, I mean, I was been around this forever, but it hasn't happened. So for me, who doesn't want to die because I love life and because I'm scared of dying, I found transhumanism as the best philosophy that I could find to get me off this planet into the stars and trying brand new things, creating artificial intelligence, maybe going back to your zombie things where we become different hybrid animals. That's all great. The Star Wars era, the Star Trek era, this is what transhumanism is about. And yes, it doesn't have this teleological foundation that you create, that you say you have with God, which is great. You have it. But transhumanists don't. So we have to create that. And I don't think it lessens the purpose in any way. I think purpose is something that we feel inside. But I think
it's interesting you bring up like Star Trek and Star Wars, right? Both science fiction, where you conquered all sorts of human conditionals, and yet the entirety of these sagas are conflict-oriented and conflict-based around worldviews and ideology. In Star Wars, between the Jedi and the Sith. Both religions, by
Neuro Jack, I think you were right.
Did not surmount them in Lucas's mind when he looked to the future. The same exact thing in Star Trek, where the first thing you did was have a federation of communists, right? And all that happened is that now your enemies became entire other planets rather than just your enemies on your own planet. Interesting.
Are they reading a fucking script? I think they're.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, it sounds way too scripted.
Like this.
How they like.
They're reading up a fucking teleprompter, dude.
Like how they're like going through like different like science fiction genres. Like it's really weird, dude.
Yeah, like this, this is like I just saw like they're smiling.
Yeah, they can't hide it, dude. You can see where like in their mannerisms and their eyes and the creases of their mouths, they're doing everything they can to constantly hide a smile.
Well, but I can see he's reading like.
Oh yeah, well of course. The way he looks around, the way that Andrew and certain other people, when they look around and they don't make constant direct eye contact with the camera in front of them, they're reading from shit.
Yeah. Like I'm pretty sure they have like an AI assistant. Like I'm not shitting you. Like I think that they have like an AI assistant that's bringing up suggestions of like they're either like sharing like an AI assistant script or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna like say that for sure, but I definitely am starting to get this.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Like this I'm starting to see that they're not saying whatever's coming to their mind, and it's not even like a memo, like they have like a memo of talking points. Like the way Andrew Wilson said that, I'm pretty sure he's reading a teleprompter. Like it sounded exactly like a teleprompter.
And on top of that, the fact that he's brought up Raccoon City, Star Trek, and Star Wars, which all three is something that I have recently been making stuff about. So that, yeah, that's a little.
Well, and here's the thing: is like, look, I mean, I don't want to get into too much detail, but like, if you really understand how important Lucasfilms and like Francis Ford Coppola and like San Francisco and all that is, like there, let's just put it this way, like it's such a fundamental psyop, like cultural thing that they're running, and it's not straightforward. Like when he said, like when he brought up like, oh, I want to go to the stars and I want to do, like, that's like some sort of weird like Gnostic or something. Like it's not about physically leaving the earth, I don't think. I think it's like a go into the pods and get on fucking VR or something. Like this is like some sort of weird, you know, code word for like quote unquote transhumanism, but really it's like, you know, go in the pod and put on VR goggles and you're going to go to the stars or some weird shit, man. Like this is not like, they're not actually talking about getting in a fucking
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I believe in. I think with his advance of what they can do, I think in reality, it's a lot more natural, and that's basically it. Like they're LARPing that we can do this, like go to the moon, we can go to Mars, we can, you know, transfer your consciousness into a computer. But in reality, like you just said, like we're still attached to fucking wires, like a neuro jack into the Matrix. So that's what it does seem like to me. Just get in your pods and, you know, fap away to your artificial, your virtual reality pornography.
But that's why they're not really talking about the parallels between science fiction and reality, right? Like, I'm actually curious to see what Andrew Wilson's about to say, but like, what all I could see is him reading a teleprompter, and then he's like, and the other guy's laughing because he's already anticipating. He already knows what's about to be said because he has the same fucking shit on his screen. Like that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like he's already read ahead. Like it's like really weird. And Jake's not even there. He's like texting somebody on the phone, like not even paying attention because he doesn't need to moderate shit. You know?
Probably doesn't even care.
Yeah, they kept trolling like the Jake guy in the chat, like asking for his grinder and stuff.
Really interesting. Well, what's really interesting is that so this guy Jake, right? This guy has 1 million followers on YouTube, allegedly. In one day, they only had 13 or 14,000 views on this video. How is that? Like, that's not even 1%, right, of 1 million. So it's like, I mean, I don't think, right? Maybe that.
Well, remember these people who have money. If I can pay just a few $100s and reach 1 million people within a few months, imagine what they can pay if they're dropping a $500, 800 shekels or 1,000 shekels to promote their videos. I mean, again, yeah, it comes back down to, you know, how much of them views are legit too. Because, like I said, when it comes to the comments on there. I mean, it's very hard to tell who's really a person in these comments with how not just dumb people seem, but like us too. They see it as a joke. They don't see it as real.
Yeah, I've started realizing that more and more. I'm like looking at the different things that I consume right on the internet, and I'm extremely paranoid about that as well. But like, I've started to realize that a lot of the things that I just kind of said, well, this couldn't really be fake comments, or this. It doesn't make sense that this would be botted up with like people having some sort of fake conversation. Like I'm starting to believe that actually, like it's actually extremely possible and extremely likely that either one of two things is happening: that we're not allowed to see all the actual comments, and we're only allowed to see like botted comments, depending on who we are, or there's just not that many people that are willing to comment actually watching these things, and that almost all the views and almost all the comments are botted up. So like, I don't know which one of those are, if there's like a third like hybrid option, but like I started to realize like almost all these different reviews you see for like products and all these different comments on YouTube channels, like it really is starting to seem that like probably like 30% or less are real people. I would say something like that. Maybe 30% or less are like actually people interested in the topic and commenting. not everywhere, not all subjects, but in like, especially in these circles when we're talking about this kind of stuff, like I'm getting extremely doubtful. Like when, like for example, when Andrew Wilson has 8,000 people supposedly watching his stream or whatever, like I personally have a very difficult time believing that those are like actual numbers. But I'm not saying it's all fake, but pretty sure that there's not like 8,000 people watching live. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Enough, when we start to explore the human condition of what happens when we advance technology to its zenith, and we can now go and explore with other species, what we find very quickly in our own thought exercises manifested through our own Hollywood executives is that we're going to blow each other up. We're going to find photon torpedoes. We're going to do all sorts of in other words, the horribleness of the human condition does not go away with technology. And immortality also would not solve this, Zoltan. Like, there's a lot of implications with immortality, which are way more frightening than death. For instance, what if you're immortal? Let's say that we had little nano machines that I could put in your body that instantly they keep you not only aged, right, properly, but they also, are able to synthesize some type of product which they inject into you, which takes care of almost all of your material needs, your water, your health, things like this. Now, of course, this is technology. We're very, very far away from it if we ever get to it. But it would perpetually keep you alive forever. And let's say you pissed me off one day. So what I did was I took a 55-gallon drum and I stuffed you into it. And then I sealed the top and welded it and buried you 500 feet into the ground. Does that sound like a condition that you would want? Or would you prefer death then? Would you prefer death or over the idea that you would be sealed in a 55-gallon drum and buried 500 feet down for eternity, essentially?
No, many transhumanists would say like some type of slavery as you're describing or eternal pain is definitely worth non-existence. But I want to go back to purpose, because what you said was really, really interesting. You have an innate purpose because God already exists.
Did he just basically say that he was okay with being in the drum? That is what I heard, right? Basically.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, yeah, but it's also kind of like just a one-word answer to like his question or whatever, right? Which is kind of weird. But like, see, granted that, why did Andrew Wilson say in his intro that he actually supports life extension technology? If he's saying now it can be, potentially abused in this, grave way. I'm just really like wondering, like,
do not. They have to create their purpose. And I would argue that creating your purpose in the end makes purpose more justifiable, more grandiose, better than the purpose that you have because God already existed. I like the idea of being an inventor and creating my own purpose.
Yeah, that's great. But do you realize how this is actually self-refuting? If it really just comes down to the idea of sex of the population having a preference to do X thing, in this case, your preference is that you follow transhumanist ideology because you want to live forever or upload your mind into a data machine or whatever it is that you wanted.
He's definitely reading a script. Like, there's no fucking doubt in my mind that he's reading directly from like he's like, if you listen to how he's talking, like he's literally just reading like something on the screen. I'm like, I hate to say that, but like I really think if you watch the way he's moving and the way he's talking, it looks like he's reading.
Yeah, it seems like he definitely didn't talk this way when I debated him, for sure. Right, like it was more like direct, like it was tit for tat, like engagement, like it was literally like word for word challenges. Like it didn't go for like a whole sentence, like, and then like do a whole spiel.
Because they're basically talking past each other. They're not even really like engaging.
Oh,
right.
I could be wrong because like honestly, like I've tuned them out because like every time they go back,
Yeah,
like
maybe
there's no back and forth. It seems like they're just
well,
talking.
I have this theory, like maybe he's just paid as a kind of publicity stunt for this guy in order to increase the, just to make it his view is popular, Zoltan. Maybe they offered to pay him, and that's what happened.
Right.
like-
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And also if he was on Piers Morgan and this guy was on on National Geographic, then they might both be working for News Corp at this point. Honestly, yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, and hey, Unseen, by the way, I just saw you're in here, so what's up, man?
Do the specifics I don't think matter quite as much. But if that's the case, then don't.
Yeah, blessings, Unseen.
Don't you understand that I can make the same appeal, that I could just appeal to the preferences of the masses and say, well, you know what? We don't prefer transhumanism, so therefore the ideology is wrong. The ideology must be wrong if it's the case that all we're doing is using individualistic preferences in order to come to the ideology to begin with. If the entire starting axiom base is Zoltan's preference is that he lives forever, and everybody else's preference is that they do not.
Yeah, but it's not it can't be an individualistic ideology. If it's transhumanism, if it's trying to either accelerate human evolution or improve humanity as a whole, then it's collectivism, right? So there's nothing individualistic about it, right? So I don't know why he's getting hung up on, oh, this is some sort of individualistic creed. Doesn't sound individualistic whatsoever.
No, it's humanity is to become a utopian one world system, like you're right. What do you think that is? It's just like kind of I don't know, that like overtly stuck. I don't know, something. An autistic take.
Right, like his brand of transhumanism is like retarded, because he's like, oh, I'm gonna use transhumanism to improve my own life. But how exactly would that work? You're not gonna have the same access to technologies as he previously said that rich people do, and all this type of stuff. So, or the government does. So,
So who is it exactly is the proponent of being an individualistic transhumanist or something?
This guy Zoltan Istvan. Yeah, Zoltan Istvan. He's created the Transhumanist Party. He's ran for president, and yeah, he supports immortality. His position here is that we should use the philosophy of transhumanism to support life extension technologies. So,
well, I think that I just read a quote about this. I'm going to find this quote. All right, you guys do your thing. It's on heart transplants.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? What makes your preference superior to their own? Can you tell me that?
Well, what worries me about
hang on. I want to be specific with this question. I want to be very specific because I want you to answer the question I'm asking instead of not answering the question I'm asking. If it comes down to the idea of Zoltan's preference versus everybody else's preference, they don't want to be transhumanist and you do. Why are they wrong? That's the question that I want an answer to. Why are they wrong and you're right?
Oh, God, we're definitely not wrong. I mean, listen.
It's an easy answer, Wilson. You fucking tard. It's because that's just an appeal to the masses. It doesn't answer any question on anything. Like, what do you mean? Why would it be wrong? It's pretty clear why it's wrong.
Listen, I come from a libertarian background, so I think everybody is going to be right in their individualistic idea. And I worry that Christianity is a totalitarian regime. I mean, that's really what happens with Christianity is nobody has any say in the matter. It's just been put here, and your purpose is whatever God says. We all live in a giant dictatorship. At least me, I say, honestly, I'm lost. I'm searching. I'm trying to do my best, but at least I have my freedoms.
Yeah, this is really funny because you're right. We were able.
Right. So you want to tinker around, create new technologies that may or may not wipe out humanity, and he doesn't even care if humanity continues. Oh, but yeah, it's just all about himself. Like what?
Yeah,
But
and
like I said,
Christianity is the real problem that's enslaving humanity. You know what I mean? It's just it's stupid absurdism, and it's rooted in like, hold on. But yeah, it's like rooted in this like just a demonic preless absurdist take, because it's like, oh yeah, I want everything that goes against Christianity. I want to live forever. I want to be, half robot, half man.
That's right.
And
Ye
but
shall be
what's
as
really
gods, but you
enslaving
can't be
man
gods if you're
is
dying.
Christianity.
Ain't that right, Unseen?
What?
I said, ye shall be as gods, but you can't be gods if you die.
Yeah, that's true. Well, and from their perspective, it's like not dying. But then, in Revelation, what does it say? It says men will pray for death and they won't be able to die. So that's like a living hell, man. They're
That sounds like
asking for.
transhumanism to me.
Yeah, could be. I don't know.
Pull out of this actually what is going on, which is a rebellion to Christianity, which you believe is an oppression.
Yeah, one thing I want to say is, when I think about personal identity and what it means to live forever, it actually doesn't make sense in some ways because, 10 years ago, I had a very different, way of approaching things. 10 years before that was even more different. So it's like they want to sustain the configuration that they're presently in, yeah, but that's kind of like suffocating. Like if you have the same, I don't know, character or same, just the same way of viewing things for like, I don't know, for like thousands upon thousands of years, I think that will induce madness or something. You get what I'm trying to say? There's a kind of paradox here.
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say here?
What's
Like,
wrong? What's wrong? You don't want to be like Adam Sandler and have a big old gigantic spider come and help transcend the universe and take you on a spiritual journey through the cosmos? Come on, Hanus.
yeah, but I want to
But
just
he is right
clarify
about
one more
this.
thing. In Islam and Christianity, I think you have something like a spirit or soul, but the soul or spirit is not entirely definable based on what you are like presently, your present configuration. You get what I'm saying in the material sense. So I think the problem is like material permanency. It doesn't make sense, is what I'm trying to say. It's like a kind of demonic idea, but it also is self undermining. You see what I'm trying
Well,
to
I
say?
mean, the elites believe that, they're going to be able to, dodge God's judgment. Well, what's one way to do it? Never die. So, I mean, these people are probably ignorant enough to believe that, they can't be touched by God. And that's what I believe. I think these people are so hubristic in their ideals that they think that they can play God and God's not going to, knock the chair out from underneath them.
Well, he judges in this life is just the same. You know what I mean? It's not like there's we have to wait for judgment. In a lot of ways, man, people face judgment in this life. That doesn't mean that everything will be judged in this life, but it's to be sure that everything will be held accountable. Not an idle words going to slip there. But in one way, he is correct though, because he's like, there is this aspect of Christianity that is enslaving to some form of regime. Well, I think that is true when it comes to the communist Christians that are all over the internet. And, we can maybe say Andrew's associated with some way, so
Allegedly.
that is a valid critique, really, if you think about it. And this is coming from a Christian. So there you go.
My freedoms.
Yeah, this is really funny because you're right. We were able to pull out of this actually what is going on, which is a rebellion to Christianity, which you believe is an oppressive and authoritarian religion and an oppressive and authoritarian regime. Interestingly enough, the idea that we would march towards technocracy with I use this word tongue in cheek because I thought it was funny. I was listening to a debate that you had where the guy called you a technophile. I had never heard that word. I just thought it was kind of humorous, right?
It's from the manifesto. So it's interesting that they're laughing, yucking it up about a word that's in the manifesto. Very real word, by the way. Techies, technophiles. All right. This is the state of most of humanity that blindly support, technological progress. Right. So it's just fascinating that, being the state that most people are in, which is they're technological slaves, all right, that they don't realize that, you know, they love their chains, right? So they're technophiles, right? But look at how all three of them are yucking it up at this term. And they don't even know where it's from. You know, you're saying this is a funny term and all this stuff. So yeah, I just thought this was funny because, you know, we played the manifesto tons of times. We've read it, right? It's like paragraph 170 or something like that, or 180, or, you know, like somewhere around there where he actually says the term technophile. But yeah, they think it's funny because it's like, who doesn't love technology? Well, technology has its benefits and it has its harms, right? As they've continuously said, right? But the problem is that the harms are shared and the benefits are procured only for the people who are creating or, have the ability to use or benefit from, other people who work and use the technology, right? So this is the thing, is like, that they're not seeing.
But inside of the idea of a technocracy, you're definitely not immune from any sort of dictatorship or authoritarianism. In fact, it makes it easier. Facial recognition, CCTV cameras, which you find in a much more agnostic Britain rather than an English Britain or a Christian Britain. Remember, in Britain, right, under Christian ethics, when most of the country followed Christianity, it was far less oppressive than it is now when it's more agnostic, right? And you have CCTV cameras everywhere. You're not allowed to own a gun. You're not allowed to do any of these things. Christianity is not the oppressing factor here. It appears to me that the agnostic technocrats who are following more the model of Zoltan Istvan are the...
So see, it's a technical humanism that's supported by Christianity against an agnostic technocracy, right? So so he's framing the dialectic here of technocracy against technical humanism, right?
Well, from his perspective, the Christianity that he's involved in, that you're right, it does support the transhumanist experiment. And behind closed doors, you have patriarchs that are, great proponents of Darwin and evolution, and the whole root of this false idea of progress that creating a utopia on Earth, like this is supported by the church structure that they're involved with, but at the same time they act like they're against it. So
yeah, it's wild that what he says here. He says he supports well, he said he supports life extension technologies. He said that he said that technological progress is caused by Abrahamic and Judeo-Christian values. These are in his words.
Well,
right,
I mean, I think this goes back to a great letter, that Father Seraphim Rose wrote to Thomas Merton, and the problem is the church becomes an institution strictly for humanistic causes, and it's like, oh well, we're waiting for Christ to establish His kingdom, but before that happens, we might as well build a utopia on earth, heaven on earth, and this is what happens when man forgets the whole purpose of the church, which is the salvation of souls, and he directs it to some idealistic cause for, like, that cause usually is like, something dealing with politics, or something technological, like the advancement of health or medicine. But that's not Christian charity. That's not really Christian charity. It's an obsession with efficiency that's rooted in a materialistic mindset.
Ones who are causing more of the problems of freedom than Christians. In fact, Christians here in the United States, we're focusing on that. What do they say? They want you to be able to own firearms. Zoltan Istvan, do you want people to be allowed to own firearms, whatever they want? Or are you going to restrict that freedom? And are you going to use your technocracy and your technocratic worldview to enforce that, utilizing these technologies?
It's the dumbest thing. Right? He's saying that technocracy is going to take our jobs and our guns. But the fact is that it's going to take way more than that. With the militarization of police, you'll lose the autonomy that you have for your, communities, when there's corporations that have security guards set up, as a police, in all the smart cities and all the stupid shit.
Right,
Yeah,
AI judges. They're making movies now about this.
Oh, what's wrong?
Chris
You don't
Pratt
you
is
don't
about
want
to
your
be
biochip scanned every 2 blocks?
They have a movie that's coming out, and it's Chris Pratt in a chair, and there's an AI judge that's making him solve this murder that he's accused of, and it's like he's slowing down time and like reversing cameras, like, oh, see, I wasn't here when this murder happened, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, they're sort of rolling out the ideology in the manuscripts that are coming out of Hollywood, showing what they intend to set up. And what is the answer? What's the solution from these so-called Christians? Is infiltrate the institutions, but just set up a communist hierarchy in place of what, the capitalists or something. It's like they're caught in the dialectic, man. They don't even act.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous, man. It's crazy.
Hey, I want to say something. There's a lot that can go wrong with the brain. Especially when you're like, I don't know, like you get into contact with mercury or radiation. And there are a lot of brain disorders out there, like Capgras syndrome, or like, there are even crazy disorders. Like some people want to cut off their limbs. You believe that? And that's like actual brain disorder. There's a word for it. It's very rare though. Like they want
Right.
to cut off their limbs.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. But what I mean is, like, let's say he did get what he wants, Zoltan. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, preserve the brain or cryogenically, or you like upload it to a digital space. Do you realize how much could go wrong? Like maybe it glitches, okay? And then you're like in internal hell then, or you want to die or
Right.
something. Like, yeah, like these are
But
like
that's not
obvious
even the
questions.
person, because I believe the person is, the soul really of the man makes the man. It's not just the brain. This obsession with rooted in this enlightenment materialism is the problem, because it disconnects body, soul, mind, all these things into different categories, and they ignore categories, right? Because of their scholasticism or whatever it is.
Yeah, I agree there. Yeah, definitely. Like if Andrew could have argued from that angle, what I mean? If he were a sincere Christian, he would argue that the reducing of the spirit or the soul to the material is the problem, and he would argue from that direction rather than
right,
yeah. Because the soul, from the point of the atheist, is this is just a word they use that is symbolic. There is no such thing as a soul, really. Or like this spirit. When they use the word spirit, there's different terms that they mean when they use these words, and in a lot of ways, I think that the problem is that because modern Orthodox Christians have a papist way of viewing the church as just merely an institution, they fall into the idealism of the Catholics that our goal is to create the same utopia, but just have a Christian in place in the same institution. So there is no real solution from his perspective, because in reality, they're working for the same cause, man.
Yeah, I think that happened with what is it called, Vatican 2.0. There were some Catholics that opposed Vatican 2.0, and after that, the Vatican kind of became more of a instrument for the industries and corporations and the growth of technique, stuff like that.
Yeah, the majority of Catholics you talk to, they completely reject Vatican II. They want to go back to prior to Vatican I, even. They want to be more traditional Catholics. But truthfully, truth be told, is the Catholics fell away from the faith that was handed down to them by the saints by 1054. From this time on, there has been occult teachings that have infiltrated subtly on the highest level within the Catholic Church, and they subverted doctrines, and then during the Aquinas time, there was this feeling that the atheist philosophers were one-upping them. So they felt like they had to sort of bow to the philosophers in a way, and Christian theology and patristics goes on the back burner, and you're pushing, you know, these out of context Greek philosophers to the forefront. You know, I don't know. It's just a very strange thing, and it's diluted really. But you know, they don't like to admit it, but modern Orthodox are just papists. They're unionists. You know, this like humanist, where they view the church in the same way that you can't break with the hierarchy, just like the same way they say the Roman Catholics say you can't break with the Pope. So now they become their own small versions of the papists. So, and the papist mindset is absolutely having this, you know, institution being the church, and for idealistic causes, you know. So.
Restrict that freedom. That's the question.
So listen, I think the price of freedom is that you need to have some of these errors and mistakes. And I agree, we live in a technocracy, and believe me, I live in California, man. It feels like a dictatorship half the time. The Dems have done even though I'm running as a Dem, they've done a horrible job.
Well, you can't help that. There's two parties, so you got to pick one.
So look at that. Both of the Christian who supports life extension and says we should support science and technology, right? He believes we're living in a technocracy, and he thinks that's a bad thing. And so does the transhumanist. The transhumanist wants to save us from the technocracy as well, right? So this is the dialectic I was talking about between, between technocracy and technical humanism that's mentioned by ellul. That, you know, it's going to be the carrot and the stick, you know, the entire time.
I get it.
But the point though is that metaphysically, I feel like when I think about Christianity, it's like you said, there's this whole umbrella of God around us, but I can't get out of that. And especially in terms of you believing it, I can't even be I'm a lost person who can't see what you're seeing. And I don't like that. I like the idea that in transhumanism, everybody can be right to the extent that they are an individual, and they can try to improve the world or improve themselves. So you're right. There may be less, I guess there's more freedom with what I'm saying, but maybe less progress and less security for sure. But
I'm not sure that there's more freedom.
It's kind of a dictatorship to me.
Wait. What am I saying? Which would be dictatorial? You have to remember that under my view, right? What did Christians actually bring us? Isn't it the same thing that you always appeal to? In the essence of freedom, it was Christians who claimed that God gave man. God, this was their axiom, created men equally and gave them certain inevitable rights, right? Or certain rights which...
I don't know. That sounds like he's melding, well, just wait.
Which were beyond dispute. Right in the Declaration where they declared their...
Okay, so there it is. So he's saying that in the Declaration of Independence...
Yep, I knew it.
That Christians argued that God gave man inalienable rights. None of these things are true, right? It's Jefferson who's writing this, right? And he's writing it according to nature's God, not according to a Christian God, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, Jefferson was a deist, right? Deist.
Yeah, he was a deist, and he supported occult movements and stuff. Him and Franklin did.
Yeah,
right?
Franklin was a part of the sex cult. I forgot the name of that sex cult. It was like
Hellfire Club, I believe.
Hellfire Club, yeah. Right.
Own independence, this was the case. Now, you can argue that some of them were deists, and I would agree with you. But the founders, right, there was tens of thousands of contributors to this. Most of them were Christians. They gave you the most freeing doctrine under your worldview that anybody ever has. No technocrat has ever done anything like that. Nothing like that. No transhumanist has ever done anything like that and affirmed these types of freedoms as being institutionally based. A right to speak your mind, for instance. A right to own a gun. A right to not have your privacy invaded. The right not to have the government go through your own effects and papers, the right to not incriminate yourself, the right to do all of these things which are ingrained. They were given to you by Christians, not by any sort of technocracy.
There's a ton of things that transhumanists are doing. We have the...
So all this stuff of universal rights, that was before Christianity, by the way. It came from Plato's Republic. Right? All these notions, he's claiming that these were invented by Christians. right? Not only were they not upheld by Christians in this country, right, but it seems like they generally were not invented by Christians at all, even in the ancient past, right? So it's just really strange that he would allude to these as being in support of some transhumanist project, right? And saying that everything that you support was actually brought to you by Christianity. Like, that's a really weird statement, I think, at this juncture.
Well, you know, I mean, I guess like if you look at it this way, it's like without the Christian monks bringing those books on the philosophers to Europe, then you wouldn't have what would later become like the humanist and the atheist sort of cherry picking those philosophers, and you might not have like this pushback where paganism gets its revenge on Christianity and the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, right? You wouldn't have this kind of development in that way. Sure, it's true to an extent, but it's sort of like saying, "Oh, it's God's fault. The devil, attacks people or something." Like it, the blame's being shifted in a manipulative way. I would say to put the blame on Christianity when it's like, I don't think it's Christianity's fault that these things happen. I think rather that the enemies of Christianity are the cause of something headed in the direction of transhumanism, because it's the spirit of Antichrist that wants to set up a false utopia. That's what I would say, but I don't know.
Yeah. Let me think. Unless von Neumann architecture changes, I don't know about quantum computers because they're not out yet. I don't think it's possible to upload the mind. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't think that's possible yet. Yeah. So in a sense, like unless they're hiding something big, like some crazy eldritch technology, I don't know how they can live forever and like, how they can avoid it from like glitching or whatever. I know they're gonna cause a lot of shit storm and more problems. I know that for sure. Like more.
Absolutely. It's like you plug in one piece in the boat and another pops up. You know what I mean? Just think it. I think that's going to be a constant problem. There's going to be always this update. You know what I mean? Going on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of problems. Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is just like, this is just stupid. Angelo is stupid. You need to be asking questions like this and stuff like that.
But that's what I think. A big thing needs, and it's not often discussed, and it should be by someone like Wilson and the Dyers and all these other people, is this distinction why we have to be very particular about what Christianity is and what it isn't. I think a big problem is like when you're talking about a subject like Christianity, there's like anything could be Christianity as long as it's associated with the 5,000 different sects that have popped out of the since 2,000 years ago. That's problematic because then, are Mormons Christians, or like people within certain Protestant church will have different views of Christianity than someone right next to them. Everybody has their own faith according to their own minds. And, that's why I have a hard time with the term, because it's like you could shift the blame on Christianity, but really, is it Christianity's fault? And what is the definition of Christianity?
Yeah, I don't think it's Christianity's fault. It's kind of hard to figure out whose fault it is, though. I have to double check ellul. If something happened 14th century, I think it's just largely the fault of Enlightenment.
But if you don't like Christianity, right? You're an atheist or you're a transhumanist. If you don't like Christianity, it's always going to be the fault of something you don't like the smear campaign, and that's stupid because it's intellectually.
Well, this guy says
foremost.
He actually says he 80% agrees with Christianity, and I don't know, but he says that Buddhism would equally function as a good foundation for transhumanism as Christianity.
He sees Christianity as like a good foundation for a transhumanist Christian society.
Yeah, Buddhism will not.
Which is Chiliastic, right?
Yeah, he says
absolutely Chiliastic.
Yeah, he says he knows Christian transhumanists, So then, so it sounds like the whole debate, Wilson is trying to sell him what it would take to supply a Christian worldview for his transhumanism. Because he's saying, oh yeah, your transhumanism is cool. You're just missing a ethical basis. So like,
which is ridiculous and isn't true at all, because this is the problem, man, because the ecumenists think this way. They think that they can have their utopia and their orthodoxy too, right? And it's like, can you really? Of course the Antichrist is going to come in peace and security and appear to do miracles. That's what it says. And these what are the miracles? Giving sight to the blind. All right. Healing the sick, making the ill be able to walk again or something. You know what I'm saying? These are all things that the transhumanists intend to do by technical means, right? Now that could be seen as false miracles. Okay. I'm not saying that's actually the interpretation of the scriptures, because it could have that meaning. That could be a type. But I think that is the type, right? Because all of this has a Christian basis. Like there's some theological framework that they're stealing from Christianity to develop it, but it's perverted. It's almost like a very Gnostic take, I would say, but it's Gnosticism. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's not compatible with Buddhism, transhumanism, because Buddha or the Buddhists would say it increases cravings, it's impermanent, and also it's it just increases dukkha, you know what I mean? Because increases attachments, like if you want to live forever. And also they would say it's not possible to live forever. Like eventually it will fade or perish, but it's just intensify dukkha, basically. I mean, it's like the rich man. Let's say a rich man existed. He had like a bunch of cybernetic augments, and he had a bunch of harem or whatever. That's just more attachment. So he's gonna fall harder when eventually his time comes up, when he expires.
Yeah, this is kind of similar to our concept of dying to the passions, right? It's like, but this was what Father Seraphim Rose had to say about transhumanism. And why it's incompatible with something like Christianity. So he says, 60 years ago, Father Seraphim wrote one of the great adulterations of faith with such insight that is still tremendously illuminating today in the face of the further development of the chiliastic outlook which so animates these last times. The kingdom is not of this world. Christianity can be, quote, successful on one condition, that of renouncing the true kingdom and seeking to build up a kingdom in the world. The, quote, earthly kingdom is precisely the goal of the modern mentality. The building of it is the meeting of the modern age. It is not Christian. As Christians, we know whose kingdom that is. That's the kingdom of the Antichrist, in other words. It says the modern idealism that hopes for heaven on earth, hopes likewise for the vague transformation of man, the ideal of the, quote, Superman in diverse forms, conscious or not, which, however absurd, is a great appeal to the mentality that has been trained to believe in evolution and progress. The spirit behind transhumanism is the self-same spirit which, seeking an earthly paradise, prepares the way for Antichrist. For it is Christianity is a crusade, Christ an idea, both in a service of a world transformed by scientific and social techniques, and a man virtually deified by the waking of a new consciousness. This lies before us.
Yeah, I think authentic Christianity is not compatible with transhumanism. It doesn't seem to be. Yeah.
Because of a very similar point that you're making, because Christianity is not of this world. It's not so obsessed with the material. And this is obsessed with building up this utopian, perfect world. But it's all, technical. And in reality, it's a freedom that enslaves, right? It's like you're enslaved to the things that you own. A very Fight Club-esque type statement,
Yeah, it makes sense. Definitely, yeah, it makes sense.
The things you own end up owning you, right?
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Yes.
right to create technology that overcomes cancer. We have the right to create technology that can overcome cold or hunger and things like, I mean, we're doing things all the time. Why do you think people are living these incredible lives, traveling all over in jets? What are there, 30,000 planes and jets right now in the air? I mean, we are doing this, and this is not something that you can say is a Christian-oriented process. This is a transhumanist-oriented process. All this
Bull.
wild
That
science
is
and technology.
total. First of all, that's total bull. Inside of the science, especially when you're talking about medical science, right? You have to have guiding ethical principles for this, or you end up with things like eugenics. You end up with these kind of horrible processes where you could begin to do mass experimentation on groups of people that you don't like. You can't tell me that that would curtail scientific progress, because it wouldn't. It would accelerate it drastically if we practiced unethical science, and you know that that's the case. Where do they draw these ethics from for not being able to do these horrific experiments on people for the purpose of scientific progress? Science can't make the claim not to. Its purpose is not to do that. Science itself cannot claim that you can't do unethical experimentation to achieve your technocratic future. That's Christian.
This is so weird, because it's humans who create the science, right? So if it's totally guided by humans, then there shouldn't be any sense in which, science is inherently bad, so that practicing science has bad ethical outcomes, right, for humans, right? So this is the thing. If science is inherently bad or inherently unethical, then it constantly has to be upheld or checked by something outside of science, which is ethics or human values, right, or Christian morality, or any of these things, right?
Yeah. Which I think the real Christian perspective on science isn't that it's not inherently bad in itself, but rather, when it becomes something that dictates truth over the scriptures, then it becomes a problem. If science is telling us that, man evolved from apes, and scripture's telling us something different, then scripture is over the scientific, thing. Obviously, they got it wrong. And see, we live in a world of skeptics, and where they're blending philosophy with science to come to their conclusions. And really, it's just like, this is a polemic and rhetoric to refute the Christian worldview, and it was always intended to be that. If Christianity bows down to science, then science is, overstepping its bounds, I would say. In the correct context, Christians can look towards science for things we can know. But, like I said, if it's something that's being used to go over scripture, then it's wrong. And it needs to be, like you said, compared to a Christian morality and a worldview first.
Christian ethics you're drawing from, sir. That's Abrahamic ethics that you're drawing.
There it is. So Christian ethics, and then he retracts to say Abrahamic ethics as well. So now it's, just to reiterate what that means Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. So.
That's Christian ethics you're drawing from, sir. That's Abrahamic ethics that you're drawing from for the purpose of what ethics keep this confined, what puts the guardrails on it, in other words, right? You have no oughts to give anybody for what guardrails should be there from science, except preferences that you have informed by my religious worldview. You didn't come from, sir. That's Abrahamic ethics that you're claim that you can't do unethical experimentation to achieve your technocratic future. That's Christian ethics you're drawing from, sir. That's Abrahamic ethics that you're drawing from for the purpose of what ethics keep this confined, what puts the guardrails on it, in other words, right? You have no oughts to give anybody for what guardrails should be there from science, except preferences that you have informed by my religious worldview.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? So the scientific world view is being guided by oughts from the Abrahamic system of religions. And it's total like what a weird statement, right? It's just a really weird statement if you break it down.
You didn't come to this religious worldview yourself. It came from your Catholic upbringing. It came from the Christians around you telling.
Wait, so are you telling your audience that this guy's a transhumanist because he was raised a Catholic? I mean, like what?
I think what he's saying, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, is that transhumanism is a response to Christian ethics. You know, this is, and the basis of it is in a distortion of Christian, the Christian worldview in some way.
Well, I wish you would say that more clearly. Like, I wish you would say more clearly, like, oh, no, actually, what your view is a perversion of Christian ethics instead of saying it's based on it. Because what it sounds like he's saying is that, you know, you need oughts to be supplied to you from Christian ethics because you have no worldview, because your worldview literally came from your Catholic upbringing. It's like, what?
Well, my interpretation of it was this, is that, transhumanism developed as a reply to Christianity.
Well, where did he say that it challenges it at all? He's saying that it supports it.
He's saying that Christianity supports transhumanism?
It seems that way because he's saying, look, your Catholic upbringing caused you to become a transhumanist.
I would say that statement could be true. And this goes back to this letter I keep bringing up, Father Seraphim to Thomas Merton. And Thomas Merton was a Roman Catholic monk, which was obsessed with idealistic causes like protests and all these type of things. The point what I'm trying to make is that the Roman Catholic view of the church being an institution and the cause of the church
they were proto-transhumanists.
Efficiency, right? Is like that is the prototype of the transhumanist or the humanist worldview. It did.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
But this is why I go back to the distinction: is Roman Catholicism Christianity?
Yeah, but here's the thing. He's saying that because you're a Roman Catholic, you need that for your worldview. But like, why would that be a point against his worldview?
I think what he's saying is that, the fact of the matter is the man's rejecting Christianity vehemently, but at the same time, he's using, a Christian base for his, that's the root of the worldview in itself, right? So he's acting as if like, what you're saying, you wouldn't even have the ability to say this thing unless you had a basis in our ethics. And it is a kind of convoluted statement, but that's
right, because the thing is that he's saying that the ethics has to be supplied externally from his worldview to transhumanism. So it's kind of weird then for him to also make the statement, well, actually, it was your ethics were rooted in our worldview the whole time. It's like a weird philosophical sleight of hand he's pulled here.
I think there's truth to the statement, but it could be worded better, I guess. From my perspective, I feel like if I had a conversation with him, I could make that argument. And
what about Abrahamic? What about throwing Abrahamic in there?
When he said that, I don't think he was talking about Judaism and Islam, but
I mean, that's literally what the word means. I mean, but yeah.
Technically, right?
Yeah,
people could make that argument. I wouldn't say that. I would say that if from my perspective, it's like Abraham. That's Christianity.
Yeah, I think that's a really weird term to use. He also uses the term Judeo-Christian later.
Well, think about this. I mean, that term I don't agree with, right? Because I don't believe that Christianity came out of Judaism. But Abrahamic, I don't see an issue with that because Christ says, Abraham seen my day and was happy you know, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said that to the Pharisees. And
Yeah,
what he
yeah,
means
but
by
here's
that
the-
is like,
yeah,
Abraham had seen the coming of Christ, you know, the incarnation, and he had seen that.
Right, but it's clear that Muslims and Jews don't believe that about Abraham. So that's what's weird about the term itself.
But you know, but is he making in the statement? Was he referring to them?
That's what I mean. It's a very unclear term, unopportune term to be using. Right. So I just simply point to the fact that you could have used a way more accurate term if you were talking just about Christianity.
No, sorry. Sorry to interrupt, but you know, Sultan Istvan, he has a book called The Transhumanist Wager.
Right. He held it up earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, it has lots of reviews on Amazon, like over 1,000. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of reviews. Yeah, over 1,000 reviews on Amazon.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is and is not ethical through a course of your entire life, and so your
good
view
point,
aligns
though,
with that.
before
So
you
at the
move
same
on
time, you
from this, is something that their patriarchs often say is that, you know, they have the same God as Muslims and Jews, that they share the same Father. Hold on one second.
Right. The Jews. Yeah, we'll wait for him to come back. Oh, there he is.
But yeah, so I'm sorry, someone's talking to me. But yeah, they say, you know, that everybody has the same God. The Muslims, you know, Orthodox, and Jews all share the same God, the Father. And there's a book called Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future, and the very first page is it's a little article called "Do We Share the Same God as the Other Abrahamic Religions?" And the answer is no. You know what I mean? It's like if we were to you know, examine that claim, but what is that rooted in? Why do these patriarchs view it that way? And if you read The Lost Keys of Freemasonry by Manly P. Hall, he says the Mason bows at every altar and submits to every creed, which is a complete contradiction to Orthodox, you know, theology, that we have one creed, one God, one, you know, sort of one gospel. So I don't know, that there is an issue there within the hierarchical level of what we're talking about as far as Andrew's concerned. Is he making that argument? I don't know. But at the same time, even if he isn't, it's there and he's submitted to it.
Steal my view to say, hey, this is what's ethical inside of science to reach this utopian future. You also are busy degrading it and saying that somehow it's entrapping and it's non-freeing and it's curtailing freedom. Because you got to pick a lane there, man.
I'm not sure I'm bashing it here. And I want to say also, it's not just we're picking from you. We're picking from all the world religions and all the world philosophies. I mean, Buddhism and Confucianism and the Chinese. I mean, Krishna and Hinduism. There's a whole bunch of things we're picking
religion, right?
in order to move forward. But it's not just religion. It's the philosophies that have evolved, the Enlightenment and things like that. It's this idea of just using as much reason and rationality as we can. But let me just say, yeah, we live in a Judeo-Christian world. I'm grateful for that. I think I promote that, to be honest with you. I think that is one of the best frameworks.
So there, he's saying we live in a Judeo-Christian world. Andrew obviously visibly agreeing with him. So, but yeah, he's going to actually say that later.
If I have a neighbor, I hope he's a born-again Christian, because most born-again Christians are very, very fine people.
So there's him saying that he rather live to a you know, next to a Christian than other types or other groups.
Don't you realize that this is now a contradictory worldview? The whole idea here for you is
borrowing
that
is not making it contradictory.
Hang on, Christians are the best and the finest and the greatest when it comes to the very ethical systems that you would like to see upheld. And yet, when they argue against the teleology, the very thing that informs this great ethical system and model that you love, You reject that aspect because that's an aspect that Zoltan doesn't like. I just don't like that part. Hang on.
I got it, but that's not how tautology works. You can't say one thing equals another and therefore it is. Some things differ. There's nuances. We like Christian Judaism. The West is the best. Don't get me wrong. But I think at some point, people have a right to say, I just don't see the greater framework that you're talking about with God or the grace of God and the Holy Spirit and all those things. I don't see that. Like I said, I would like to. I just don't. And I still think, though, despite that, I can take your ethical framework, maybe 70 or 80% of it, and say, this is going to be great for transhumanism.
And then you keep out the whole part that makes it work, right? And the reason we come up, the reason you end up with these like sick weirdo cults and stuff like this that came out of early Christianity in the United States, especially Protestantism, is because they did exactly that. They took 70 or 80%, all the stuff they liked, right? That we don't like the murder stuff and we don't like the, thou shalt not steal stuff and blah, blah, blah. We'll adopt all of that, right? But the idea of the ethical teachings of Jesus Christ and the idea of the grounded foundation and the idea of the mercy of God, things like this, they easily reject. And then they begin to inform it with other crazy things, right?
So yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. I mean, he's saying that they've preserved 100% of the teachings of the church, and that also that that he's rejecting like 20% of it, which would be very helpful. That he's engaging in a sort of Protestant Reformation, using 80% of Christianity to supply his ethical framework, where he should use all of Christianity to supply his ethical framework for transhumanism. I mean, it's just an astounding, quote-unquote, contest. Right?
We're going to take the 80% we like, and then we're going to carve off the stuff that we don't like. But the only thing that makes the ethical system work, this great ethical system that you claim you follow and you've adopted 80% of, is the grounding foundation in God. That's the only thing that makes it work. The entire epistemology, the ontology, the entirety of being, the entirety of what makes humans humans, that's grounded. Our whole epistemology is grounded in God. And what you've done
Andrew,
is
honestly, why can't I take 80% and make it work? Why can't I take your 80% and say that's the greatest 80% we have?
Look, you can, but here's your problem. Your problem comes in where we get into prescriptions. Now,
he said you can just take the 80% and totally hijack Christianity in service of transhumanism.
We're moving into prescriptions for society. When we're talking about prescriptions in the United States, right, you can't carve off 80% and then say it's just preference that I have, because preferences change. They change over time. You could have preferences to have slaves. You could have preferences to do this. You could have preferences to do all of these things. The thing that makes Christian ethics so much more superior to everything else that you're going to find is that the ethical standards are unchanging. That's the whole designation of them. They are unchanging throughout the ages. That's the
Andrew,
whole point.
This isn't working for me philosophically. Like, you're not making an argument that I can actually follow. I think I can take your 80% and use it and just say, this is great. Thank you for the Judeo-Christian framework.
Yeah, I get that. Nobody's arguing that.
But why do I need to believe in that 20% in order for it to last? I think Democrats, Republicans can take that 80%.
Wait a second. Hang on. What we're talking about here in this debate specifically is prescriptions for the United States and which of these worldviews is better. That's what we're talking about, better in outcome for the people of the United States. If it's the case that Christian ethics, the reliance on it to not be non-preferential base, is that it's grounded in the unchanging identity of God and the unchanging standards of God, that's what makes Christian ethics work. If you just carve off 80% and say, oh, I have them now, and they're all just preferences, those preferences can be changing. They're not unchanging. So if that's the case, you apply those standards right now because you like them so much, right? You have to concede that preferences change over time. If your preference is going to change over time, what's the point of carving off to say it's going to change, right? It's going to change in 20
Andrew,
years.
I used the scientific method to approve 80% of that Christian ideology. It worked, and I'm moving forward. And now if we change, like, and I agree with you.
Did he just say he uses the scientific method to improve the remaining aspects of Christianity? Because that doesn't make any
Right.
fucking sense.
That's what he did say. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
claiming that he does that. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a quick question. Are you also streaming today, or?
Yeah, I should be streaming soon. We'll get out of here soon. Or we're supposed to. This is supposed to end at so Neurojack. We do have to go soon here. So I see he's not on the stream right now. So if you come back, we got to end this up and move forward here. Yeah. To the machine lines. Yeah.
We might become robots, and should robots have rights? We might become cyborgs. Should cyborgs live forever? Should we change ourselves entirely, not give birth anymore, go off planet? Maybe we're going to need a new set of rules, and then the scientific method will inform that. But the point is, right now, the 80% of the Christian doctrine I've taken, the Judeo-Christian framework that we all live by, has been very effective, and I think the scientific method has shown that to be the case. But it's okay that we might lose to 60% or 40% and maybe even entirely leave the doctrine of Christianity behind here in 1,000 years when we become something else completely non-human. That's okay for me. I mean, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but do you understand again that all you're doing is giving me a sequence of emotional states and preferences? This is not an argument to begin with. The entirety of what you're saying here is that I have an emotional state in my head and a preference for this thing. Not any ought for why anybody ought to follow this thing. And when you're talking about prescriptively, it's a disaster anyway. We could just talk specifically about prescriptions here in society. The technocratic future, which was promised to us, is not great. We're using technologies for all sorts of unethical things, often driven by people who share your worldview and not by mine. A great example of this is transgender ideology. The idea of being able to transcend your sexuality, I'm guessing you don't have a problem with. That would be part of a transhumanist future if a person chooses to do that. And yet what happens with this unethical science? They start mutilating children, right? They start moving into the indoctrination to mutilate children. They move into the indoctrination of being able to mutilate men, women, things like this. And the reason that this 80% doesn't work is because you adopt the 80% that you like, and then what about that other 20% that says you can't do that? What about that other 20% that says, hey, when we have marriage, it needs to mean something? You can't have homosexual marriage, for instance, right? There has to be meaning there. There has to be something in the institution that grounds it.
Yeah, I just feel he's stupid. The proper course would have been to, attack his epistemological or epistemic claim of the scientific method being able to improve a tradition in the first place, because that's retarded. That you can claim you can use scientific method to deal with metaphysical stuff. It's not meant to deal with metaphysical stuff. I mean, that's kind of obvious, though. But yeah, Andrew is kind of a pseudo-intellectual, basically. That's all. What Zoltan said is pseudo-intellectual too. That's very dumb. Yeah. And I can use the scientific method to tell you how to treat your neighbor or something like that. Or it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Something higher than yourself to make this work. These are all things that transhumanists would have to necessarily be against. They're trying to transcend these very limitations, which are put on as guardrails and bumpers for the social, for socially society to work at all.
If I had been living under the things you're talking about, we would still be living in teepees.
How?
I mean, there has to be some progress.
No, we wouldn't.
Yes, we would. You'd be living in this Christian dictatorship where you can't actually move too far forward.
Isn't that funny? Right? The transhumanist says the same thing to him, right? When he supports modern progress, right? But he doesn't support transhumanism. Then, that he says to people like me, right? That we want to go back and live in caves, because we don't support, the modern world. Right?
Yeah.
So
Andrew is retarded. Let me give you, this is a pattern we see with everything. Like raw milk is healthier than pasteurized milk from cows stuck up in barns. If the cow is healthy and grass-fed and pastured, you can drink the milk raw and it's actually healthier. Right. It has CLA, it has beneficial bacteria, to help digest the lactose. If you're lactose intolerant, you can still drink raw milk. You believe that if it's from healthy cow, because it has like bacteria that aid in digestion. But the reason I mentioned that is because the progress leads to new problems, basically, and it leads to destroying what was once good, like raw milk. You can find that pattern with everything, soil erosion, biodiversity, traditions. That's probably the most important. That's what progress does. Maybe there's no progress. Maybe it's just progress is degeneration in some way. That makes sense. Like you can't have progress without degeneration or something. Or maybe that's what the true face of progress. Degeneration.
Moves things forward is having these ability to do all these wild things. Now, don't get me wrong. Some things I don't believe in at all. I mean, some things are like, when it comes to transgender children, I'm completely not for that. I've never been for that. I've publicly been against that the whole time. Now, if an adult, maybe a 25-year-old wants to do something to their body, change their sex, that's fine for them to do it. But I think there are some things that people should be able to do and not be within your framework. And that's what evolves us. That's what moves us
changing
forward.
standard, a changing ethical standard. And because of that, you end up with absolute chaos. And here's the thing that's so funny about this, right? You made a bold claim there, which is ridiculous. We'd be living under a Christian dictatorship. Sir, we've had Christian monarchs for most of human history, at least known human history, during the biggest technological advances that we had since the Industrial Revolution, right? You claim that there's some kind of sort of anti-progress with Christianity when you clearly know that the historic standard is that there's been tons of progress under Christian ethical leadership all over the world for years and years and years, thousands of years, in fact. The idea that we curtail technology.
So see, there it is. It's a huge contradiction, right? Because he said Christianity, right, or Christian ethics has does curtail scientific progress, because he said there's tons more science and technological progress that would be made if we just disregarded the ethics. And now he's saying no, it's the ethical boundaries which cause the progress, right? So he's literally said both, right? It's very confusing.
Man, it's because it's a social engineering. You see, they're trying to mix, Christian eschatological, imagery with the transhumanist imagery. So Christians and other so-called reactionary people can get on board with the transhumanist agenda. See what I mean? So that's why it seems like they're reading from scripts or they're following some directives. It's like social engineering in some sense.
Yeah. I mean, he literally said to the guy that that the progress would increase if we disregarded ethics. And now he's saying, no, it's Christian ethics which cause the progress. It's wild. Let me play it again.
Most of human history, at least known human history, during the biggest technological advances that we had since the Industrial Revolution, right? You claim that there's some kind of sort of anti-progress with Christianity when you clearly know that the historic standard is that there's been tons of progress under Christian ethical leadership all over the world for years and years and years, thousands of years, in fact. The idea that we curtail technology when it's indeed Christian scientists often who propel technology and used to propel technology and were funded by large Christian institutions, the Catholic Church and others. They just also have oughts to use as scientific progression towards something useful. Hey, that's great. We can empirically determine that you're hungry. That doesn't tell us what we should do about that. That's where you need to have the church. You need to have these types of grounded ethical foundations come in and say, well, we ought to feed you, right? Well, that's what God wants us to do. He wants us to go ahead and feed you. And so that's what they do. They're able to make these societal prescriptions. You can't even decide whether or not, men can be women and women can be men.
So you see that is and ought is a merger of Christianity and technology. Technology supplies the is, and then Christianity supplies the ought. Is that kind of what he's saying? I mean, this is a really weird line of argumentation.
Yeah, it's like social engineering. The kind of Hegelian kind of game they're engaging in. So, I mean, that's what it is like. It's a Hegelian game. Basically, if you talk to my Slovenian friend, you would understand what's going on. You know what I mean? My Slovenian friend, he's kind of evil. You know what I mean? He is evil. he's into all of the occult that led to transhumanism. He embraced it and basically sees it in both Christian terms, and even now he's showing interest in Zoroastrianism. He sees it, the Pharaoh-Shokriti, or the second coming and other stuff, in transhumanist terms. You see what I mean? They're just trying to merge them. I mean, which is bad, of course. You know, that's what they're trying to do, to justify the future and stuff. I think the H+1 people and other stuff, they have some weird occult beliefs, esoteric beliefs. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's maybe this just a script he's reading from me. But yeah, he was offered probably 100,000 or something for this. How many views does this video have that you're watching? I'm just curious, how many views does it have?
Yeah, we were talking about that because this video does not have that many views, right? But the channel has 1 million subscribers, right? So it's almost 1 million, 899K subscribers and only 30,000 views. So
Well, those views will grow, though, is the thing. So
yeah,
yeah,
maybe, yeah.
And it's you create chaos inside of the very ethos of
we can
stability.
decide that men can be women and women can be men. It just happens to be that we need to take that 20% that we don't agree with and go out into the world with that and start experimenting, start evolving.
No,
I don't
they can't.
understand
Men
why we can't have this
be
framework
women.
you're talking about.
Men can't be women, and women can't.
Oh,
be
of course
men, in
they
fact.
can be, man. You can
Of course
totally
they can't
change
be.
DNA, and we're all good. There's going to be all sorts of possibilities here within
Sir.
5 or 10 years.
Sir, let me ask you something. Scientifically speaking, right? If a man puts on a wig and cuts off his penis and declares himself a woman.
Hi, humans. It's Zoe London from Pauvre Voisin, and
Oh.
today we are discussing
What the hell?
What?
chapter 6 of How to Win Friends.
I'm actually gonna watch this entire commercial. It's 3 minutes long. So we'll watch this commercial and then we'll leave NeuroJack's stream because I have to go do my stream. But yeah, I'm interested to see where this is going. And I definitely like to see some of her glass products. You mean?
People. So part 2, chapter
Oh wait, she's trying to influence people. Yeah, that explains a lot.
3. And the title of the chapter is How to Make Other People Like You Instantly. So as we know, there's always a principle at the end of the chapter. And the principle at the end of this chapter is make the other person feel important and do it genuinely. So it's a very simple chapter. It's not very long, but basically, like, you know, when somebody feels like they're valued and important and you respect them, they're going to want to be around you, right? And oppositely, you know, if somebody feels like they're not important to you, like you don't value them and like you don't have respect for them, they're not going to want to be around you. So it's not that crazy of a principle. Again, you want to make another person feel important and you want to do it genuinely. So you don't want to just be, you know, fake compliments, sort of like just trying to get them to like you. Because again, everybody, unless they're like completely delusionally narcissistic, everybody is able to clock a fake compliment. Everybody is able to clock when somebody is maybe trying to finesse you, right? So especially in a business context, you don't want to just be blowing smoke up people's asses. But I also think that it shouldn't be that hard for you to find something to be able to compliment somebody on, or something to be able to, you know, recognize in somebody else that might be unique to them. And that could be as simple as Carnegie has an example in the chapter where
those actually might be AI titties for sure.
somebody was interviewing somebody else important. Again, this is back in the 1930s, and this person was notoriously very busy, not super down to be interviewed a lot. He did not like to be sort of, you know, finessed, right? But the person that was interviewing him took the time to recognize how remarkable the architecture of the waiting room that he was in. And he complimented the person he was interviewing on how beautiful and how interesting the layout of the waiting room was. As it turned out, the person that he was interviewing took a lot of pride in the setup of his office, of his waiting room, and had a lot to talk about it. And he really enjoyed talking to the interviewer about, you know, the intricacies of the details and the walls and stuff like that, because it was something that was important to him, and the interviewer made him feel important. And the interviewer walked away knowing that the interviewee actually had a lot of respect for him and genuinely enjoyed the interview. And that is something that is so simple. So you don't have to make somebody feel important by making them feel like they are the king of the world or anything. It's mostly just when you see something that is unique about somebody else, and unique that seems to be in an intentional way, go out of your way to acknowledge it, because anything that is unique to a person is just going to make somebody feel
Like, who made this ad? It just says youtube.com. It says visit how to make people like you instantly by youtube.com. So, like, what exactly is this ad selling? I'm really confused.
If you click the visit site, maybe it takes you.
Yeah, it just takes you to YouTube. It's weird. Oh wait, no, it takes you to her channel.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So this is her channel. Here, hold on. Let me see this. Zoe London. So she's got 4,000 subscribers. So how did she get promoted on here? It's really weird.
She probably paid.
She paid. Yeah, she's only got like 255 views, 145 views. How is she promoted?
She paid probably for those advertisements. I
She's
think
got
you
a
can.
bunch of videos.
She's probably well off, and she paid for the advertisement.
Here's another video.
Hi, Girly Pops. Well,
Yeah, she's got her titties out, like in like a couple of these videos. Yeah, like so. Yeah, so she might not be AI. Holy moly, guys! All right,
I think she just had plastic surgery.
yeah, she got total. Yeah, she got crazy plastic surgery. But yeah,
because of the fact that it goes without saying that the unique thing is something that is special to them themselves. So yeah, that is basically the gist of chapter 6 or chapter 3 of part 2 of How to Win Friends and Influence People. And again, the name of the chapter is how to make other people like you instantly. And the principle of the chapter is make the other person, feel important, and to do it genuinely.
oh my god. All right. Well, anyways, all right. So, are you here, Lorp? Yeah, I don't know if Lorp is here, so I guess we'll just leave. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Yeah, I gotta actually go do my show.
Yeah,
so.
you can just leave. I mean,
Yeah, I guess I'll just have to leave. So yeah, so Neurojack, if you're out there, we got a peace out here. Yeah, so you know, as I said, I only have 2 to 3 hours so I can do my show. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are there. And yeah, I don't have a way to kick Lorp from the studio, so the show will just go on with nothing, nobody here. I guess. But all right. Anyways, have a blessed day. We'll play this later. Yeah.
see you later.
Yeah, peace.
Is there anyone out in the audience?
Welcome to the McElhaney Report. I'm Bill McElhaney. On this show, we cover current issues of the day, but always from a viewpoint or perspective rarely aired by the mass media. We hope you'll find it interesting. Since 1989, the world has been told that the Soviet Union collapsed and that, except for several countries, communism is dead and the U.S. won the Cold War. The truth, the reality is quite the reverse. Everything we have witnessed since 1989 has been a massive and successful, multi-decade-long deception strategy on the part of the KGB, the Soviet secret police. The goal? To deceive the West and achieve the goal of Leninist strategy, a totalitarian world government or international police state. We know this from the evidence provided by Anatoly Golitsyn, the most important defector from the KGB who came to America in 1961. In 1980, he wrote a book, New Lies for Old, that was published in 1984, which described the disinformation strategy and made specific predictions as to what the KGB would do in subsequent years, such as removing the Berlin Wall, changing the name of the KGB itself and other structures in the Soviet hierarchy, and also the role to be played by Mikhail Gorbachev. An independent analysis of these predictions years later showed that over 94% of them came true by 1991 and since then. That's how we know Golitsyn was telling the truth, and quite correct. Our guest today, who first appeared on this show in 1995, is uniquely qualified to expose this conspiratorial strategy. Based in London, he publishes 10 newsletters and reviews on economic, financial, and political intelligence, including Soviet Analyst. These invaluable periodicals incorporate the understanding of post-1989 events provided by Anatoly Golitsyn. He's published Golitsyn's second book, Perestroika Deception. He's also published Joseph Douglas's Red Cocaine on the Soviet strategy of using drugs to sabotage the West. And he's published a very important book, the European Union Collective, on the regional world government now in place over both Europe and Britain. I am so happy to welcome back to the McElhaney Report my valuable friend and colleague, Christopher Story. So glad to have you here.
Delighted to be here.
Now, for those people who are just learning about Anatoly Golitsyn, we need to emphasize that the understanding he provided about the strategy of which he was a part in the early 1959 to 61 period in forming this strategy in the KGB hierarchy. This multi-decade strategy means that nothing really has changed in the Soviet Union and the other satellite East Bloc communist states that call themselves democratic republics today. Nothing has changed except deception, appearance, and propaganda. And let's go over some examples of that. Don't we have the same KGB-leaden bureaucracy with different names on the doors?
Absolutely. The KGB remains the same. It's divided itself into several parts. But this is by no means the first time this has happened. It's happened about 5 or 6 times since 1917. But Golitsyn's great achievement was to make Lenin understandable, because actually all that Golitsyn did in his 2 books, New Lies for Old and the Perestroika Deception, is to explain Lenin's mind. And these people actually are in Lenin's mind. They're out of their own minds and they're in Lenin's mind, which is not a very nice place to be.
Also, the system of some 1,700 concentration camps that comprise the Soviet Gulag prison house of territory with millions and millions of political prisoners. All of those concentration camps are still there, but never discussed by the media, which since 1989 has told us that communism's gone out of business.
A few years ago, I was privileged to receive a list of these concentration camps from a very reliable source. And this list contained the actual street addresses, I mean, so to speak, and the locations of these concentration camps. And these included a number of new camps which have been set up under the so-called, quote-unquote, non-communist government of Boris Yeltsin, which in fact was a continuation by other means, which we'll come to. Now, I published this. When I published this in Soviet Analyst, I thought this has got to be, a really interesting story. I sent it to the whole of the Western media that I could think of, the English-speaking world. Not a trace, no no response at all. However, there have been a number of open references to this, which have appeared almost as if by accident in articles in The Guardian and elsewhere, which, of course, I and others collect. And when you put these things together, you get actually a very interesting picture. There's been no change at all.
Okay, not only has there been no change in the Soviet concentration camp system, but in their massive military buildup, their worldwide espionage activities within Western nations, the subversion and sabotage they wage, particularly the area of sabotage called drug trafficking.
Basically, in 1961, the Soviets relaunched or launched a long-range strategy, which is what Golitsyn talks about in his 2 books. I should say perhaps that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union has had 4 programs since it started, only 4 party programs. The first was 1903, the second was after the revolution 1917. The third party program is that which Golitsyn speaks about and writes about in his 2 books, the third party program.
Which would be from 1961 onward.
From 1961 to 1986, when Gorbachev is 85, Gorbachev arrives as General Secretary in 85, and at the 27th Party Congress in 1986, he launches the 4th party program. We'll come to that in a minute. The purpose of the long-range strategy, which was actually announced by the head of the KGB in 1959, they prepared this strategy, and then when they had worked out how they were going to deceive the West in what has turned out to be the biggest deception operation in the history of mankind, to be honest. When they worked this out, they convened a conference called the 81 Party Congress, which took place on one day, on the 6th of December 1961. And these, consisting of 81 parties from all over the world, communist parties, and the long-range strategy was rubber-stamped, and that was it. And from 1961 to the arrival of Gorbachev was the period when they were preparing for the implementation of what Gorbachev subsequently introduced. Now, I'd just like to say here something very important, which is that sometimes people say, why was there such a long period from the introduction of the 3rd party program to the introduction of the 4th party program? And the answer to that is extremely interesting. It is that in 1949 or 1948, the Western Allies agreed with the Soviet Union, i.e. with Stalin, that Germany was to be occupied for a period of 40 years. 49 to 89 takes you to the pulling down of the Berlin Wall, and on cue, quick as a flash, they start pulling down the wall at the end of the 40-year period. So what do they do during this this extended period? Now, by the way, we don't really know why that 40-year period was agreed, but it seems to have been an agreement, almost a secret agreement. By the way, Secretary of State Burns, B-Y-R-N-E-S, was responsible for agreeing that. That was his most important contribution, as a matter of fact. That's his main legacy. And we don't really know why it was agreed that the Germany should be occupied for 40 years. I personally do not know the answer to that
But the
question.
3rd party program from 61 onward consisted of this scheme to promote disinformation about the alleged crumbling of the monolithic worldwide communist superstructure, alleged rifts and splits between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union and Red China, and give the West the impression that communism was fragmenting and becoming decentralized. At the same time, they were creating and waging an international terrorism campaign by creating an international terror network, which we'll get back to. And they were using drugs and drug trafficking internationally as they maintained and gained total control over international drug trafficking as a weapon of sabotage against the West.
Yes.
So these are all strategies, along with military buildup and espionage.
These are all sub-strategies, but they're very important planks. I mean, basically, there are 4 main sub-strategies within the long-range strategy, apart from the the weak look, which you've already described. The weak look being, you know, appear weak, which is based on the ancient Chinese military strategist Sun Tzu, which Sun Tzu's famous book, The Art of War, was required reading and still is in the Soviet military and in the East German. We happen to know that it was required reading in the East German military because we've got a copy of the East German translation of Sun Tzu, which appeared in 1956, which is highly significant. So the sub-strategies are the global drug offensive, the international terrorism offensive, the what I call international criminalism, which is the exploitation of organized criminal operations in the interests of strategy.
Right.
And now this is extremely important. We're going to come, I'm sure we'll have a chance to talk about that more, because basically that is almost completely controlling what's happening today. And then finally, we have, well, of these four, we have what I call the Gramsci dimension. Now, the Gramsci dimension,
named after the Italian communist Antonio Gramsci.
Antonio Gramsci, Gramsci. He was the founder of the Italian Communist Party and was imprisoned by Mussolini, and wrote a book basically on toilet paper while he was in prison, called The Prison Notebooks. And his thesis was that you have to change the cultural base in order to achieve the revolution. So once you've got everybody with garbage ideas in their heads, and you've destroyed art, you've replaced music with hideous noise, you've satanized music, if you like, and you've caused all the things, you've attacked and undermined all the institutions.
And traditional values.
Traditional values was destroyed. You've eliminated religious teaching and all that. That is what I call the Gramsci dimension. That's which is commonly known as the culture wars. This is a strategy of the Leninist Soviet revolution.
Right. And the criminalism consisted of creating what is now today called the Russian mafia, both within the Soviet Union and internationally, so that any business activity that continued during this period of alleged democratism or alleged reform in the Soviet Union, any business activity conducted there could be controlled by KGB agents who, appropriately enough, since they've always been a criminal enterprise, now called themselves the Russian mafia, and penetrated all of these business organizations and made sure that they were able to control any active commercial activity, any type of commercial activity, whether coming from foreign capital or within Russia, so that the KGB would maintain even tighter control.
That's absolutely true. And in fact, I understand, I don't know his name, or I can't recall his name, but the head of the Russian mafia, M-A-F-I-Y-A, to distinguish it from the
Italian
Chicago type mafia, is a resident in New York City. Because that's where the action is. But the importance of criminalism cannot be underestimated, because what has happened is that the KGB, being a criminal enterprise, by definition, was always very close to the huge underground economy which existed under overt communism. By the way, I use the phrase overt communism.
Pre-1989.
Pre-1989, and covert communism to describe the present situation, which is, I think, a useful short-form way of doing it. So that under the KGB, there was an organization called the Economic Department, which appeared to be dealing with economic issues, but actually was concerned with controlling and developing the criminal underground. And then in parallel with this, because on the principle of Leninist duplication, Lenin duplicated every aspect of government and activity, party activity, state and party activity. The Ministry of the Interior, the MVD, had its own criminal control organization called, going by the letters OBKH. So you have these two sources of background expertise and knowledge of how to control criminal operations.
Which is today the so-called Russian mafia, actually just another branch operation of the KGB.
No question. And after the so-called fake collapse, I mean, after the fake collapse of communism, or during this period, the Soviets, in fact, exported large numbers of KGB officers who'd been retrained as criminal controllers. I call them criminalists, operators of criminalism. And they have joined up with the underworld, the huge underworld in the West, here as well. Now, the drug dimension of the world revolution, which they largely control, but not entirely, but they largely control it, is, of course, it operates in parallel with and is part of this criminalist operation. And basically the international drug trafficking elements that they control must finance the world revolution. But it has another very important point, rationale, which is that because the proceeds of drug operations have to be banked, they have their own bankers. Now, we know from Joe Douglas's book, which I was privileged to edit and publish, Red Cocaine, that, which is based on the debriefing of a very senior Czech defector called General Jan Šejna. We know that Šejna was actually the highest official in the Czech Communist Party. He was the secretary overseeing everything, and he was responsible for making the administrative arrangements for delegations of bankers who were coming to Czechoslovakia in the second part of the 60s to be selected by the Czechs, who were acting as cutouts for the Soviets. Although there were senior Soviet officials present at these selection meetings, they actually chose the bankers who were going to launder the proceeds of their drug operations, because they knew that these would become so massive. Now, I'm not saying that the Soviets are totally in control, but the extent of their operations is huge. And in the Western Hemisphere, by the way, it's controlled by the Americas Department of the Cuban Communist Party.
So this, and internationally, this was a combination of Soviet military intelligence, the GRU, because it is sabotage against the West, and also through the Soviet Union's control of the Red Chinese dictatorship, because Red China has been a principal grower of heroin and supplier of heroin worldwide too. So they have two bases of operations.
Yeah, well, they're more because there are others as well. But basically what happened was that after 1949, the Soviets watched the Chinese, because Mao Zedong used drugs against his own people. And then after the revolution, the Chinese communists exported their drug trafficking as an element of their own operations. The Soviets watched this, and then they set up their own separate international drug offensive. And in the course of doing this, they tried to penetrate those rings, those groups of drug operators that they could. And where they couldn't succeed to actually break in, they formed their own and replaced them, basically. And in Colombia, of course, through the America's Department of the Cuban Communist Party, they control what's going on in Colombia. No question.
So this organized criminalism as an activity on the part of the KGB since 1961 is the Russian mafia and controls any business activity that we hear about as examples of alleged free enterprise breaking out in the so-called New Russia and the satellite nations.
That's almost entirely true. I mean, what we have in these countries is what Lenin called state capitalism, which I now have renamed state-controlled capitalism.
Yes.
Which means that it appears to the West as though these enterprises are entirely freestanding, and they've got shareholders, and they have managing directors, and they've even got in Moscow large office blocks like Gazprom, but they are in fact entirely controlled by the state, the revolution, through the intelligence services.
Yeah, and that's a deception and a performance very similar to the performance of political democratism, where we see alleged rival parties and rival candidates taking part in elections in the so-called New Russia and the new satellite nations, when actually all of these parties are controlled by KGB personnel, and it is a performance for the American public to watch on CNN and through other parts of the media. A major part of this strategy since 1961 has consisted of building slowly and installing a very dictatorial regional world government over all of Europe on top of the existing socialist bureaucracies that are in the governments of each of these countries, over all of Europe, and now sadly also Britain, in the form of the European Union. And this constitutes an accomplishment of Leninist strategy as predicted by Golitsyn. And of course, while the KGB had infiltrated all the European governments and the British government, as they had infiltrated the American CIA and other parts of the United States government, in addition to that, the current treaty arrangements between the European Union based in Brussels and the new Russia mean that there's even further, tighter Soviet and KGB control over the foreign policy of this new globalist regional government that controls Russia, that controls Europe, and controls Britain.
I don't disagree with any of that. One of the important things that Golitsyn teaches us in the Perestroika Deception is that it doesn't matter who wins an election, the communists always win. Now, the reason for that is that every single political activist you see on the Moscow stage, if you can be bothered to see what's going on, because, by the way, the TV cameras are only focused on Moscow.
Right.
You never see what's going on in Leningrad or in Tbilisi or in Alma-Ata or anywhere else, only Moscow. That's where the controls take place, because all the other so-called, you know, free republics now, they're controlled, of course. These republics, you know, they're still Stalinist states, almost entirely. There's hardly any, I don't think there are any exceptions to that. But this business of controlling all the political parties and giving them, allowing them to adopt different names, you know, this was a conscious policy which was laid down by Gorbachev and Yeltsin at the 28th Party Congress in July 1990. Both Gorbachev and Yeltsin made speeches in which they said to the comrades, now is the time to follow whatever path you feel would be most appropriate. In a nutshell, that's what they said. We have the two quotes in my book, the European Union Collective. So that's what I call democratism, which is the creation and maintenance of the illusion of democracy. Now, that pattern is being implemented in the European Union because by various means, almost all the participants, even at national level, in the political process, are selected for the job or are, you know, appointed or are chosen. Now, it's quite difficult to explain this, but in Britain, there's an extremely lethal piece of legislation which requires all political parties to register at a central registration point. And it basically dictates what the political parties can and cannot do. But in the European, at the European level, no political party can participate in the European Parliament if it's not 100% signed up to the idea of the European project.
And submission to the authority of this regional world government based in Brussels, which is now imposing dictatorial controls on a daily basis down to the most minute level of business and human activity on all residents of Europe and increasingly in Britain. And if you read the Financial Times newspaper, you see examples daily and in the Wall Street Journal of how the European Union is trying to tell people and businesses in the United States what they will do.
That's quite true. When Gorbachev visited London briefly for a day on the 23rd of March 2000, and during that visit, he made a statement which I repeated at every opportunity. He acknowledged and stated that the European Union is the new European Soviet, and I quote. That's what it is. Now, let me describe the European Union, what it really is. It is a political collective. So all these British politicians who constantly talk about the need to be in the center of Europe and the need to influence, you know, for Britain's great experience to be used for the benefit of the Europeans so that they, you know, so that we can influence what they do, are completely wasting their breath. They are insulting our intelligence. This is a political collective. in a political collective, decisions are taken collectively.
Right.
No individual nation can take any decisions. Now,
So it destroys the sovereignty completely of all the individual
we have
nations.
no sovereignty.
Right.
We have no interests, and we have politicians in Westminster who talk about British interests.
Mm-hmm.
We have delegated and collectivized those interests. Now, there are a few residual peculiar exceptions. For example, there's a thing called the Common Foreign and Security Policy, which is part of the collectivization process. Well, Britain flouted that policy by joining the United States in respect of this Iraqi operation.
Right.
But we shouldn't have done that. The Europeans didn't know what to do and threw up their hands in horror.
Yes.
But this will probably be the last chance we'll have if we don't get out of it.
So Gorbachev's purpose, and it's so interesting that Golitsyn describes Gorbachev in the book he wrote in 1980 before anyone had heard of him, describes his role, describes the character that he would play on the stage of this deception, describes him, and his purpose obviously was to go from the third-party program of 1961 to about 1985, and in 1985 start the idea that the Stalinist model was over with and that there was going to be this new reform system. Christopher, I knew we could just barely get into the subject matter thus far, but we're going to do another show on related topics, recent topics. I want to thank you so much for being with me today, and if you're interested in learning more about what we've discussed and being able to examine the background information so you can learn about this massive and successful Soviet disinformation strategy, please contact us at the phone number or address given at the end of the program, and we'll get you that information. This is Bill McElhaney for the McElhaney Report, thanking you for being with us today. Welcome to the McElhaney Report. I'm Bill McElhaney. On this show, we cover current topics of the day, but always from a perspective or viewpoint rarely aired by the mass media. We hope you find it interesting. Since 1989, the world has been told that the Soviet Union collapsed and that, except for a few countries, communism is dead and the U.S. won the Cold War. The truth, the reality, is quite the reverse. Everything we have seen since 1989 has been a massive and successful multi-decade-long deception strategy on the part of the KGB, the Soviet secret police. The goal? To deceive the West and achieve the goal of Leninist strategy, a totalitarian world government or international police state. We know this from the evidence provided by Anatoly Golitsyn, the most important defector from the KGB who came to America in 1961. In 1980, he wrote a book, New Lies for Old, which was published in 1984. This described the disinformation strategy and made specific predictions as to what the KGB would be doing in subsequent years, such as removing the Berlin Wall, changing the name of the KGB and other state structures, and the role to be played by Mikhail Gorbachev. An independent analysis showed that 94% of the predictions made in that book in 1980 came true by 1991 and since that time. And that's how we know Golitsyn was telling the truth and quite correct. And understanding Golitsyn is absolutely indispensable to an understanding of international terrorism today, what happened on September 11th, and the war recently fought in Iraq. Our guest today, who first appeared on this show in 1995, is uniquely qualified to expose this conspiratorial strategy. Based in London, he publishes 10 newsletters and reviews on economic, financial, and political intelligence, including Soviet Analyst. These invaluable periodicals incorporate the understanding of post-1989 events provided by Golitsyn. He has published Golitsyn's second book, Perestroika Deception. He's also published Joseph Douglas's Red Cocaine on the Soviet strategy of using drug trafficking as a means of sabotaging the West, and a very important book, the European Union Collective on the regional world government now in place over both Europe and Britain. I am so happy to welcome back to the McElhaney Report my good friend and colleague, Christopher Story.
Delighted to be here.
In the introduction, I tried to summarize briefly what we've covered in prior shows. And what I want to concentrate on today is another major example of Soviet strategy since 1961, or what was called the Third Party Program from 1961 onward. And the fact that this strategy has continued unbroken since 1989 is just another example of the continuity of KGB control in the Soviet Union and the other communist countries, despite the pretense and deception about reform and democratism and changes that allegedly were made. And that, of course, is the International Terror Network. Now, we had the benefit of knowing, going back to the early 1980s, from works like Claire Sterling's very important study, The Terror Network, we had the ability of knowing that by the early 1960s, the Soviet KGB literally created an international terror network worldwide in scope, with training centers around the world in Soviet satellite nations, and headed by two principal directorates. The one directorate of this being the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, a leadership directorate comprised of several parts and headed by Moscow-trained Yasser Arafat, and also the Cuban-based, the KGB in Cuba is the DRG, the Cuban-based tricontinental apparatus. And these were the two directorates running this terror network created by the Soviets in the mid-60s. So let's talk about that terror network, because it still exists today. And we're told communism has collapsed, and yet their terror network is functioning more actively with the same KGB control today.
Yes. In, I think it was January 1966, the Soviets summoned a special conference in Cuba called the Tricontinental Conference. And as far as I recall, 538 delegations from communist structures around the world arrived at this conference. And this conference decided and agreed in accordance with a Soviet plan to establish a network of terror training camps. And they started doing this in Cuba. And by October 1966, a whole series of terrorism training camps had sprung up on the outskirts of Havana. And these terror training camps and operations were controlled by a KGB colonel called Colonel Vadim Kochagin. And by the end of the first year of operations, 1967, they were turning out 1,500 trained terrorists for operations all over the world, in their own countries and elsewhere. Now, in not very long afterwards, these Cuban-trained terrorists, who included Arabs and Palestinians, were setting up what I call the second generation of terror training operations in various parts of the Middle East, Lebanon being the most important. Now, the Iranians are very important in this. The Iranians control Hezbollah, as you know, which is an absolutely deadly terrorism operation, a terrorism network.
And that occurred after the Carter administration betrayed our ally, the Shah of Iran, and helped the Communist Two-Day Party in Iran install the current dictatorship.
That's right. And once the current dictatorship had been installed, the Two-Day Party was largely eliminated, which is standard practice. Very often, for reasons which are too complex to explain, for example, in an interview.
Briefly.
These people are eliminated when the sell-by date has been passed. So terrorism, by the way, terrorism, of course, is integral with the revolution. I mean, Lenin was a terrorist. Trotsky is a terrorist. The Chekar, the predecessor of the KGB, the founder of the KGB was one of the most evil men ever to have lived, called Felix Dzerzhinsky.
Yes.
And you might be interested in the following interesting fact. Guess what Felix Dzerzhinsky's birthday is? 11th of September. An interesting pointer.
Yeah, interesting point. Well, then let's talk about, since we know the KGB established this terror network in the mid-60s, had two regional directorates for it, the PLO apparatus and the tricontinental apparatus. What do we know today about its continuity, the connection it would have to individuals like Osama bin Laden and to Al-Qaeda?
Right, well, if I could just step back, because I think we've got a slight, people like us, analysts, we have to put together information which is not necessarily current, although we try to live with current, but it's very rare to obtain absolute, current information. We know that the KGB because of Vadim Kochagin, we know that the Cuban camp operation was a KGB operation, and we know also that the establishment of training areas in the Middle East was KGB. But we also know from a source which I found, which is a book by a man called Gail Rivers, who was a New Zealand terror expert and an intelligence officer. He writes in a very interesting book called The War Against Terrorists, How to Win It, dated 1986. And I just want to read you this because this is of extraordinary importance. He says, a recent Russian defector named Bokhan, who was attached to the Soviet embassy in Athens from 1968 to 1975, and was a member of the GRU being Soviet military intelligence, as opposed to the KGB, confirmed that the GRU was orchestrating terrorist acts both in Greece and abroad with the aim of creating subversion and terror worldwide. Now there you have a smoking gun. This has been in the public domain, this book, since 1986. This is a highly, Gail Rivers, a New Zealander trained in the special forces, says in the flap, is an articulate man of high principle who has risked his life many times in the counter-terrorist war on 5 continents. Now, this is not an idle statement. Everything in this book, by the way, that I've read is absolutely first class. So here we have a statement by an expert who knew this, that the Soviet military intelligence are behind the terror network, the terror operation. Now, the KGB, of course, is also military intelligence, and they're interlinked.
Yes.
So while the distinction is valid, it's also invalid in the sense that the other name for the Soviet military intelligence is, in fact, the first chief directorate. So Soviet military intelligence is behind the global terror offensive, which is a very key element of the long-range strategy. Now, why has this been totally ignored by the media and by our governments? The British government and the American government have said absolutely nothing about this. Why is this?
Well, and it's come to the point now where supposedly the leadership of the new democratic Russia is enlisted by the American government to be our advisors, consultants, and partners in fighting and stopping world terrorism.
Absolutely right.
The very network which since the 60s, under the visible leadership of Yasser Arafat, the Soviet KGB and GRU have controlled. And unfortunately, we've come to a state of affairs today where the Bush administration, as was the case with prior administrations, is giving over $1 billion a year to the communist PLO, specifically to administer its takeover of part of Israel. And we're forcing them on Israel. We're protecting Yasser Arafat from being disturbed or removed by the Israeli government. And we're maintaining the continuity of this Soviet-controlled terror network, supposedly years after communism disappeared from the planet.
Yes, and it's gone even further because we now have a prime minister of the Palestinian Authority, whose name is Abu Mazen. That's his code name. His real name is Mahmoud Abbas. Now, this man was, quote, was, in quotes, in control of Hamas, the most devious and most egregious terrorist arm of the PLO. All of a sudden, this man is persona grata in all Western capitals, in Washington, London, and Brussels. And he is the new Mr. Democracy. Now, why is this? And the answer to this is that, as has happened in the past, this man has been bribed. He has been paid very substantial sums of black operations money to change his tune in order to suit the objectives of the Western manipulators who are trying to sort of achieve whatever their objective is. And
Well, in a way, remember, Gorbachev lost credibility as an alleged reformer when it was obvious that he was still a Leninist and still promoting Leninist strategy. So they had to bring in a new performer, Yeltsin, who appeared to be more likable to the West, and we had to definitely support him for fear that some other maniac would come to power. So in essence, we got the same thing here. It's a puppet show. You've got Arafat and a puppet working in the PLO leadership, and it gives the United States government the excuse to support the puppet.
Don't forget that Mrs. Thatcher said to me when talking about Gorbachev, whom she knew very well, she said, he's not a Leninist anymore, she said to me.
But he said he was.
He said he was a Leninist in all his speeches, which I've read.
He never hesitated to admit it.
He took every opportunity to say, I am a Leninist, I've always been a Leninist, I will always be a Leninist. I've been a communist since I was born, and I will always remain a communist, and we will never diverge from the communist path.
And after he left his role in the Soviet Union of ushering in this post-Stalinist pretense and performance of the new phase, the fourth program of the Soviet strategy, he came to the United States and continued to promote Leninist strategy, and is still doing so today, well-funded and supported, promoting world government and worldwide controls in the name of environmentalism.
Yes, through an outfit called the Gorbachev Foundation, which consists entirely of Soviet apparatchiks, and by the way, was involved with an outfit called the State of the World Forum, which, when translated from Lenin speak, means World State Forum. Anyway, we need to talk about Saddam Hussein.
Yes, and as a major example of the fact that there has been no real change in the Soviet Union since 1989 and worldwide in other communist countries, the International Terror Network, controlled by the KGB, continues just as active, and it is inconceivable that any alleged group like Al-Qaeda or any alleged terrorist operative like Osama bin Laden could ever function independent of this network.
That is absolutely true, and indeed all honest experts acknowledge that it is impossible for any of these operations to take place, particularly the 9/11 one, without the support of a major power. Now, in this connection, we have certain information. First of all, as you know, Saddam Hussein was in business with very important forces in the United States for at least 10 years. This is true.
And was a major recipient of U.S. government funding and support.
That's right.
Because when we turned Iran, the United States government turned Iran over to the communists and made an enemy state of that, the United States government had the excuse to support Iraq and Saddam Hussein, although controlled by the Soviet military, support him as an alleged buffer against Iran.
Right. But Iraq is very important because it's quite clear that what's been happening in Iraq is not what you read in the newspapers. Now, I mentioned black operations money just now, and we can't go into that in much detail here, but the fact is that under the first Bush administration, an enormous sum of money was raised from 200 banks based abroad, all of them foreign banks. The sum of money concerned is so enormous that it could not have been raised for any other purpose than the implementation of what I call the new underworld order, if you like. They actually raised 18 trillion, but the objective was to raise 29.8 trillion. And this money, of course, is multiplied, and there's this huge sort of pool of black operations money, which is parked offshore. I mean, this is a separate subject on its own, but I just wanted to give that background in order to come to the point.
Can we understand this in summary as the extension of the KGB strategy of functioning as the Russian mafia and extending criminalism as a strategy into Western intelligence services?
Absolutely.
Okay,
There's
part of it.
There's been a merger of intelligence services, both vertically and horizontally. If you like, vertically, with both their own underground criminalist classes and with foreign underground criminalist classes. And the intelligence services are working together. In fact, Condoleezza Rice herself said the other day, "We are allies of Russia," which is a theme. Were those her exact words? Something like that. She said something similar to that. What she actually means by that is that our intelligence services are hand in glove with the Soviet intelligence services. Now, Saddam Hussein was very important in this operation. Obviously, we don't know everything that we need to know. But at some point, as happens among thieves and among these crooks, they fall out. And there was a falling out between Saddam Hussein and his criminal network and the American criminal operatives at a very, very high level in the American government. And American intelligence, by the way, has a particular speciality, which is to set up their next enemy. And this is something that you commented to me privately about last night, which is apparently been going on for a long time. But I found this out when I was looking at certain documents, and I found that Milosevic, the Yugoslav dictator, had been engaged in business operations with 2 or 3 CIA Section 18 corporations, that is to say corporations owned by the American government, set up by the CIA. He becomes, persona non grata and is now being arraigned at the Hague court. Exactly the same thing, in so many words, has happened to Saddam Hussein.
Who was, though, in terms of, it was supported by the American government, but his infrastructure and military power and installations were all provided by the Soviet military, by Soviet military intelligence. And the Soviet military intelligence would not be creating his military garrison state on a charitable basis without controlling him as a captive puppet.
Yeah, that's right. Now, I can't comment on that side of it. What I can comment on is that there is an aspect of the Iraqi story, which of course has never appeared in the mainstream press and probably never will, but we can have a go, all right? And that is that there was a computer program by the acronym PROMIS, P-R-O-M-I-S, which was developed by an American expert called William Hamilton. And this program, in so many words, enables a user to see inside another government or another bank's database if the other party has got the same program. Now, this program was given by the United States by McFarlane, who was the National Security Council chief, wasn't he, at one stage?
Yeah.
Or the National Security Agency, I forget. This was handed to the Israelis for certain reasons, because the CIA can do certain things and it cannot do certain things in the United States, and employed the Israelis to do it, to do them. The Soviets wind up with this program because the Israelis gave it to the Soviets or sold it to the Soviets. And
if we didn't, indeed.
If the Americans didn't. And it winds up, quote unquote, on the Soviet black market and is picked up for $2 million by the Iraqis. So you wind up at a certain stage in the 90s where the Iraqis have got a copy of PROMIS. Now, when I mentioned the black operations money, this money is offshore, and the reason it's offshore is that it's connected with the semi-privatization of American intelligence, which occurred as a consequence of President Reagan's Executive Order 12333, under which certain intelligence operations were, quote-unquote, privatized. Now, if you think about this for more than a split second, you can see how incredibly dangerous this is, because we now have in the United States a number of organizations owing allegiance to very important people, such as George Bush Sr., and various others we could name, who appear to have been operating as sort of add-ons or standalone intelligence organizations, although they are contracted to by the various so-called American acronym intelligence agencies.
Right, like the CIA.
Right. Now, as a consequence of this, these people or elements within them believe that some of this money, which is offshore, this black operations money, should be paid to them. So there's a war going on within fragments of American intelligence to gain access to these funds. And this is the most incredible thing that I have ever heard in my life. And it is something which the American public knows absolutely nothing about.
But it would allow for people like Mikhail Gorbachev or the current president of the new Russia, Vladimir Putin, who actually is, if I'm correct, an officer of the Soviet military intelligence.
He's a GRU officer, not a KGB officer, as is widely stated.
Yeah, Soviet military officer and under Soviet military discipline. The president of the Soviet Union, who's supposed to be our ally in the war against terrorism, these guys can get paid off for the role they're playing.
They did indeed, and both Putin and Gorbachev, or the other way around, Gorbachev and Putin, were paid $1 billion each, with a promise of 30 billion each to follow. Now, according to my information, which I'm unable to go into, we don't know whether, in fact, the second tranche of the 30 billion was paid to them both. I suspect they were scammed because intelligence scams people. That's what they do. But what happened was that the Soviets took this money. I mean, it wasn't just them who were bribed. It was very senior people, including, I suspect, Primakov, who we'll come to in a minute. These people took the money and said, thank you very much. And then they, of course, have continued with
the same strategy,
revolution.
the same work they were doing before, promoting the same strategies. Now, let's also note that the principal goal of the Leninist strategy of using terrorism is not just to do the harm that the terrorists do to people and physical property, but to get the target government to respond in a tyrannical way, or we sometimes say the action is in the reaction. As a consequence to this, we have this huge, enormous, draconian new bureaucracy in the United States, the Department of Homeland Security, which has now tremendously invasive controls that violate individual rights of our citizens in the name of fighting terrorism, and recently passed Patriot Act legislation, which will eventually provide for the same kind of internal passports or identification papers that were used in the Soviet Union. And you have in Europe these European arrest warrants coming that would enable the European Union to arrest citizens without any recourse to civil liberties within all of Europe and Britain.
Yeah, well, I'm very likely to be arrested. I mean, because criticism of the European Union is xenophobia, right? Under the specially designated crimes within this particular program. But you mentioned Primakov, and this is very appropriate because Primakov has recently been appointed as a special consultant to the Department of Homeland Security. Now, Yevgeny Primakov is the architect of Middle East terror. He's the key architect.
The key architect and controller of the communist, the KGB terror network, PLO directorate.
That's correct.
And he's our new American government's consultant on fighting terrorism.
Now, I published this story recently, and I had it from 3 separate sources who were not connected, right? I've had a lot of emails saying, where did you get this information? And people saying, trawling the internet, saying that they've been looking for this information, and they can't find any source except Soviet analysts. Well, I stand by my story, right? And in this issue, I just would like to read this. Primakov, this is what I wrote. On being appointed, in a recent interview, Primakov said amid cynical laughter that he couldn't wait to join the Pay Corps. And that a large number of former, I always put former in apostrophes, of course, former KGB generals and colonels were lining up to join the rush to be signed up for the American official payroll.
Yes, to fight terrorism.
To fight terrorism, which the Soviets are themselves responsible for. Directly.
Continuing to direct and coordinate. And unfortunately, the American government, principally through $1 billion given by the Bush administration to the PLO portion of the directorate, is funding and financing. And yet the American government's response to terrorism is to impose such dictatorial garrison state controls on American citizens that fingernail files can be confiscated from people at airports, something that Adolf Hitler didn't even dream about doing.
Well, that may be true.
Once again, Christopher, we barely scratched the surface. I just want to thank you so much for being with us today and hope it'll be an impetus for our viewers to research this and look into it more. If you're interested in what you heard today, would like to know more of the background and read more about it, have access to these sources, it's very important that you do. Please contact us at the phone number and address given at the end of the program. We'll make sure you have access to them. Thank you so much. This is Bill McElhaney for the McElhaney Report. Thank you for joining us today.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a strong hold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak: women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African-American culture. But in what does this preservation of African-American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate, it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3, those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3. The drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless. Nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial